Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life, one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 551, 490, Domination, the Swan Song of the Old Era. Chapter 551, Chapter 490, Domination, the Swan Song of the Old Era. Noon, Imperial Border. A plain about 100 kilometers away from the Holy City, tens of thousands of Imperial cavalry clad in full silver armor were arrayed in battle readiness. Leading them, Cardinal Nix looked towards those present and spoke solemnly. "Gentlemen, according to the scouts' reports, 2 cities on the Empire's border have already been conquered by the wizards. The apocalypse has indeed arrived." Under Nix's grievous exposition, tens of thousands of cavalry could not help but show fear, but soon Nix's voice grew more uplifting, resonating in everyone's ears like a great bell. "But we need not fear, panic, or be frightened. Now cry out, the Lord's most devout followers. The apocalypse is not to be feared. Our sacrifices will be engraved in the annals of history, and in the not-too-distant future, the Lord will descend from heaven, dispel the gloom of the apocalypse, and transform the earth into an eternal sanctuary." Nix's passionate and stirring speech made the knights forget the panic and fear in their hearts, as they raised their weapons and shouted loudly, venting their inner madness and resolve. In that moment, everyone cast aside their fear of death, even though each knew that defeat and destruction awaited them. Yet there was no hesitation, for death was not the painful end, but a stairway into heaven. In the Lord's heaven, there was no sickness or aging. The rivers flowed with fine wine. The wheat fields grew full ears of wheat on their own, and every tree branch was laden with juicy steaks. Everyone would live in grand mansions, enjoying endless peace and joy. In the middle of everyone's cries, Nix suddenly dismounted, faced the direction of the holy city with utmost devotion, knelt to the ground, and kissed the dirt beneath his feet while chanting the Lord's holy name. More and more people spontaneously dismounted to make a final pilgrimage, praying for the great Lord to protect them and achieve ultimate victory. Amid the increasingly high-pitched prayers, a stream of milky radiance emerged from the direction of the holy city. The faint divine radiance appeared around each person, and a fervent emotion gradually took over everyone's minds. At this moment, they all felt the Lord's gaze, and the only thought left in their hearts was to hack down all enemies standing in their way with their swords, defending the glory of the Lord with their blood and lives. Nix responded to the Lord's grace, then stood up, leading tens of thousands of cavalry to mount their horses, pointing their swords forward, and shouted with raised arms. Along with roars, tens of thousands of cavalry spurred their horses, charging forward like an avalanche or a tsunami. On the horizon, a torrent of steel composed of thousands of armored vehicles appeared in everyone's sight. The wheels crushed gravel and threw up clouds of dust, and under those menacing armor, machine guns were mounted, with nozzles flashing with cold lights, ready to fire deadly fusillades at any moment. Nix, of course, knew that these were new warfare technologies developed by the wizards, possessing formidable defensive and offensive capabilities, but he believed that under the Lord's mighty power, nothing was invincible. Even if the final outcome was defeat, he would do his utmost to give the enemy the heaviest blow. As the charging cavalry and the advancing stream of steel drew near, they quickly crossed a dangerous distance, 2 kilometers. The thundering sound of cannons first broke out. Hundreds of shells flew into the sky, and like meteor fire rain, they plummeted from the sky. Nix raised his long sword, shouting loudly, and the divine radiance emerging around everyone immediately gathered together. 1,000 of God's retribution army, who had taken the divine grace potion, advanced at the forefront, with numerous priests and bishops as the core. A subtle divine array quietly unfolded. An invisible, divine barrier appeared out of thin air, immediately enveloping tens of thousands of the cavalry brigade. The fierce bombardment hit it, causing ripples and visible cracks to appear, but they were quickly repaired. supported by the divine energy of thousands of priests and bishops. Nyx led tens of thousands of cavalry to rapidly advance, soon approaching within a kilometer. At that moment, hundreds of red streaks shot out from the enemy's line, almost instantly tearing the divine protection into pieces. In the rapidly generated high temperature, iron balls, scorched red and nearly molten, quickly penetrated the entire array. The knights' silver armor and the flickering divine radiance around them were as weak as paper under such terrifying speed and power. Chapter 552, 490, Crushing the Swan Song of the Old Era, _2. _2, a frontline knight of divine punishment hadn't even seen clearly how the streak of light had shot toward him when his entire body, along with his mount, burst into a mist of blood and fragments. This scene occurred everywhere on the battlefield without pain or screams, because everything happened too swiftly. In an instant, over 100 paths of death, littered with blood and flesh, opened up within the cavalry formation. The intense stench of blood filled the air, but it only made this cavalry force charge forward even more maniacally. However, this was just the beginning. After the divine protection was shattered by the electromagnetic cannon, one airship after another became visible in the sky as they deactivated their cloaking devices. The bomb bays on the underside opened abruptly, and projectiles the size of a person's head started plummeting down toward them. Considering the task of clearing the battlefield afterward, the airships were not loaded with white phosphorus fire, but these projectiles were just as deadly. The massive incendiary bombs burst open in mid-air once again, scattering shrapnel that covered most of the battlefield. Amid the violent explosions and flashes of light, nearly 10,000 cavalrymen perished in this barrage. Assume the machine guns and cannons mounted on the armored vehicles also fired in unison. Connected gunfire, whizzing shells, shrapnel raining down from the sky, fierce crossfire. Every second, countless knights of divine punishment were blasted to pieces, falling down in rows like cut wheat. But under the influence of powerful divine arts, they entirely forgot fear, and they forgot to flee. Perhaps only in the moment of death could they break free from this state of frenzy. Seeing one comrade after another falling to the artillery before his eyes, Nyx was filled with endless rage. Tens of thousands of knights of divine punishment roared, recklessly colliding with the steel deluge made up of armored vehicles in front of them, trying to completely crush it with a powerful impact like they had done in the past with rebel forces and believers of the evil god. As the distance between them closed, 50,000 rapidly charging cavalry, having lost about 70% of their number, finally crossed that long path of death, piercing into the steel deluge like a sharp knife. However, they soon realized just how unrealistic their previous fantasies were. Even the knightly lances, enchanted with divine arts, could only dent the armor of the vehicles, only to rebound upon impact due to the massive reaction force, resulting in a scene of blood and chaos, with men and horses overturned. Priests and bishops mingled within the cavalry used their divine arts to blast deep dents into these steel monstrosities, but that was about the extent of their effect. With the strength of the bishops, if they were in a good state, they should not fail to handle a steel monstrosity, but much of their divine energy had been used to protect against the onslaught of artillery fire, and they had no time for prayers to receive the blessing of divine power, leaving them momentarily unable to breach the armor's defenses. Only Nyx and a few other high-ranking bishops could easily destroy the armored vehicles. But such conspicuous existence quickly became the focus of attention, and a dozen electromagnetic shells blasted directly at him, reducing him to a cloud of blood mist. As for the objects under attack, aside from a few armored vehicles that were hit on their wheels or weak points and forced to stop, they did not even halt. The cold, sturdy armor appeared like a moving wall, grinding the obstructing enemy into shards, leaving behind only scattered corpses and blood that slowly pooled into rivers along the battle lines. Have they gone mad? As Raphael and others observed everything through far-seeing magic on the airship, Their scalps tingled at the sight of tens of thousands of the Empire's legionnaires charging towards the steel tide, unafraid of death, only to be crushed. Without exception, yet continuing to rush forward in endless waves. Up until now, they had already taken out 5 waves of troops the church had sent to block them. Each time the number was not too many or too few, roughly between 40 and 60,000. As for the purpose of dividing their forces, he had guessed some of the reasons, one of which was to prevent them from using sky vaulting to wipe out everyone at once. But attacking in such waves was almost no different from a suicide mission. The church should be very aware of this, yet they continued to send an unending stream of troops. Maybe they want to use these people to deplete our ammunition and magic power reserves, to gain some advantage for the later decisive battle, Harov speculated. 100,000 lives in exchange for battle readiness? The wizards present couldn't help but frown, feeling a chill surging from their feet to their hearts. If that was truly the case, the church's madness and ruthlessness would surpass their imagination. Yet they also couldn't deny that, after 6 large battles in a row, over 70% of their year's stock of various ammunition had been consumed. Fortunately, their most crucial combat readiness had not been used. The wizard's magic power had always remained at a considerable state, and the 4 legendary wizards, Lynn, Vittorio, Harov, and Aurora, scarcely made a move. For one thing, the kingdom's army alone could resolve such minor skirmishes, and it also provided an opportunity to train new soldiers. Secondly, they needed to maintain their best condition to face potential threats. According to their intelligence, the church still possessed at least 3 legendary clerics, over 100 cardinals, countless bishops and priests, along with a deity of unknown strength. All told, their strength was actually much greater than theirs. It's also possible that these legions are pawns the church has thrown out to delay our march, Lynn speculated thoughtfully. But this was obviously meaningless. Under the crush of thousands of armored vehicles, these imperial legions delivering themselves to death couldn't even block their advance. The longest delay was when 7 cardinals led tens of thousands of men in defense within a mountain forest. As a result, he directly ordered airships, warplanes, and artillery to bombard the area for several hours. Then, with armored vehicle brigades as the vanguard, everything could be flattened simply by driving through. 6 punitive armies, over 300,000 elite troops, along with border legions from other directions attacking the kingdom to divide their forces for rescue, should be all the conventional forces the Empire could muster. Lin looked down at the Imperial Knights below, enduring heavy casualties, valiantly striving against an impregnable wall of iron despite it being a hopeless endeavor, fighting until the very last moment of their lives, and he felt somewhat moved in his heart. It must be said that, in the study of spiritual magic, the gap between them and the church was quite evident. Lin could imagine the psychological pressure such an army, comprised of godly warriors and divine mages, unafraid of death, would bring to the enemy. No wonder the church and the empire had been able to dominate the continent. It's just a pity that the swan song of the old era had come to an end. As he was pondering, the battle below subtly came to its conclusion. After incurring a tenth of the losses, 50,000 Imperial cavalry had completely collapsed. The entire plain had become a slaughterhouse, filled with burning corpses, shattered armors, weapons, and helmets scattered everywhere. The tide of steel had no intention of stopping, as there were people specially tasked with dealing with these troubles behind them. What they needed to do was to keep advancing, advancing, and advancing. The target was the Holy City. Night fell swiftly, and the tireless kingdom's army finally halted to prepare for rest and reorganization. Now, they were less than 60 kilometers away from the Holy City in a straight line. If they abandoned their supplies and marched light, they could reach the city by the following morning. Appropriate rest before a significant battle was obviously necessary. Lin looked up at the sky, where a bright moon hung high, shining exceptionally bright. Every mage felt the existence of a magic tide. Yet he remembered that today should not be a moon day. Chapter 553, 491. Sun Flame Cannon, Nuke the Holy City. Chapter 553. Chapter 491. Sun Flame Cannon, Nuke the Holy City. As everyone knows, the changes in the phases of the moon were related to the sun's radiation and its orbital period around the planet. 25 days, approximately equating to a month. No, perhaps it should be said the other way around. The number of days in a month was determined by the cyclical changes of the lunar phases. But June 15th every year was an exception. For on this day, not only there would be a full moon, but the bright moon would shine more dazzlingly than ever and even trigger a magic tide, which is why this day was called Monday. It was also an astronomical phenomenon unique to this planet. Judging by the date, it was still around April, and there were still a full 2 months until June 15th. This year's Monday had unexpectedly come early. Lin looked at the legendary, which beside him. If anyone knew about the observation and recording of celestial bodies, this is the first time indeed. Mondays have always been very punctual, never early or late. Aurora said with certainty, having observed the stars for decades, and knowing that mistakes in these matters were impossible. Raphael mused aloud. Lin had already thought of this, but hadn't connected the two before. After all, the moon was still a celestial body, and while it was small compared to a planet, its mass could only be measured in excitons. In his mind, Ura was at most a native of the planet, a slightly powerful legendary witch. How could she possibly have such a significant impact on such a celestial body? Yet Lin didn't verbally object as he thought it over and found it indeed peculiar. In the holy texts of the church, Ura was referred to as the creator God, the eternal being, the origin of all causality, and each title was incredibly lofty except for the title of moon goddess. Why not the more prestigious title of sun goddess? In the eyes of the common folk in the empire, the sun, which hung high and provided light to the world, should be regarded higher and more capable of garnering worship than the bright moon. Yet, this title was the most widely known. The Council of Wizards also pondered over this issue. Herav suddenly suggested. Previously, to validate Lin's theory about the planet, he had flown tens of thousands of meters high, reaching the limits that a grand wizard could withstand. Now, he believed he could fly even farther. Lin rolled his eyes. According to his calculations, the distance to the moon was over 400,000 kilometers, about 10 times the circumference of the planet beneath their feet. Even if a legendary which could fly at the speed of sound, it would take a full 400 hours, or an unceasing 17 days to reach, requiring precise calculation of the moon's trajectory beforehand. Who had time for that now? Even if the change in a moon phase is related to era, so what? Aurora suddenly interjected, ending everyone's discussion dismissively. That would not just be a legendary battle. It would be the literal end of the world. Lin nodded. Thinking too much now was futile. All answers would naturally be known by tomorrow. Monday, huh? Vittorio, who hadn't spoken up yet, was also looking at the sky, but did not partake in the moon phase discussion, still considering the information he had gleaned from Gustav's mind. These pieces of information were too shocking, and before verifying their truth, Vittorio was not ready to disclose them, worried that they might just be Gustav deceiving him. The origins of wizards, huh? Vittorio murmured to himself until Herav called out a few times, bringing him back to the present, momentarily pushing his doubts aside. In light of the unexpectedly advanced Monday, the Council's wizards were extremely vigilant. However, contrary to their expectations, the night was very calm. Nothing happened, and the church did not take advantage of the darkness to attack them. Possibly, as some wizards had guessed, the Empire's main forces had already been decimated. As the sun rose in the east, the well-rested kingdom's army officially set out. Although they were carrying plenty of ammunition and supplies, the fully mechanized units did not move slowly, all thanks to the roads the church had built between the Empire's cities. Otherwise, there would have surely been armored vehicles breaking down along the way. The outskirts of the holy city were already in sight. Raphael and others visiting for the first time were amazed by the city's vastness, nearly 5 times the size of the capital city, with walls over 30 meters high that resembled mountains, covered in the brilliance of divine arts. The midday sunlight fell from the sky, and under the influence of divine protection, it formed a golden halo encircling the whole city. As for the interior of the holy city, it was enveloped in the divine domain, and only faint hymns could be heard drifting in the wind. Although Herav couldn't see the specific scenes inside, he could imagine how many divine protections the church had set up here. Chapter 554, 491. Sun Flame Cannon, Nuke the Holy City. _2. Chapter 554, Chapter 491. Sun Flame Cannon, Nuke the Holy City. _2. This was also the reason they had not launched an attack on the Holy City. No one dared to guarantee that they could capture it. It's just a city with taller walls and a larger size. Lin shook his head. Such a massive and magnificent city indeed caused astonishment in this other world, but it meant little to him. The wizards present also recovered from the shock of the enormous city before them. No one questioned Lin's words, as everyone had witnessed the day-to-day transformations within the kingdom. The kingdom had things that the church might not have. From this perspective, the holy city was just a bit larger and taller, that's all. Moreover, after today, this holy city would probably cease to exist. While they were discussing, the kingdom's legion had already arrived about 2 kilometers from the holy city. The church had not sent anyone to block or meet them in battle along the way, clearly planning to hunker down and stay within the city. Herav said coldly. The continuously advancing steel tide immediately split open, revealing hundreds of electromagnetic cannons behind, ready to first test the defensive strength of the holy city. Lin had already conducted one experiment before, but since it was just an avatar, it didn't last long before being directly killed by Ella's avatar, with very limited information gathered. One characteristic projectile after another was loaded into the cannon barrels under the control of the artillerymen, with the wizards making adjustments. The next second, amidst a deafening sonic boom, hundreds of electromagnetic cannons fired simultaneously. Countless characteristic projectiles streaked through the sky like meteors, directly covering half of the holy city's airspace, but they began to be deflected away about 300 meters from the city. Herav and the others were not surprised by this, as the key lay in the second strike. Hundreds of deflected characteristic projectiles exploded again. Under the powerful shock waves produced by the explosions, the fragments of the projectiles flew in all directions at speeds exceeding 2,000 meters per second. Then came the second and third rounds of electromagnetic cannons, poised to fire. The continuous sound of cannon fire echoed incessantly, lasting a full 5 minutes before the characteristic ammunition was completely used up and finally stopped. Raphael hurriedly looked towards the inside. Then his face showed a trace of disappointment, because the towering city walls of the holy city still stood in their way. However, many wizards noticed that the city wall had more fine dents than before. Clearly, their attacks were not completely ineffective. Lin nodded. It was as he had guessed. The force field protecting the holy city was not like a planetary gravity field that extended outward, but rather created a semicircular shield that bent space-time around 300 meters from the holy city, with a thickness of about 10 meters. If they could break through this area, they could successfully launch an attack inside. What they had just employed was the propulsion method. First, firing an electromagnetic cannon into it, and at speeds dozens of times the speed of sound. Even if the trajectory was deflected by the force field, it could still advance a certain distance, then aided by the second explosion's force to advance further, followed by a third explosion. By relying on such relays to breach the force field magic's defense, Lin provided the first solution. Unfortunately, from practical combat, although it barely achieved the expected effect, after several explosions, its power was significantly reduced, as each explosion required sacrificing most of the mass, leaving only minor marks on the city wall in the end. You see, the city wall still had the Divine Kingdom's projection covering the entire city district as a second layer of defense. Vittorio said, smiling, then had a 5-meter-tall behemoth pushed forward. It resembled a supersized electromagnetic railgun. Hera and Aurora had naturally noticed this huge device earlier, but Vittorio had always been elusive, saying it wasn't completed, and even on the way to attack the kingdom, he was still making adjustments to this prototype, unsure if it would function, which curbed their curiosity. Now, Vittorio did not plan to hide it any longer, quite proudly introducing it to everyone. I call it the Sun Flame Cannon. Hearing this, Hera's eyes lit up, shocked that Vittorio could recreate this terrifying magic through alchemical means. Don't think that these legendary wizards could also cast Doomsday, atomic breath, even without needing nuclear fuel. The troublesome part is that their magic power and energy reserves are limited. Casting this magic almost consumes more than 70% of their magic power, which means that once they use it, their strength in the ensuing battle would be greatly reduced. Lynn was also somewhat surprised. Indeed, Vittorio deserved the title of Magic Creator, a legendary alchemist. In such a short time, he had crafted such a heavyweight device based on the magic model he had provided. Chapter 555, for 91, Sun Flame Cannon, Nuke the Holy City, _3. Chapter 555, Chapter 491, Sun Flame Cannon, Nuke the Holy City, _3. No wonder he had specifically inquired earlier whether there was any material that could temporarily withstand a nuclear explosion without being destroyed. Aurora asked a very crucial question. According to my estimation, it should work twice or 3 times. It requires several high-ranking wizards to operate, and the power might be slightly weaker, Vittorio said pensively. The launch mechanism of the Sun Flame Cannon was made entirely of mithril and magic stones, with graphene as the material at the core. Without the miraculous substance that Lin had come up with, he simply couldn't find anything else capable of withstanding the power of a nuclear explosion. Even so, after launching 3 attacks, the launching device would be severely deformed and damaged, rendered unusable. 3 times, huh? Hera said admiringly. The power of the Doomsday, atomic breath, was more concentrated than that of the big nuclear explosion technique, although it would also be affected by force field magic. Weakened by a great deal, even the portion of the power that dissipated could still cause considerable damage. He couldn't believe that the enemy could remain seated after being repeatedly struck at the Holy City. If they were lucky enough to destroy the core of the divine array, they could directly obliterate the protective divine arts. Vittorio couldn't wait to control the Sun Flame Cannon for a launch, but Lin stopped him. There's no need to waste it like that. You mean? Vittorio pondered for a moment, then quickly understood. If it weren't the sky or the 4 sides, then it had to be underground. Infiltrate from below. A smile appeared on Aurora's face. The force field magic that Hera personally laid out can wrap around the entire city, but it doesn't work underground. This was a point that was easily overlooked. Lin shook his head, then casually suggested a terrifying method. Underground nuclear explosion? The wizards present inhaled a cold breath of air, yet had to admit that it indeed was a good plan. If you blow a hole underneath the city, most of the city would collapse immediately. Then naturally no protective divine arts would work. We better start acting now, and keep the cannons firing to provide a bit of cover, Lin shrugged. It was not easy to dig underneath the Holy City. Construction teams might need to fuss for half a month, but it would not take long for a few legendary wizards to personally dig out a narrow underground passage for single-person access. With this approach, only a few dozen kilograms of uranium-235 reserves would be needed, ensuring the destruction of the Holy City without them having to take action themselves, which was very energy efficient. Chapter 556, for 92, You shall hold the kingdom of heaven as God's right hand. Chapter 556, Chapter 492, You shall hold the kingdom of heaven as God's right hand. At noon, the Sika's empire, hailed as a heaven on earth, land of shining stars. The sound of cannon fire continued unabated outside the holy city, but inside it was unexpectedly silent, or perhaps deathly silent was a more appropriate description. Tens of thousands of devout believers lay unconsciously in the streets and squares, their faces still bearing an inner fervor, as if they had entered into a sweet dreamland. A few days ago, the messenger of God on earth, His Holiness Pope Alvis, had held a grand prayer ceremony within the Holy City. He called together the habitants of the entire Holy City to show their devout faith to the Almighty God, to speak of the sufferings this continent had endured, and prayed for God to come to this land soon, to punish the minions of the evil God, and to disperse the gloom of the apocalypse. This prayer ceremony was undoubtedly a great success. The moon goddess, the creator of all things, responded to their request, and the projection of the divine kingdom descended upon the holy city. Just as depicted in the Holy Scriptures, all things were restored, light shone upon the earth, and they saw rivers flowing with fine wine, the holy trees laden with ripe stakes, and the beautiful, seductive dream sprites. And they, as God's most devout believers, had even received God's promise that they need not endure the tribulation of the apocalypse, but could enter the true divine kingdom in advance, to enjoy endless peace and joy. After a day of revelry and pleasure, the citizens of the Holy City did not hesitate to throw themselves into the embrace of God, and their souls returned to the divine kingdom. Cardinal Cirid, who had witnessed all of this, felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. This most sacred and celebratory event, for some reason, reminded him of the scenes of sacrifice by the evil gods. No, this is the glory and blessing of God, and no sacrilege shall be permitted. Cirid hurriedly stopped his wild thoughts and continued to maintain the operation of the divine array. The onslaught from those wizards outside the city might not be enough to affect the holy city, but as the maintainers and controllers of divine arts, these cardinals also face considerable pressure. Fortunately, according to the directions of His Holiness the Pope, the great moon goddess would soon descend from the divine kingdom, and they just needed to hold on a little longer. Meanwhile, the Church's new holy maiden, the earthly incarnation of the moon goddess, stood at the highest level of the sky dome tower. A peculiar crystal, glowing with a fluorescent light, was suspended in the center of the tower, rotating slowly and steadily. The reason it was considered peculiar was that it seemed to exist between illusion and reality, or rather, on the border between falsehood and truth, its interior reflecting the scenes of the divine kingdom from the Scriptures. Sighed the holy maiden softly. To gather a sufficient number of devout believers, she did not hesitate to send the Church's most elite forces to block the wizards' march, like sending them to their deaths, and use divine arts to stimulate their faith. At the moment of death, approximately 50,000 people became her devout believers, their souls merging into the divine kingdom. Even so, together with the more than 200,000 devout believers who had come from all over the empire to the holy city and the Church's accumulation over hundreds of years, they were still about 1/10 short of the target of 1 million. Pope Alvis said with grave emphasis, now that those wizards had reached just outside the holy city, and although they couldn't momentarily affect the divine arts protecting the outer part, under such an assault, the priests and bishops of the Church were afraid they could only hold on for about a day at most. The only solution was for the clergy of the Church to compensate for these losses, to achieve their goal, to completely resolve the poison of disbelief and to bring the true God to this land. Any person could be sacrificed, even they, the high echelons of the Church, were no exception, proclaimed Pope Alvis as he lay prostrate on the ground. A touched expression appeared on the holy maiden's face. It was based on this consideration that she had hesitated to make a decision. The divine arts system that covered the entire empire was the result of her hundreds of years of effort, and it was the key to shepherding this vast land. Just as the holy maiden was about to speak again, the entire sky dome tower suddenly shook violently. Alvis's complexion changed drastically as he immediately looked towards the crystal suspended in the tower, thinking that the power emanating from it was affecting the sky dome tower. The new holy maiden's expression darkened, her star-like dazzling eyes penetrating the walls of the sky dome tower, looking towards various parts of the holy city. Accompanied by a rumbling sound from the deepest part of the earth, a fissure suddenly cracked open in the western ground of the holy city, and then terrifying, surging magma burst forth from below, instantly engulfing a vast area. More than 2,000 priests and bishops to the west died on the spot, and the widening crack continued to spread rapidly in all directions. The ground split open, bricks and stones crumbled, houses collapsed. Huge stones and debris flew everywhere, and in just a few seconds, most of the holy city had collapsed. The holy city has fallen. It must be those wizards attacking from beneath the earth. The holy maiden's voice was incredibly cold, and her heart was filled with extreme rage. Chapter 557, 492, You shall hold the kingdom of heaven as God's right hand, _2. _2, in fact, she had established numerous protection techniques on the surface as well, but she had not anticipated that these wizards would launch an attack from underground. Even her power could not prevent the collapse of the entire city. Managing to react in time to save the Sky Dome Tower was already the limit. The holy city collapsed. Alvis was also shocked upon learning this news, but he had no time to dwell on it, immediately realizing that the defenses of the holy city must have crumbled along with it. The wizards surely must have broken in by now. The situation had doubtlessly reached its most critical moment. It seems I may not be able to witness your divine ascension in person. A trace of regret and determination appeared on Alvis's face. He paused, then solemnly continued, Please focus on integrating this divine power. As his voice fell, Alvis had already stood up and quickly walked towards the outside of the tower, his body radiating a faith-lit brilliance that was dazzling and brilliant. The holy maiden remained stationary, not responding until the great doors of the Sky Dome Tower closed, then murmured softly, Since it is your choice, Alvis, I bless you. You will be invincible. You shall wield authority in the divine kingdom as God's right hand. Words of the divine had power, and as she made her promise, the holy maiden distinctly felt a portion of divine power within her vanish, bestowed upon Alvis. Even if this could negatively impact the upcoming ritual to merge with the divine power, she had no regrets. Too many had already passed away. Edwell had died, Joshua had died, Gustav had been captured, and the elite of the church had died out. Even now, the holy city was on the brink of destruction. In just 2 years, following the wizards breaking free from the mist concealment, the church's painstakingly built reserves accumulated over hundreds of years have been lost all at once. Alvis had been by her side the longest and was her most capable assistant. Naturally, she hoped that he could survive if possible. After handing over control of the projection of the divine kingdom to Alvis, the holy maiden wiped away the myriad of complex thoughts in her mind, closed her eyes to guide the descent of the divine body, and prepared to merge with this divine power. She ended the war of faith, established the church, and prepared for hundreds of years, all for today, to completely eradicate the poison of faith and ascend to divinity. Alvis, who had just stepped out of the Sky Dome Tower, quickly felt the surge of strength within him. Alvis silently prayed in his heart, then immediately turned his attention to 2 figures rushing toward him. The newcomers were the other 2 legendary clerics responsible for maintaining the divine protection of the holy city, Saint Randall and the ascetic Rava. The destruction caused by the underground nuclear explosion was undeniably disastrous. Priests, bishops, and even some cardinal bishops who were slow to react were buried in the rubble, but it was not enough to greatly affect the 2 men. Unable to render aid, they urgently hurried to the Sky Dome Tower. Randall quickly asked, All is well. The ritual has already begun, Alvis replied succinctly. The ascetic Rava said somberly, his pupils filled with an unmistakable anger. Since the conflict of faith, the divine residence was established on this continent, now reduced to ruins. Only the Sky Dome Tower behind them, under the protection of the Lord's power, remained stable, becoming the only structure within the holy city to be preserved. The ascetic Rava looked around the collapsed holy city and said through clenched teeth, Unlike Alvis and Randall, who held high positions, Rava hardly concerned himself with the church's affairs on ordinary days, focusing all his energy on communication with believers and prayers instead, and was also the one with the deepest attachment to the holy city. Now everything was destroyed. Then we'll eliminate them, Alvis said firmly. Meanwhile, outside the holy city, Lynn and others who had completed the underground nuclear explosion watched as the entire city collapsed into a massive crater in just a brief period. As they had anticipated, the protective force field that surrounded the holy city was no longer in place. But there was also an unexpected development. The projection of the divine kingdom had not completely vanished. It seems we'll have to take the risk and fight on the enemy's home turf, Harov said, raising an eyebrow. However, he showed no sign of delay, and, in the next second, his body transformed into an azure energy form. With a burst of sonic boom, he turned into a streak of light and flew into the holy city. This was sonic flight, which, under Lynn's personal instruction, Harov, who had recently become a legend, had mastered as well. Lynn, Aurora, and Vittorio all followed suit, vanishing from sight in an instant. As for Raphael and the rest of the Grand Wizards, as well as the tens of thousands of the kingdom's legion, they did not step into the holy city. In the absence of a clear understanding of the internal situation, their job was to wait for orders from the outside. Hundreds of electromagnetic guns were already loaded with ammunition, and the Sun Flame Cannon was ready to fire at any moment. Lynn, having flown into the holy city, was vigilantly scanning the insides of the city, on guard for any sudden attacks. Aurora said, her expression relatively relaxed. The destructive power of the underground nuclear explosion was much greater than she had anticipated. Despite the solid rock and soil as protection, the devastation caused by the city's collapse was also horrific. Even formal wizards would have difficulty surviving, and probably only the Grand Wizards would have the capability to save their lives. On their way, they had already seen countless bodies. Those were just the ones on the surface, and many more were buried underneath. Lynn couldn't help but sigh. Even though he had prepared himself mentally before proposing the plan, wiping out so many civilians at once was not something he could do without being affected. Harov, on the other hand, noticed something amiss since many of the not fully buried corpses had strange smiles on their faces, expressions that one surely wouldn't expect from people facing a disaster. So, as he swept past the ruins, Harov casually pulled a relatively intact body from the debris. Surprised, Lynn and the others also used the mage's hand to pull a few corpses, and indeed, like Harov said, the corpses showed evident signs of livor mortis. They had been dead before the underground nuclear explosion was even initiated. Some kind of sacrificial ritual? Vittorio sneered, noting how the church used to hypocritically advocate for sustainability by harvesting the souls after the believers died, but now they had obviously cast off this disguise. Lynn, however, became more vigilant. If Elra was making such a big move, it must be for some plot. Was it to harvest souls and increase her strength again to face their siege? Elra's strength was still an unknown. They knew too little about legends. But what they could be sure of was that she was now likely still in the same realm as them. An 8th ring legendary wizard, or a 9th ring. Now, was Elra still planning to increase her strength? Could it be she aspired to rise above legend? Lynn immediately looked towards the sky dome tower inside the holy city, which still stood tall despite the impact of the underground nuclear explosion. To his eyes, it looked like a massive target standing there prominently. After roughly estimating the distance between them, Lynn decisively raised his hand. Several iron orbs took shape, and after gathering force for a second, they were launched towards the distant towering tower. Chapter 558, 493, Spatial Dislocation, Reversal of Direction. This is divine power. Chapter 558, Chapter 493, Spatial Dislocation, Reversal of Direction. This is divine power. 5 round iron balls, propelled by electromagnetic force, hurtled towards the distant sky dome tower at 20 times the speed of sound. The distance of 2 kilometers at such speed didn't even require a second to traverse. However, the situation was the opposite. Affected by some force, the speeding iron ball slowed down and only barely reached the Sky Dome Tower after 3 seconds, then flew past around it. Was there some sort of protective field, like force field magic nearby? Lynn immediately realized this and wasn't surprised. Such a critical place, which couldn't be destroyed even by an underground nuclear explosion, would definitely have some form of protection. A more powerful offensive was necessary to deal with this. This thought flashed through Lynn's mind, but it was soon interrupted by an intense premonition of danger. Without any hesitation, his figure transformed into a streak of light, and he retreated backward. Almost at the same moment, a golden red scepter fell from the sky, its point of impact being precisely where Lynn had just been standing. Accompanied by a teeth-grittingly loud explosion, the scepter was deeply embedded into a piece of rubble. The divine art's runes twinkling on its body lit up one by one, and elements from the void poured into it like birds returning to their nest. In an instant, a massive gaseous vortex had quietly formed and began expanding rapidly in all directions. The surrounding broken eaves, debris, and even corpses were swept into it, and then torn to shreds by the elements that continuously gathered and swirled around the scepter. In just a second or two, the vortex swelled into a giant with a diameter of 300 meters, erasing everything within its range. Fortunately, everyone's reactions were quick, and they had already fled the area upon sensing the danger. The expanding vortex soon reached its limit, and then the matter gathered inside erupted out at an even faster pace. A powerful shockwave swept across the entire area. Vittorio extended his hand, and consecutive rune chains appeared in front of him, forming a solid wall that blocked both the shockwave and a rain of various materials flying towards them. When the gaseous vortex dissipated, all that remained was a trench hundreds of meters long on the ground. The golden red scepter also disappeared from its original location, having spontaneously landed in the hands of a middle-aged man dressed in a white robe and wearing a crown. Lynn narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he had never met the man before, the Information Council had collected quite a bit about the Pope, so naturally, he recognized who it was. Lynn then looked toward 2 other people behind Alvis. These must be the remaining legendary clergy of the church, the monk Rava and Saint Randall. Seeing that no 4th or 5th person appeared, Lynn and Herav breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that aside from the Holy Maiden and Edwell, the 2 hidden legends of the church, there were only 5 legendary clergy in the open. This was undoubtedly good news. Sinners. Alvis's rage had long surpassed its limits as he raised the golden red scepter in his hand. The next moment, streaks of starlight appeared in the sky above the holy city, then plummeted down like meteors. This was the legendary spell, Star Rain. The range encompassed the entire central city district. Realizing they couldn't escape the range of the divine arts with their speed, Lynn and his companions decided to stand their ground and mount a forceful defense. Each of us will take 1 down, and we need to be fast. The Pope with the scepter might be a bit tougher, so I'll deal with him alongside Lynn. Vittorio suddenly spoke up. Herav and Aurora understood immediately, dodging a few streaks of starlight before rushing swiftly towards Rava and Randall. Alvis did not stop them because this was exactly what he wanted. Despite the overflowing anger in his heart, he hadn't forgotten his objective. As the scepter in his hand moved, the starlight plunging from the sky exploded upon touching the ground. The fierce star fire almost swept through the entire district, burning all matter that it touched to ashes in the rising flames. This unique soul fire was none other than the purgatory flames, the fires of hell, as recorded in the Holy Scriptures. Of the genuine kind, Herav and Aurora were also within the attack's range, and they were reluctant to directly confront flames that could scorch souls. At the moment the starlight descended, they soared into the sky. Most of the starlight exploded upon impact with the ground, so the sky was somewhat safer. Rava and Randall were no exception. In most cases, spells don't differentiate between friend and foe, and there have been numerous wizards who were killed by their own fireball technique. This was also the reason Hera and Aurora could easily evade the starfire. Alvis had to be a little concerned about the welfare of his own people. But Lynn and Vittorio weren't as lucky as the prime targets. They were bombarded with the most starlight, leaving no place to hide. The starfire surged, engulfing the entire area. Burn in the fires of hell, sinner. Alvis's cold words echoed through the rising starfire, and the next second, he suddenly stopped, his expression turning more solemn. Because the eerie and powerful starfire was being blocked about 3 meters from Lynn and Vittorio. If one could see on a microscopic level, they would notice an invisible crystalline shield swirling around the two men. The strong outside electromagnetic field was blocking the advance of the starfire. Chapter 559, 493, Spatial Dislocation, Reversal of Direction. This is Divine Power. _2. Chapter 559, Chapter 493, Spatial Dislocation, Reversal of Direction. This is Divine Power. _2. This is exactly the graphene shield Lynn just developed. Although Lynn hasn't fully grasped what the soul is, but generally, it's just a special type of energy that can influence matter and must certainly be influenced by matter in turn. At the same time, Vittorio wasn't idle either. Numerous rune chains extended from within his field, shooting directly into the raging inferno. Vittorio had experienced the starfire of Hera before and had almost suffered a great loss. Naturally, he would never be unprepared. The sealing lock was specially designed to bind soul bodies and could resist the erosion of starfire to a certain extent. Most importantly, these rune chains created a path for Lynn through the starfire. The moment Lynn spoke, his figure vanished from the spot, the intense sound waves nearly overturning the nearby Vittorio. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Alvis, his body transformed into immensely heavy steel. Enveloping terrible speed, he stomped down toward Alvis's head. What would it look like for nearly a ton of iron hurtling at the speed of sound? The path it traveled through had already turned into a vacuum, and even the closest distance, unseparated by rune chains, had the terrifying starfire spontaneously repelled. The 3 layers of divine protection added to Alvis's body shattered upon impact, but they bought him a fraction of time, allowing him to lift his scepter to collide with Lynn's descending foot. Clang, a teeth-gritting muffled clang resounded, and a noticeable crack appeared on the golden-red scepter. Alvis's shoulder burst open directly, his arms seemingly numbed, yet he forcefully stood his ground without retreating. Lynn was surprisingly impressed that the other party had barely blocked the hit, but he didn't pause. After striking, he immediately used the momentum to rush toward the Sky Dome Tower. That was his actual target. Lynn was well aware that defeating the 3 high-ranking members of the church in a short time was nearly impossible. Although, according to Vittorio, clerics like Joshua and Gustav, though pseudo-legendary, could use divine power in the divine kingdom to wield legendary-level powers. Edwell had even performed the deadly skill of resurrection to them, and entangling with these people would waste a lot of time. Thus, the best course of action was for one person to hold off Alvis while another attacked the Sky Dome Tower. From initial probing, Lynn was very certain that Hera must be inside, likely doing something very important, not to be disturbed. If Alvis wanted to protect the Sky Dome Tower, then Lynn would destroy it. The sudden turn of Lynn, evidently, caught everyone in the scene off guard. Alvis himself paused for a moment, and it was this slight hesitation that let Lynn directly bypass him. Rava and Randall's faces changed drastically as well, but with Hera and Aurora blocking them, they simply couldn't help. With the path open through the blazing fire by Lynn, Vittorio's chains had also reached around Alvis, directly blocking any chance for him to turn back and attack Lynn. 5 kilometers from the Sky Dome Tower, in his palm, a uranium stone with a diameter of 50 centimeters was quietly taking shape, ready to deploy Doomsday, atomic breath, to utterly destroy the Sky Dome Tower. With the rune chains sealing him, Alvis's face turned extremely unsightly. Then suddenly, he spoke out loudly, his voice echoing in every corner of the holy city. The next moment, just as Lin was about to strike, the entire sky dome tower shockingly disappeared right in front of him. Next to him was no longer the deep pit blasted out by starfire, but another field of ruins. Lin naturally recognized this area. It was the one he had just passed. The layout of the entire holy city seemed to have flipped like a mirror. The front became the back, and the back became the front. The Sky Dome Tower appeared behind him, with sparks still faintly visible burning on the ground. An illusion? This was Lin's first reaction, as he immediately fired an electromagnetic cannon towards the original position of the Sky Dome Tower. But it hit nothing. His legendary sensory abilities also told him that this was no simple illusion, as the elemental composition of the entire area had subtly changed, indicating they had truly moved from one place to another. Lin's face showed shock. How was this accomplished? Most critically, they hadn't even noticed any change. Such eerie circumstances deeply dismayed Lin's heart. Not just him, Herav, Aurora, and Vittorio were also taken aback. Alvis spoke again. As the voice echoed, ethereal bronze doors appeared within the holy city, and hordes of divine kingdom guard shimmering with divine arts emerged, some with bows or swords, others brandishing various weapons, attacking Lin and the others. Alvis's words seemed endless. Lin, Herav, Aurora, and Vittorio immediately felt a force pulling them downward. A normal wizard or great wizard here would likely have been dragged down without any resistance. But fortunately, having broken through to legendary status, they were merely somewhat impaired in their movements due to their own domain's protection. Aurora scolded, fooling the ascetic monk Rava with a mirrored avatar. Rays of lightning then emerged between her palms. After slicing through a large number of incoming divine kingdom guards, she didn't stop but swept across the entire holy city. She couldn't believe that Alvis had the power to change the world. She believed more that this was an extremely sophisticated illusion technique. The laser cut across, severing all the surrounding ruins and debris. This undoubtedly proved that all they saw was not an illusion realm, but a real, tangible existence. And the laser's path ended at the reoriented Sky Dome Tower. Ascetic monk Rava naturally wouldn't let Aurora continue with her destruction, quickly approaching and using divine arts to interrupt her spell. Alvis again deployed teleportation, and the surroundings changed once more. If the previous change was from north to south, this time it was from east to west. Lin frowned tightly. Under such rapid space swapping, they simply had no way to launch an effective attack. However, after the initial surprise, he also spotted the limitation of this technique. Space reversal only occurred within the boundaries of the holy city. For instance, the position of the sun in the sky had not changed, nor had their own positioning and layout been affected. Lin guessed some of the principles behind it. All elements within the divine kingdom projection had been imbued with Ira's divine power, meaning that every plant and every stone were theoretically under the adversary's control, allowing for large-scale reshaping. Though extremely difficult, was not altogether impossible. While thinking, Lin dodged several attacking divine kingdom guards and cut them down with a high-frequency vibration particle blade, then extended his right hand and gently tapped in the void. An invisible ripple began to spread outward. This technique was the much unutilized space oscillation since his elevation to legendary status. Yet, Lin had reduced the power of this technique to the limit, causing no destruction, but the range of the technique had increased 100-fold. He didn't need to know whether the suddenly changed Sky Dome Tower was real, nor did he care whether everything around him was a mirror or an illusion. Because wherever there was a strong force field protection, that would definitely be the location of the Sky Dome Tower. Chapter 560, 494. Sun and Moon Shine Together, the Ascension Ritual. Chapter 560, Chapter 494. Sun and Moon Shine Together, the Ascension Ritual. Just like a stone entering a lake, an invisible spatial wave rapidly spread outwards. Lin quickly detected something was wrong. About 1.5 kilometers away from him, there was a pronounced distortion in space. But it wasn't in the direction where the Sky Dome Tower initially stood, nor was it at Alvis's location after performing teleportation. It appeared instead slightly to the right and in front of him. No, Lin quickly dismissed this conclusion. Judging from the distance, the Sky Dome Tower's position had never changed. It had always been there. His electromagnetic railgun had missed, not because Alvis performed a perfect 180-degree spatial swap, but rather one of about 170 degrees. Just as there is no true up, down, left, or right in the universe, and direction is hard to discern during space travel, only recognizable by reference objects. After Alvis's 2 rounds of space swapping, Lin's sense of direction also became chaotic. The space oscillation deployed by Lin wasn't a secret to those like Herav with spatial perception abilities, and even several legendary priests sensed that something was amiss. A distracted Randall, not paying attention, was slashed by Herav's blade of space-time across half his body, narrowly escaping being cleaved in 2. Alvis's complexion drastically changed. As the one with control over the Divine Kingdom's projection, he could manipulate and move any space as he wished, but the Sky Dome Tower was an exception. For not only did it contain a shard of divine power, but it was also the abode of the Lord. He had no capability to transfer that place, only to obscure and cover it, then use spatial displacement to confuse the enemy. Yet, Lin had surprisingly quickly found clues to the reality. Alvis raised a scepter and once more recited divine words, switching the space of the entire holy city again. Lin was unfazed because he had already found a suitable, unchanging reference point. The sun above him. With another light tap of his finger, he sent out an electromagnetic communication signal. Upon receiving the message, Herav and Aurora immediately withdrew and struck towards the Sky Dome Tower's true location. Great decomposition technique. Electromagnetic thunder prison net. Alvis shouted with a harsh tone. Actually, there was no need for his reminder, as the ascetic Rava had already sprung into action, a holy light shimmering around him, blocking the thunderous assault aimed at the Sky Dome Tower. The great decomposition technique was dealt with by the Divine Kingdom's guardians. After losing nearly half their number, they managed to decompose the technique. Previously grievously injured, Randall braved the assault of the thunder, launching a suicidal attack against Aurora and Herav, slowing their movements. Vittorio intensified his assault on Alvis, and a flurry of sealing locks enveloped him, trapping him inside in short order. Furthermore, strands of chilling flames clung to it. Vittorio was exceedingly cunning. After extracting the model of the undying flame technique from Lin, he had added it on. Last time, this was the tactic they used against Joshua, binding with sealing locks, then using the undying flame that could burn all things to scorch his energy body, from which not even legends could escape a fatal outcome. Alvis's strength shouldn't have made him so awkward in the face of such methods. But multiple large-scale uses of space swapping weren't without cost, and over 60% of the divine power granted to him was exhausted. More importantly, Alvis was now diverting a part of his focus to Lin, or more precisely, to the palms of Lin's hands. Countless uranium atoms were coming together. A silver sphere had already taken shape, emitting a fearfully ominous aura. Executing Doomsday atomic breath required several seconds of charging, which was why he sent the message asking Herav and others to divert. Attention! At the moment the technique was activated, everyone present felt an inexplicable threat, as a sense of dire life and death crisis instantly overwhelmed their entire bodies. Alvis's face contorted fiercely. After losing one hand, he forcibly broke free from Vittorio's rune chains that bound him, completely disregarding the undying flame burning on his body, positioning himself squarely in front of the Sky Dome Tower, as if aiming to block the technique with his flesh. But that was nothing more than a vain hope. A powerful light manifested in the palm of Lin's hand, shining brighter than the sun, as if harboring the power to annihilate all things. Then, the terrifying wave of energy exploded out, accompanied by scattered streams of fire rushing towards the towering Sky Dome Tower. Alvis's pupils constricted as he stood resolute before the Sky Dome Tower. He finally understood what had created that beam of light that penetrated heaven and earth not long ago, and how the Lord's avatar had died under such a formidable technique. Whether it was the surge of alarm in his heart or the fearsome fluctuations of energy, Alvis realized that he absolutely could not block it. But behind him was the Sky Dome Tower. Alvis's eyes reddened, invoking the highest authority of controlling the divine kingdom's projection. Elements surged in the void, and hundreds of elemental walls appeared from nowhere, hoping to block this cataclysmic strike. However, those hundreds of elemental barriers had barely materialized when they were instantly extinguished by the oncoming beam of light, layers of defense torn apart as easily as if they were rotten wood, and Alvis only had time to place a scepter in front of him before the horrific wave of energy reached him. Chapter 561, 494. Sun and Moon Shine Together, the Ascension Ritual, _2. _2 at this moment. Alvis was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot with its forelimbs raised in futile resistance. At the instant of contact with the energy wave, the golden-red scepter in his hands had already burst apart, followed swiftly by his body. Seething heat, shuddering, and anguish that stemmed from the soul all surged up at once. However, everything happened in a blink. Alvis' energy body was torn apart directly, disintegrating inch by inch, utterly destroyed on an atomic level. Next was the Sky Dome Tower behind him. Despite its force field defenses, they were nowhere near as substantial as the layers protecting the holy city. Most of the energy wave was blocked outside, with only a small portion dissipating inside, which nonetheless remained daunting. For at this moment, the diameter of the column of light had exceeded 100 meters, and it went straight through, obliterating the Sky Dome Tower entirely. Witnessing the Sky Dome Tower blown to pieces, the ascetic Rava and St. Randall's eyes were bulging with horror as they felt the divine power within them being stripped away. Lin, extremely cautious, did not let down his guard simply because the Sky Dome Tower had been destroyed, his gaze firmly fixed ahead. After the flames and dust dissipated, the towering tower had vanished from everyone's sight, yet there was nothing in its place. A strange crystal stone was floating in midair. To have something completely undamaged in the midst of the atomic breath, energy wave was shocking, even if it were merely minor remnants of it, enough to astonish Lin and the others. In the next moment, a dazzling figure transitioned from ethereal to reality, and that strange crystal stone then embedded itself into her forehead. An immense and pervasive breath spread throughout the holy city, bringing an indescribable sense of oppression upon everyone present. Rava, the ascetic, despite his injuries, shouted fervently without any care for himself. Lin, Herav, and others recognized the figure before them as the true form of the moon goddess, Alara, who had descended from heaven's gate. And at that moment, the full moon appeared in the sky, creating a spectacle of the sun and moon shining together at midday. The moment she recalled her true body, a voluminous chorus of prayers echoed in Alara's mind, these memories lingering within the soul power she had absorbed into her being. They were both devout prayers and many sordid memories. This was the poison of faith. The former could gradually shape the prayed for into the God that believers perceived, a double-edged sword of both aid and harm, while the latter were utterly useless and detrimental. Of course, with the computing power of a legendary wizard, even harvesting hundreds of souls at once couldn't cause too much impact. But if this number expanded to tens or hundreds of millions, even a legend might be completely overwhelmed by the endless chanting, their sanity washed away by the onslaught of memories. This was the origin of evil gods. Back then, there were no few wizards contesting with her for this divinity, many of whom did not fall to her hands, but rather, in their haste to gain power quickly, ultimately perished in their own believers' prayers. Alara, of course, did not wish for such an outcome, so she used the incarnation method to split her consciousness into two parts. She detached the part containing thoughts and walked the world in the guise of a holy maiden, leaving behind only the purest rationality to face the poison of faith. Within the divine residence, Alara, bearing the corrosion of the poison of faith, softly parted her lips, and then, within the divine residence, summoned heaven. In an instant, within this expanse of void, grass and trees skyrocketed, rivers emerged, dream sprites soared in the sky, massive trees erupted from the ground, and mountains and rivers extended beneath her feet. This promised land was the divine residence. Across the vast plains and the smooth land, one figure after another materialized, their mouths singing hymns, their expressions both devout and uncanny. This was precisely the fate of the devout believers who had been taken into the divine kingdom. Their souls, instead of being merged by the moon goddess, were placed within the divine kingdom. Over time, under the baptism of divine power, they gradually forgot their memories, leaving behind only their most devout faith. Now, she was preparing to use their faith and devotion to purify this divine force. After all, within the divine force was the residual power of the lost moon god. The moon goddess had nearly unified the entire continent through her church, and after centuries of exploration and accumulation, she finally had full confidence in merging it. The sacred hymns floated up as heaven's gate expanded, echoing endlessly. According to the moon goddess's calculations, as long as her divine power covered every corner of the divine force, she would be able to take control of it, using its power to completely eradicate the poison of faith. Just then, a quiet moon appeared in the sky, with moonlight showering down and piercing through the expanding heaven's gate. The moon goddess's face took on a grave expression as she slowly recited this name. As she spoke, the entire void began to shake violently, and the moonlight grew even brighter, faintly revealing a slumbering figure. The moon goddess clearly sensed that her divine kingdom was being suppressed. Is it still not enough? The moon goddess's expression became grave, a god who had been dead for centuries, yet even their remaining power possessed an indescribable terror. After pondering for a moment, the moon goddess spoke. She wanted to reclaim her power. Simultaneously, throughout the empire, the bishops and priests residing in various cities all felt the summons of their Lord. They were about to enter heaven's gate. Some were ecstatic, kneeling down on the ground without hesitation, waiting for this blessing. Others were filled with a mix of joy and fear, anxious and unsettled, as they did not wish to die, at least not willing to enter heaven's gate just yet. However, regardless of their wishes, it was meaningless. The moment they were baptized and became clergy, they were branded, and their fate was no longer their own. The divine energy within their bodies began to stir, directly stripping them of their lives. The harvest had begun. In the heaven's gate, which was on the verge of collapsing, one figure after another appeared. The power of their faith was much stronger than that of the ordinary devout believers, and this added strength quickly stabilized the situation. However, the moon goddess's face changed abruptly because the forceful reaping of the church's clergy had generated far more resentment than she had anticipated. She listened to the unwilling roars of countless bishops who had been deprived of their lives, but more so to the questions and curses. "I'm still young. I don't want to die. This can't be possible. This can't be possible. How could I possibly be using magic?" Without a doubt, this was the effect of the relentless propaganda campaign carried out by the council over several days. Dozens of warplanes flew day and night, dropping over 1 million leaflets every day. Even though the vast majority of clergymen scoffed at the content, after a prolonged period of propaganda, some religious officials could not help but try it out. As soon as they learned the basic magic described therein, they would be surprised to find that they were no different from wizards, that they too could wield the power of the devil, and would then believe in the rest of the words on the leaflets, even becoming apostates. Now, These believers whose faith had collapsed, still possessing the divine energy within them, were absorbed into the divine kingdom without screening. The backlash arrived swiftly. The Heaven's Gate, which had finally stabilized, began to show increasing cracks. The earth collapsed, the waters became tainted, and moonlight shone upon every believer within Heaven's Gate. Their sounds of praise became louder, yet the name of the deity many of them invoked had changed to that of another. Chapter 562, 495. I am Ayla, the moon god, the eternal, the supreme. Chapter 562, Chapter 495. I am Ayla, the moon god, the eternal, the supreme. In the holy city, Aurora gazed at the moon goddess, whose form had solidified from mist and suddenly appeared before her, and a chill went down her spine. Even Doomsday, atomic breath, had been unable to annihilate her, which truly was beyond her expectations. Lynn, Herav, and Vittorio were also poised for battle, but after materializing, Ella didn't show any intention of attacking them. Instead, she just closed her eyes and hovered in the place where the Sky Dome Tower originally stood, her form rippling like water waves. Vittorio was the first to sense something wrong and spoke harshly. Indeed, destroying the Sky Dome Tower was not in vain. It had had some effect after all. Although Doomsday, atomic breath, wasn't enough to kill the adversary, their other techniques might still be useful. Spatial blade, laser strike, sealing lock, electromagnetic railgun. The four present launched their strongest techniques without hesitation, all striking the immobile counterfeit god Ella. The heavily injured penitents Rava and Randall also noticed that Ella was off, and while calling out loudly, they summoned the remnants of their power. Without hesitation, they stood in front of Ella, and their energy bodies rapidly inflated before exploding outright. A violent explosion resounded within the holy city. The two saints, relying on the energy wave created by the self-destruction of their legendary bodies, had managed to block the other's spells. Unlike Pope Alvis, who was obliterated body and soul, the spirits of Rava and Randall were harvested into the divine kingdom during their self-destruction. This was their true intent, since the souls of 900,000 devout believers, plus the entire church's priests and bishops, could not merge with the divine essence. These two would take their place. Ella, who had been dazed by the overwhelming prayers, curses, and the toxic faith, and was even beginning to resemble the moon goddess Diana in form, suddenly heard a voice surging within her heart. This was the unwavering faith and hope of the two saints. This added strength was but a fraction of Ella's original power, yet it was like a candle lighting the darkness, clearing Ella's nearly submerged consciousness. Light coalesced in her hand into a sword, and with a swing, she shattered the moon that had appeared in the heavens. At this moment, in the external world, within the holy city, Vittorio's sealing lock had already swept towards her. Compared to the nearly instantaneous spatial blade and the previously extremely fast electromagnetic railgun and laser strike, the speed of this rune lock was clearly much slower, but precisely because of its slowness, it wasn't affected by the two saints' self-destructive shockwaves. The torrent of the undying flame had already ignited within the confines of the sealing lock, which could even peel a layer off a legend, were they to be trapped. However, just as the sealing lock was about to reach Ella, her eyes, which had been closed all along, suddenly opened, flickering like the bright moon, profound and cold. Her chilling voice abruptly emanated from her lips. Her cold voice echoed throughout the holy city, reverberating in everyone's ears. The surrounding elements began to stir, and the once dispersed projection of heaven descended once more. The imminent sealing lock broke upon her will, utterly destroyed on a microscopic level. Afterward, Ella stretched out a finger and pointed toward Vittorio. Though they were clearly separated by a great distance, over 500 meters in a straight line, Ella's finger seemed to traverse time and space, reaching him in an instant. Vittorio only felt his soul leap from his body. All his magic defenses, even his domain, seemed to fail in that moment. The finger was too fast, and Vittorio only had time to dodge his head before half of his body was wiped out by an inexplicable force. Ella did not continue her pursuit because a strong beam of light had already blasted towards her. It was Herav who, at the moment of crisis, unleashed doomsday, atomic breath. Such power demanded even Ella's cautious response as her figure was quickly engulfed in the scorching torrent of fire and energy waves. However, Lynn and the others saw quite clearly that the fierce nuclear energy wave was parted. Just like a stream of water diverted by rocks, it flowed around. The onlookers were horrified. It was the first time someone had forcefully resisted the onslaught of a nuclear explosion. As expected, when the light column dissipated, Ella's form was unscathed, and with a single step forward, she reached in front of Lynn. Her slender fingers twinkled with starlight. Yet upon reaching her surroundings, they were blocked. On the microscopic level invisible to the naked eye, a thin hexagonal crystal shield obstructed the starlight and her slender fingertips. Though it lasted only a short 2 to 3 seconds, it was enough. With a flash of lightning, Lynn's figure disappeared from the spot at the speed of sound, reappearing hundreds of meters away. Support from Herav and the others also arrived in time. The electromagnetic railgun, also flickering with lightning, was the first to arrive. Ella showed no intention of dodging. Invisible ripples emerged from her divinity as the full moon, hanging high in the sky, burst forth with dazzling brilliance. The electromagnetic rounds aimed at her unexpectedly changed direction without warning, veering towards Vittorio and Herav in the distance. However, one narrowly missed the protective shield, almost shattering Ella's brain. This, naturally, was not due to any weakness in her power, but rather a sudden disturbance. In the sky, the bright moon and the sun called to each other, with ceaseless magic power pouring down from the full moon, merging into her body. But Ella would rather not have that superfluous strength. For the stronger the power of Diana was, the more severe the erosion she suffered. A flood of prayer was continuously burrowing into her brain. The title of Moon Goddess was originally a ploy for her to increase the chances of fusing with the divine, but now it had become the biggest hindrance, the reliance for Diana's revival. Ella's sudden cessation of her offensive gave Herav and the others a slight chance to catch their breath. Lynn had a vague idea from the opponent's several actions and immediately murmured to himself. The next instant, Lynn sensed his computing power beginning to surge. In these days, the number of users on the magic network had already multiplied several times. With the computing power support from over 1,000 official wizards, more than a dozen great wizards, and 3 legendary wizards, it quickly surpassed a certain limit. The rating of spiritual power in his brain also changed from 7 to 8. The entire world had an entirely different aspect before Lynn. He saw the curvature of space. P.S. Legendary is the dividing line between high magic and low magic, and will involve dimensions, quantum, space-time, the 4 fundamental forces, etc. Today, I need to organize the plot a bit because there are some scientific materials I haven't understood clearly and don't dare to write carelessly, so there are only 2,000 words. Tomorrow will be about the decryption of the origin of magic power, gods, and the background of this world. Chapter 563, 496, The Collapse of the Divine Kingdom, Isla's Self-Made Trap. Chapter 563, Chapter 496, The Collapse of the Divine Kingdom, Isla's Self-Made Trap. What is space? It is a concept defined by humans, abstract beyond compare, and even with the technological level of the former Federation, it couldn't be completely understood. However, in this alternate world, the combination of magic power and mental perception allowed Lynn to see the existence of space in an intuitive way. Rows of close and orderly lines spread everywhere, like a tightly closed grid interweaving, connecting with each other. Not in a static state of solidification, but exhibiting a kind of active distortion. String theory? Lynn thought subconsciously, only to quickly realize that the scene he was seeing did not correspond entirely with string theory. Or perhaps space was presenting itself to his perception in a way he could understand. This sense of distortion was the most severe around Aurora, with left and right inverted, space in disarray. That was why Aurora's use of the electromagnetic railgun ended up backfiring on Hera and Vittorio. If one could go a step further, stretching or aggregating the spatial curves of the entire area, it would be possible to lengthen or shorten distances. This was the ability Aurora had just shown. Hera had once tried to use force field magic to break through the space protections outside the Holy City, but to little effect. Now, Lin understood that it was because their control of space was far weaker than their adversaries. Lin wondered silently. With the support of the magic net, not only could he see space, but he could also see these tortuous lines covered in Aurora's magic power. Perhaps this was why she could easily influence and warp space and time. The lines tainted with magic power dissipated when they reached him. This was because the domain around him isolated Aurora's magic power. Space was not under her control. However, under the suppression of Divine Kingdom's advent, both his and Hera's domains were greatly limited, about 3 meters in radius. Now, with greatly enhanced computing power, his domain could potentially expand again, but Lin did not attempt this because no matter what, he could not outmatch Aurora. His only advantage was that the enemy was exposed while he remained hidden. Perhaps he could catch them by surprise. He needed an opportunity, and he would only have his chance once. With a slight movement of his wrist, an invisible ripple was transmitted. Hera and the others looked at Lin with suspicious astonishment, wondering if he was joking. Aurora could sense this faint electromagnetic fluctuation, but did not understand its purpose, nor could she stop it in time. After all, the signal traveled at the speed of light, and it was already too late by the time she became aware. Aurora's already icy countenance became even more severe as her gaze filled with deadly intent when looking at Lin. In Fire Oil City, she had realized that the transformation of Wizard Land could almost entirely be attributed to this young wizard who appeared to be only about 20 years old. He was the greatest threat and had to be dealt with first. As thoughts raced through her mind, Aurora had already initiated her control over space. The originally straight lines in front of her started to bend inward, and Lin was pulled over by an inexplicable force. Actually, he didn't move. It was just that the distance between them had been shortened, and to the outside world, it looked as though he had been dragged over. What is this? Universal attraction? Lin thought to himself, but his movements did not halt. Several iron balls appeared in the void, propelled by electromagnetic force, shooting straight towards Aurora. Seeing the curvature of space, he could also see that curve through which he could successfully bypass the force field defenses and strike the opponent. Confronting the incoming crimson iron balls, Aurora opened her mouth. A breath of extreme coldness was exhaled. The bone-chilling frigidness and deathly stillness seemed to freeze time and space. In an instant, all elements nearby were fixated, and the swiftly flying iron balls were directly halted in place. The chill quickly swept towards Lin. The latter remained composed, for the support he sought had arrived. A pillar of immense energy came first. The terrifying stream of fire directly encompassed much of the Divine Kingdom. In fact, the attack came from outside the Divine Kingdom. It was the Sun Flame Cannon. The earlier electromagnetic wave was not only for Hera, Aurora, and Vittorio, but also a message to Raphael outside. Immediately launch the Sun Flame Cannon. Do not hesitate or aim. Just open fire in their direction. This order was undoubtedly very confusing. Even Lin could not be completely sure whether Raphael and the others would dare to carry it out, because at that moment, they were all within the range of the Sun Flame Cannon's assault. Fortunately, the Grand Wizards outside the field had better judgment of the situation than he expected, with excellent timing for their attack. Since they were outside of the Divine Kingdom, the Sun Flame Cannon completely avoided Aurora's perception while it was charging, and the moment it was launched, even if she sensed it, it was meaningless, because when the light column rushed over, its diameter exceeded 1,500 meters, directly covering most of the Divine Domain. There was simply no chance to dodge. Everyone was forced to endure this wave of assault. Chapter 564, 496, The Collapse of the Divine Kingdom. Ella's self-imposed trap. Underscore 2. Underscore 2, even though the starting point of the light pillar was far from here, and its power relatively dispersed, its strength was still terrifying. Vittorio, Herov, and Aurora gathered together after receiving the electromagnetic signal, united in resisting the attack of the sun flame cannon. Lin relied on the graphene shield to withstand the strike forcefully. His perception was completely blocked at this moment. He could only feel endless light and heat around him. The exterior magnetic field shield was rapidly disintegrating under the onslaught of energy, and those two-dimensional hexagonal crystals were being stripped away layer by layer. Obviously, Lin had overestimated the protective ability of graphene. If he had really been at the center of a nuclear explosion, he would have been dead by now. Fortuitously, due to the long distance, the power of the sun flame cannon had been greatly dispersed, which only just enabled him to block it. But also surviving under the impact of the energy wave was the moon goddess. The severely weakened sun flame cannon couldn't even kill them, let alone Ella herself. However, because his perception was shielded by the firelight and energy wave, even though he was fearless, Ella dared not act recklessly. By the time the firelight had dissipated, Lin had already used the recent spatial pull to close the distance between them to within 10 meters. Lin gave no chance for a response, directly triggering the cosmic projection from his sea of consciousness. An endless void of darkness descended within the projection of the divine kingdom. Normally, he would have no ability to suppress it with his realm in reverse, but now was different. Unlike them, who were floating in the void, only enduring a part of the energy baptism, the entire projection of the divine kingdom bore the full brunt of the sun flame cannon. Lin clearly saw that the magic power belonging to Ella, attached to the spatial curve, had greatly weakened under the massive energy onslaught. This was the moment he had been waiting for. As Ella was shocked that the projection of the divine kingdom was being suppressed, a massive figure silently appeared behind her. Its tentacles, at a very strange angle, penetrated deep into the protective force field. The suction cup-laden tentacles tightly bound Ella's body. Then, a guttural roar from ancient times resounded from the mouth of the Eye of Death. This was an agonized wail. Threads of brilliant starfire ignited around Ella, enveloping the massive, beastly shadow. This soul-melting flame was extremely powerful, and even the Eye of Death could not withstand it. Meanwhile, Lin had once again closed the distance, aiming to stamp the dark, round iron ball onto Ella's face. But in this brief moment, Ella had regained control over her surrounding realm, and the projection of the divine kingdom appeared again. Seeing Lin's solemn face, ready to go down together, Ella naturally didn't dare let him get close. In that instant, ripples surged within the divine realm, and what was within arm's reach suddenly seemed as distant as the horizon. Lin, speeding through the space at the speed of sound, suddenly found himself getting farther and farther from her. At that moment, he felt like Archimedes, who could never catch up to the turtle. The space had been stretched, Lin immediately realized. But Ella had already lost interest in him, for a strong wave of magic power had passed from beside her. It was Herov and Aurora's doomsday, atomic breath, ready to be unleashed. The sea of consciousness within the divine kingdom rippled again as Ella, resisting the incessant prayers in her mind, twisted the spatial curvature around her. Two terrifying columns of energy arrived in an instant, but were affected by the distorted space. Positioned in the center, the moon goddess was like being in the eye of a whirlpool with external currents swirling around, yet she remained unscathed. But amid the uncertain feeling lingering in her mind, the threat was not eliminated. If the threat wasn't external, then it must be internal. Ella abruptly turned her head, and the Eye of Death, which was tightly bound and being burnt by the starfire, had already opened its massive mouth. Inside, Sharp fangs were barely visible, and a human head-sized silver sphere was bursting out with a blinding light. This was indeed a polymer of uranium-235. The uranium ore mined by the Council over these past few months was enough for 15 critical nuclear explosions, excluding the 3 used for launching the Sunflame cannon. The rest were all here. The one in Lin's hand just now turned out to be a fake. It was a gamble for a chance to survive with a do-or-die intention, betting that AI Law would not dare to let herself get close. Without a doubt, he had won the bet. The dazzling light of the nuclear explosion flashed within the Divine Kingdom, and AI Law, who had created a force field on the outer space, undoubtedly trapped herself, as it meant that most of the nuclear explosion's energy was locked inside. A blue sun rose above the holy city. Powerful energy surged in the center and even broke through the force field protection, spewing out a large amount of material like a solar flare, which was then forcefully pushed back by 2 waves of doomsday, atomic breath energy. He had messaged Herav and Aurora to deploy doomsday, atomic breath, not to attack AI Law, but to withstand this terrifying nuclear strike. Crack! Accompanying a loud, crashing sound resounding in the soul, the space around rapidly fractured. The projection of the Divine Kingdom was shattered. Herav looked towards the small sun that was only a dozen meters in diameter, but as bright as white-hot inside, and spoke with a grave expression. If it had been anyone else under such an attack, they would certainly have perished completely, with no chance of escape. But the opponent was a false god from the church, whose power just shown was truly terrifying, making Herav feel somewhat uncertain for a moment. Lin did not respond, his gaze fixed on the center of the nuclear explosion. The explosion continued for several minutes before gradually subsiding, with no trace of the gorgeous figure in sight. In the airspace hit by the nuclear blast, a strange polygonal crystal was still floating there, only it had become much dimmer than before. Herav was completely frustrated, the energy from 10 nuclear blasts, and still, it could not be destroyed. He was already feeling like cursing, because AILA's figure reappeared from virtual to real right in front of them. Lin, Aurora, and Vittorio's minds were even filled with thoughts of escape. At this moment, their condition was terribly poor. The constant battles coupled with the use of doomsday, atomic breath, described their exhaustion as nothing short of terrifying. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, AI Law was the first to flee. Her body transformed into a streak of flowing light, speeding towards the west direction of the holy city. Lin immediately reacted. The enemy fleeing first indicated that their methods were not entirely ineffective. Now was the time to strike while the enemy was down, to kick them while they were down. Suddenly, dozens of laser beams arrived in an instant, slicing towards that speeding figure from various directions. The divine nature trembled again, diverting the beams, but AILA's complexion also darkened a bit. Now her magic power had become extremely weak, and the balance of strength within the divine nature had long been lost. So each time she used the power of the divine nature, a part of her own was assimilated. In fact, had it not been for the moment before the nuclear explosion hit her, she had left a portion of her magic power and soul body inside the divine nature. She would have already died. The bright moon in the sky continuously infused power down, and the external appearance of AI La subtly began to change, drawing closer to the true moon goddess Diana. She must get far from here, away from the moon, the only obsession left in AILA's mind. Herav immediately analyzed. At the moment, Lin and the others were traveling at supersonic speeds relying on electromagnetic fields, but AI La, speeding up by pulling on space, was not any slower than them, even faster. If this continued, she would undoubtedly reach there before them. About 3 seconds later, a terrifying column of energy arrived instantaneously, striking the towering holy mountain before AI La could reach it. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now let's get back to it. Chapter 565, 497, The Origin of Magic Power. and the Truth of the World. Chapter 565. Chapter 497, The Origin of Magic Power and the Truth of the World. The power of a nuclear explosion was truly terrifying, confined into a beam that struck down directly, causing the towering holy mountain Alusta to tremble violently, as if it were about to collapse under the intense energy rush. The better part of the mountain peak was flattened, countless boulders tumbled down, and the raised dust soared nearly 100 feet high. Such concentrated energy could completely penetrate a mountain, but contrary to Vittorio's expectations, the energy pillar halted after burrowing into the mountain peak after not too long. It was as if it had encountered some sort of obstacle. It wasn't until the cone of light dispersed that the group could see what had stopped the energy column. It was magic stones. A vast number of magic stones. Lin was shocked. He hadn't expected that there was a uranium stone mine here, and so close to the holy city at that. They hadn't felt even the slightest fluctuation of magic power before, which must have been the result of Alusta deliberately using divine arts to conceal it. More importantly, at the center of the magic stone mine, at the end of their field of vision, where massive amounts of magic power converged, was a peculiar, continuously surging node of magic power, swirling like a vortex. It was a space-time gate. Instantly, Lin and the others understood Alusta's plan, and in a split second, they all executed their most powerful tactics, desperately trying to prevent the other side from leaving. The crimson electromagnetic railgun, the invisible blades of space, the powerful fifth-level laser beams, they all blasted towards the adversary. However, Alusta's actions didn't show the slightest sign of hesitation, and amidst the surge of divine presence, the surrounding space twisted, deflecting and neutralizing all the attacks. The initially sealed space-time gate in front of them was set into motion again, the vortex expanding, swiftly engulfing the nearby Alusta. It took Lin and the others about half a minute to barely catch up. With electromagnetic acceleration, their extreme speed could reach around 1.5 times the speed of sound. But even so, they still couldn't match Alusta, the moon god, who could shorten distances. Controlling space, that was just like cheating. The activated space-time gate began to shrink, signaling its imminent closure. To chase or not to chase? This question concerning life and death instantly swirled in everyone's minds. After all, no one had ever entered a space-time gate and come out alive. Lin and Herav exchanged glances. Given their current condition, they didn't dare to rashly give chase. Their bodies surged with magic power as they each created a magic avatar that plunged directly into the space-time gate, intending to assess the situation inside first. The next second, the two magic avatars vanished from sight, and both Lin's and Herav's faces changed, showing a look of shock. Aurora quickly asked, "My magic avatar disappeared," Herav said with an ugly expression. While he knew the space-time gate was not to be entered lightly, he had now reached the realm of legend, and even a single avatar possessed extraordinary power. Aurora's expression was also disturbed, wondering if Alusta had been waiting on the other side of the space-time gate and then exterminated their avatars with a counterattack. Herav did not respond, but turned to look at Lin. Lin's face was equally grave. To be cautious, he had tasked his magic avatar with immediately using electromagnetic waves to communicate any information from the other side back to them. But the moment it was sucked into the space-time gate, the connection to his soul was severed. He speculated there could be two possibilities. First, the other side of the space-time gate could be incredibly dangerous or guarded by someone extremely powerful. An avatar could have been instantly destroyed upon entry, unable to fight back or send any message. Second, there is something abnormal about the place they entered, completely blocking their perception, thus breaking the connection. Neither speculation boded well. The former implied that they might not be able to enter, while the latter signified that once they entered, they might not be able to come back out. Lin looked towards the gradually closing space-time gate, muttering to himself with a frown. However, he didn't expect Herav or the others to have an answer, as he had read the Council's records on the investigation and exploration of space-time gates. Unexpectedly, Vittorio suddenly spoke at that moment. Hera and Aurora stared at Vittorio with astonishment and uncertainty, equally surprised that Vittorio would suddenly speak, and with such explosive words. Hera did not like to beat around the bush and asked directly. "You must have sensed it too when Alusta opened the space-time gate," Vittorio reminded them. Lin's mind raced. With his legendary perception, he naturally sensed that when Alusta opened the space-time gate, a great deal of magic power emerged from within, even raising the region's concentration of magic power considerably. Combining that with Vittorio's words, a terrifying conjecture emerged in Lin's mind. Months ago, in the uranium stone mine, he had noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Many of the protruding rocks displayed signs of partial fusion with a magic power. Could it be possible that he had it backward all this time? It wasn't that a natural space-time tunnel had been created by the massive accumulation of magic power inside the uranium stone mine, but that the continuous flow of magic power pouring in from the other side of the space-time gate had permeated and created the mine. Chapter 566, for 97. The Origin of Magic Power and the Truth of the World. _2. _2. Just as these legendary wizards were capable of creating bodies with magic power and energy, perhaps they also possessed some condition that could transform ordinary ores into magic stones imbued with magic power. The crystallization of magic and matter. But if this conjecture is correct, it signifies a terrifying truth that the magic power of this world might come entirely from the other side of the space-time gate. Aurora obviously also thought of this and found it somewhat unbelievable. "Not certain," Vittorio said hesitantly. Vittorio's expression was no better than Lin and the others. They used to believe that magic power, like the elements, was a fundamental existence that constituted the world. However, they learned from Gustav that magic power comes from beyond this world. If this news were to spread, it would probably cause a sensation among wizards, and the theory of the wizard's origins would be overturned once again. Vittorio had thought of opening the sealed space-time gate within Wizardland once after resolving the issues here to verify the truth and see if a massive influx of magic power would enter before mentioning this matter. Hera was also profoundly shaken for a while before he suddenly asked, "What about Ayla?" Ayla possessed the ability to open and close the space-time gate, whereas they could only restrict and seal it with great difficulty through alchemy. The difference was clear. Vittorio shook his head. The information he obtained from Gustav's mind was limited, and he would not have been able to extract such uncertain intelligence from Gustav's intensely fluctuating thoughts if it weren't for Lin taking Ivina to properly provoke him. After a pause, Vittorio spoke again. If Ayla came from outside the space-time gate, she would definitely have some understanding of the other side. If not, the church that had ruled the entire continent for hundreds of years would surely have conducted some research, and it is highly likely that these research materials were recorded and placed in a hidden location. Lin glanced back at the vast city that had already collapsed and sunk into the ground. He felt that finding the archives containing information about the space-time gate in this pile of ruins was not an easy task. What a pity! Watching the rotating space-time gate completely close, Aurora couldn't help but sigh. This was probably the best opportunity to kill Ayla. Due to the Sky Dome Tower being destroyed by them, something likely went wrong with this false god of the church, which enabled them to seize the opportunity to defeat the opponent. "But we have no means to kill her at all," Herav said with a sense of helplessness. They had exhausted all their methods in the recent battle, and even such a high-density nuclear explosion could not destroy that bizarre crystal. He couldn't even think of how to truly kill her, nor did he know why Ayla suddenly fled. If she had held on for a few more minutes, they would have been the ones considering escape. Vittorio clasped his hands and made several complex gestures, and streams of rune chains shot out from the domain around him, wrapping around the nearby space-time node. Lin stepped forward as well, using his slight ability to manipulate space to work with Vittorio and twist the surrounding fluctuating space curvature. Last time they sealed the space-time node within Wizardland, It took 3 council members, 9 grand wizards, and half a month's time to complete the task. Now that Vittorio had broken through to legend, the process was naturally much less troublesome. With Lynn's assistance, in about half an hour, the constantly rotating spatial vortex nearly ceased within the Magic Stone mine, leaving only a cerulean spacetime node at its core. Of course, whether this seal could actually prevent Ayla from opening the door again was uncertain. The greatest function of this device was that they could immediately sense any disturbance in the spacetime gate. The other spacetime gates scattered across the continent also need some attention, Aurora reminded them. Otherwise, the opponent might slip through another node. They temporarily had no way to kill Ayla and did not dare to recklessly enter the spacetime gate, so they could only try to block her way back first. After sealing the spacetime node, everyone looked rather grim on the way back. The outcome of the battle had completely exceeded their expectations, and the questions in their hearts had only multiplied rather than diminished. Lynn was also thinking of the peculiar crystal he had seen earlier, which might be the method Arath had discovered to dissolve the poison of faith. Godhood? Lynn immediately thought of this term and temporarily used it as the name for the object. It had survived an underground nuclear explosion without a scratch, so it was very likely related to more minute forces. Unlike Herav and others who blindly believed in the immense power of nuclear explosions, thinking they could flatten everything, Lynn was well aware of the limitations of fission and fusion. There were plenty of things it could not destroy, such as neutrons, protons, or even more microscopic quarks, gluons, and then there was space. Even a 100 billion-ton nuclear explosion had no chance of destroying space. At most, it could cause intense spatial fluctuations. As for larger yields, the Federation had never experimented with them, due to the low efficiency of mass energy conversion in nuclear explosions, which would be too wasteful of resources. Honorable Council members, what happened to that pseudo-god? As they saw Lynn and others flying back from the other side of the Holy City, a group of wizards promptly came up to greet them and asked. "We'll talk about that later when we reconvene," Lynn said, glancing over at the kingdom's troops and showing no intention of divulging information there. "We almost thought that Arath had broken the electromagnetic signal and sent us a message," Raphael said, still shaken. The wizards were all too aware of the sun flame cannon's might. A single shot could not only take out that church's pseudo-god, but Lynn and his allies could very well have been destroyed too. Making the decision to fire entailed a tremendous amount of pressure, and nobody dared take that responsibility. Thus, at the moment they received the transmission, they conducted a swift vote. Out of 13 archwizards, 6 voted to proceed, 5 opposed, and 2 abstained. It turned out that the decision to fire had been made by a vote, which left Lynn with mixed feelings, but he could also understand. After all, his command had indeed been somewhat bizarre, and the situation at the time left no room for detailed explanations, as the opportunity for battle was fleeting. Archwizard Alade asked, puzzled. They had finally arrived in front of the Holy City, expecting to face off against the church's elite forces, only for Lynn to collapse the entire city with an underground nuclear explosion. Apart from the cannon fire earlier, they had accomplished nothing else. Lynn shook his head and instructed the archwizards to lead the kingdom's troops in organizing excavation work in various areas within the Holy City. It was a huge mess. Be particularly careful. Some cardinals may have survived the collapse, Lynn added, and then he flew towards the nearest spacetime gate location with Vittorio, as they needed to seal all the remaining spacetime nodes. Meanwhile, the matters of the Holy City were temporarily handed over to Herav and Aurora. Chapter 567, for 98, Lynn, am I a god too? Chapter 567, Chapter 498, Lynn, am I a god too? Moon god, Diana, you are the bright moon, the light, the eternal presence, the beyond of life. Great Lord, we devoutly pray, please bestow upon us your radiance. Endless prayers echoed incessantly in Lynn's mind, almost driving her insane, until she finally entered the space-time gate, and then the situation somewhat improved. With the absence of moonlight, the restlessness of the divine essence gradually subsided, and Lin finally had a chance to breathe. The offensive from the Wizard Council had come too swiftly. If only she could delay it further. Even if the moon god had left some precautions within the divine essence, with her centuries of preparation and accumulation, she would have been able to cope with ease. Most importantly, once she completely merged with and mastered this divine essence, she could use the thousands of church statues scattered throughout the empire as the core to bring the divine kingdom down upon the entire continent. Only then would she truly be a god, just like the once moon goddess Diana. Unfortunately, everything was now destroyed. Lin looked back at the space-time vortex behind her, her anger rising continuously, but she quickly adjusted her emotions and turned her gaze to this cold, dark, and chaotic realm. To put more precisely, this was a decaying divine kingdom. The internal matter and magic power were continuously being lost. In a few decades or a century, it would die. This place was precisely the domain of the moon goddess Diana. In a trace, Lin again heard the sounds of prayers and shouts. The voice was peculiar, not any language she knew, yet she could understand the meaning. There were believers conducting a ritual calling for the moon god. After a brief hesitation, the aimless Lin flew toward it, while sorting through the scattered memories belonging to Diana in her mind. When merging with the divine essence previously, it was not just magic power that had streamed down from the full moon, but also a portion of the moon god's memories. In some ways, this was not a good thing, because the more memories she accepted, the faster she assimilated. The only solace was that although the assimilation had not ceased upon entering the space-time gate, it had almost completely stalled. Clearly, the other party's power could not transmit through the space-time gate. At least the now deceased moon god couldn't achieve that. In the moments she pondered, the voices calling out had gotten much closer, and the sight before her eyes was a vast area shimmering with the glow of magic plants' bright mushrooms. They covered the entire region, becoming one of the rare sources of light in the dark, cold divine kingdom. At the edge of a frozen lake, thousands of emaciated figures knelt in the empty space among the magic plants' bright mushrooms, praying sorrowfully towards a crudely made, temporary altar. But they were not her believers, but those belonging to the moon goddess Diana. For a moment, Lin wanted to eliminate them all, but eventually quashed the thought. After pondering for a moment, she raised her hand, and the glow from the surrounding magic plants' bright mushrooms orderly gathered together. The natives engaged in routine prayers soon noticed this strange phenomenon. Their expressions either panicked or astonished. Only the high priest conducting the ritual shouted with utmost fervor. The gathered glow gradually formed a human figure, and although it slightly differed from the visage of the moon god on the statues, the high priest could clearly feel that he had regained the ability to wield the divine arts. The person before him was undoubtedly the moon god. The rest of the natives, too, were incredibly excited, fervently kneeling and crying out, hoping the great moon god would grant them divine mercy and bestow upon them light. Lin, watching the unanimously kneeling natives before her, did not rashly respond, but instead asked, "Is it only you left?" In Diana's memory, this divine realm was immensely vast, several times larger than the territory governed by the church, and heavily populated. Even after a part of the population had relocated, the remaining number was still terrifyingly large. Its main inhabitants were humans, with natives being a secondary group consisting of halflings and a portion of orcs and fairies. But in her perception, the number of Diana's followers had become extremely sparse, scattered sparsely across the entire area, with this tribe being the most populous. The elderly high priest hurriedly explained that ever since they were cut off from the main plane of the world, along with losing contact with the great moon god, the interior of the divine kingdom had become incredibly dangerous. First, the temperature dropped drastically to levels that could easily freeze a person to death. They were lucky to have found this area of magic plants' bright mushrooms, relying on their faint light and heat to survive. Secondly, deprived of the god's protection, and without sunlight, how to cultivate food became a huge problem. Previously, these remaining natives survived by digging up underground plant roots. But now, the edible roots were almost depleted, and every month, hundreds would die from starvation, forcing them to take great risks in hunting. The livestock they had penned died long ago in such harsh conditions, and the same was true for wildlife outside. Those remaining were either powerful magical beasts or skilled at hiding and resistant to cold. Chapter 568. For 98, Lin, am I a god too? _2. _2, so most of the time, they were just delivering provisions. Era couldn't help frowning. Even so, they shouldn't have all died out. It was the dead spirit master, the Makai priest said with a trembling voice. 20 years ago, the dead spirit master invaded this divine realm and ruthlessly slaughtered tens of millions of people, turning them into dead spirits, the enemy of the moon goddess. Era quickly found information about the dead spirit master in her limited memories. The contradiction between them wasn't that severe. After all, Diana had detached the divine realm from the main world in order to monopolize that newly found plane. And this decaying divine realm was obviously very suitable for the survival of the dead spirits. Perhaps that was what triggered such a large-scale invasion. Great Lord, please grant us your light, the priest begged, lowering his head deeply, crying and pleading hoarsely. Era fell silent for a moment. Granting light was of course no problem for her. As long as she cast divine arts, she could create an area with light. But this clearly wouldn't solve the problem, because what they really needed was warmth and food, and moreover, doing so would be too conspicuous. By virtue of her divinity, she could actually control this divine realm to a certain extent, but chose not to do so. For one thing, she was worried about deepening her integration with the divine realm, and for another, it could easily expose her existence. But now, she still had use for these people, and gathering some of their faith would also help her restore her strength. Musing, Eris suddenly raised her hand as if she had just remembered something. The icy, frozen lake's surface immediately cracked, and the water below was continuously drawn out, followed by storms surging within hundreds of meters around her, madly rushing towards the palm of her hand. And finally lightning. With a thought, Era unleashed flashing thunder, mixing water with various elements of the void. Using the void as a pot, magic power as a spatula, she turned inorganic into organic. This was the bread-making technique invented by Lin, which she had then secretively learned. About a dozen seconds later, bread began raining from the sky, loaves shaped like bricks. Later, feeling this was too slow to supply thousands of people with at least a month's provisions, she wondered how long she would have to keep it up. She didn't have the patience to waste most of her energy here, so she simplified the process, using just water, carbon dioxide, and lightning as ingredients to produce starch, which increased the speed by several times. Clumps of white powder soon piled up into a small mountain. This miracle of creating food from the void stunned all the Makai people, leaving many ravenous ones unable to resist grabbing the bread bricks that fell beside them and devouring them greedily. Although the bread bricks had little flavor, they were very soft, and after eating plant roots for decades, the taste made the Makai people nearly cry, feeling it was the most delicious thing in the world. Era nodded to herself, thinking that the little magics of the wizards indeed had some tricks. Otherwise, she would only be able to use the divine art's reign of nourishment to catalyze the production of food, which would not only consume more magic power, but most importantly, she didn't have the right seeds. After temporarily satisfying their hunger with the soft bread, the Makai priest hurriedly led the people to sincerely thank the generous moon goddess Diana for her bounty. A misreading? The priest leading the people in kneeling and worship was stunned, almost doubting whether he had heard incorrectly. How could there be a misreading of a divine name? Though a vast amount of time had passed, the Moko priest still remembered that everyone had chanted the name of Diana, and he was certain he hadn't remembered it incorrectly. Yet, the benevolent moon god who had shown divine miracles and granted them food stood before him, and the connection between them further proved this point. Could it really be that he had read or remembered it wrongly? If it had been a higher-level cleric, they certainly would have sensed something amiss, but he was merely a minor priest, which made him rather fearful and even led him to wonder if he had always been pronouncing the god's name incorrectly. Ayla suddenly asked. The half-man priest said with teary eyes, trembling slightly as he spoke. Only 70 years? Ayla frowned slightly, knowing well that there was a certain difference in the flow of time between the two worlds. But according to Diana's memories, once a plane was captured, the passage of time on both sides should gradually become synchronized. Despite her doubts, Ayla did not show it. To her, Diana's memories could only serve as a reference. There might be traps hidden within, and they couldn't be fully trusted. During this time, I entered another plane, so our connection was temporarily severed. Tell me, what has happened in the Divine Kingdom during the 70 years I was away? I need to know every single thing, Ayla said indifferently, her gaze filled with starlight, making it hard for others to look directly at her. The current situation could only be described as terrible. This divine domain was on the brink of collapse due to the loss of magic power en masse, and the Dead Lord was getting ready to seize it. One could even say that the adversary had already succeeded in large part. Diana's believers were almost exterminated. Once back on the other side of the space-time gate, she would need to face the awakened moon god and the group of wizards who were all too ready to unleash a sky-vaulting bombardment on her. It could be said that both sides were dead ends. She needed more information. On the other side of the space-time gate, in the vast cosmos, within the eternal star, the Empire's territory, the excavation work of the Holy City had continued for a good half a month. The city was simply too large, covering an area of over 100 square kilometers. Even with the combination of magic and mechanical power, only a third of it had been uncovered in half a month. Fortunately for Lynn and others, the library they were searching for had been found. Since it collapsed due to an underground nuclear explosion, the books inside were not too severely damaged. The Council had also sent many people to specifically search for information about the space-time gate and the War of Faith that had happened hundreds of years prior. During this time, the conquest against the Empire's cities hadn't stopped. The kingdom's musketeers sang triumphantly as they advanced, quickly occupying over 1/3 of the Empire's territory. Such a smooth progress was due to most of the defending priests, bishops, and even cardinals dying mysteriously, coupled with merchants leaking intelligence, subverting the defenders, and welcoming the kingdom's troops, which amounted to an almost unobstructed push. If it wasn't for Lynn's specific instructions to perform a purge in each place they reached, they could have moved even faster. The high-ranking members of the council were not idle either. Quite the contrary. They were on tenterhooks, extremely worried that Ayla might return from the other side of the space-time gate. Although they had sealed all the known temporal nodes, it wasn't 100% foolproof. Herav, Aurora, and Vittorio, on the other hand, were pondering on how to develop magic further and strengthen their power. The intense battle in the Holy City was hard-fought, but it brought them a lot of gains. The legendary realm was very unfamiliar to the trio. Ayla, who had ventured farther than them, was like a beacon showing the way. In this battle, the one who gained the most was naturally Lynn. With the augmentation of the magic network, he briefly experienced the power of an 8-ring wizard and started contemplating a very important issue. Lynn had long realized that his magic network and Ayla's system of faith-based ascension were quite similar. Both worked by harnessing the computing power of others to amplify their own strength. The question was, why wasn't he affected by the so-called faith poison? In a way, the wizards connected to the magic network were his believers, but whenever he drew on these people's computing power, it was very smooth. He never encountered any disordered memories washing over his brain, causing confusion in his consciousness. Chapter 569, for 99, Mass Production of Wizard's Plan and the Erased History. Chapter 569, Chapter 499, Mass Production of Wizard's Plan and the Erased History. Lynn pondered for a while and felt that he could be immune to the influence of the faith poison, probably due to 2 reasons. Firstly, he did not establish a connection with those wizards through faith, so of course, he did not need to listen to prayers every day. Secondly, every time he connected to the magic network, he had the smart brain as an intermediary, and if he were to be stickler, it was not really himself that shouldered all the computing power. As Lin was thinking, he questioned the smart brain in his mind to verify his theories, and quickly received a confirmative answer. Just as he had guessed, in the process of allocating computing power, he inevitably came into contact with these people's memories or thoughts, but since his command did not include these things, they were all discarded as useless. So, could divinities also be something similar? Or to put another way, what means should they use to achieve this? It must be known that the appearance of the smart brain was completely accidental. It was initially just an implantable auxiliary chip in the brain, nothing unusual within the Federation, equipped for every person born in the new era. Due to some unknown reason, during his transmigration, it was mysteriously quantized, and after being blessed by the magic network, even the computing power was greatly increased. However, in the database, there indeed existed similar technologies, namely, the quantum brain computer. This was one of the most cutting-edge scientific research projects of the Federation, part of the plan for the new human class. As technology rapidly developed, relying solely on the human brain's memory and the passing on of knowledge was no longer sufficient for the latest scientific research and its needs. Because diving into any one small branch of cutting-edge scientific theory could often take decades of study and still might not be mastered. This was the reason brain implant chips were needed. They could significantly resolve the issue of storing basic knowledge, and combined with genetic modification technology, greatly speed up the process of learning knowledge. Based on this idea, many scientists with wild imaginations hoped to go a step further, integrating the Federation's advanced quantum computing technology with human brains to create a new human class with extraordinary intelligence, believing this technology could trigger the seventh scientific revolution. However, how to remodel consciousness was an issue that Federation's researchers had not fully conquered before Lin's transmigration. But on this planet, things are different. The magic power transmitted from the other side of the space-time gate possessed exceptional strength. What the former World Federation couldn't achieve, they might be able to take a shortcut. Although Lin did not yet know how Haro obtained divinity, the quantum brain computer technology could perhaps become the wizard's divinity. The feather pen tainted with ink continuously scrawled across the blank sheets, recording those thoughts one by one. These were the subject matters that needed focused research next. Of course, to magicize this cutting-edge technology of the Federation would surely not be an easy task. Besides profound research in the quantum domain, Lin estimated that he must also make significant achievements in the field of spiritual energy. Relatively speaking, utilizing the smart brain, the unique divinity within the wizard community, to enhance his own combat power to deal with Aurora, who had entered the other side of the space-time gate and was incredibly powerful, was evidently a more urgent problem. Lin already had an idea in his mind, which he called the Magic Network, Mass Wizard Production Plan. Just as Lin was contemplating, a knock at the door echoed outside. "Come in," said Lin, setting down his feather pen nonchalantly. Entering was Philip, who, upon seeing the scattered crumpled balls of paper on the floor, and the research notes piled up on the desk, couldn't help but remark that the Star of Magic was extraordinary not only in magical talent, but also in his unparalleled diligence. Even a genius worked so hard. Philip felt a bit ashamed, but there was also some pride in his own foresight. A few years ago, he went against the consensus to make Lin, a wizard who arrived in Iota just a few months prior, the leader of the Iota school, a decision which now seemed to be the most correct one he had ever made. "Dean, Chairman Harov has asked me to inform you to attend tonight's meeting, saying there's a very important matter to be announced," said Philip, pausing to remind him. "All right, I'll be there in a bit," Lin replied. Opening his hand, a wind of magic power swept over, causing the disorderly papers on the desk to flutter together. "It seems the council has made some new discoveries." At night, in the Holy City, inside a magically erected tent, the members of the council were gathered, and Lin was, unsurprisingly, the last to arrive. But this was of no concern to anyone. They all knew that the chairman had been contemplating strategies recently. Aurora replied with a smile. The kingdom's army had already advanced to the empire's capital, and their main task was to take over various cities. Because the station guards and nobles had all fled before the arrival of the large army, presumably preparing to gather for a final resistance. Chapter 570, 499, Mass Production of Wizard's Plan and the Erased History, _2. _2, a senior wizard lamented. The church established by the false god had now completely collapsed, and even the holy city had been conquered. Anyone with a brain knew that opposing the wizards was a dead end. Therefore, those nobles had wanted to surrender long ago. All they needed to do was nod their heads, and the council could have taken over the entire empire without shedding a drop of blood. The only condition was to retain certain privileges for the nobles. In exchange, they were willing to give up most of their wealth and cooperate with the council to eliminate the remnants of the church. However, Lin's plan for purging the nobility ruined everything, at one point uniting all the empire's nobility to resist stubbornly. Most importantly, they used their influence to cause trouble behind the scenes, giving the local security forces quite a headache. The senior wizard suggested, immediately gaining the agreement of many council members. No, I still stand by my opinion. Lin shook his head. Indeed, stepping back now would enable them to take control of the entire empire, but without purging, the problems would only accumulate and explode later. As long as the major nobles still remained in their territories, they posed a significant threat to the council and would severely hinder his new bureaucracy selection system. These people had strong influence in their territories. Now, fearing for their lives, they were willing to give up their power and cooperate with the council's work, but that might not be the case after some time, and they could potentially transform into a local gentry class. This would force local bureaucrats, to some extent, to please these former lords in order to implement various laws smoothly. This was clearly not what Lin wanted to see. If reforms were to be implemented, they should be done thoroughly, sweeping clean the empire's two dominating classes, the clergy and the nobility, to pave the way for his knowledge promotion system, which was also a means to please the lower classes. Based on this idea, Lin could not spare a single one of the empire's major nobles, although minor nobles who knew their place could possibly be spared. Scholars are still in short supply. With this explanation, the previously dissenting council members all shut their mouths. Lin could tell that these council members defending the nobles had likely taken bribes. Seeing that they did not persist, he couldn't be bothered to argue with these people any longer. Since no one has any objections, let's continue with Speaker Lin's purge plan. Hera forcefully moved past this point. As Lin had said, dealing with external enemies was much easier than handling internal chaos, especially now that they held the advantage. Even if the nobles united, they couldn't stir up any trouble. Here are some documents excavated from the Holy City's library. Hera tapped the table, scattering the documents in front of each council member, drawing their attention back from the military affairs of the empire. Lin also became serious, realizing that Hera must have called this emergency meeting for a very important matter, which must be related to this. However, to his surprise, what appeared on the documents were fragments of paintings. In these paintings, Lin saw the space-time gate, saw magnificent cities, and saw many figures kneeling on the ground, praying and worshiping. Alade asked hesitantly, "Most likely, probably collected and organized by the church." Hera nodded. A council member asked, pointing to one of the murals. In the painting, a divine figure was illuminated under the full moon. In the Battle of the Holy City, they had seen the true form of Ira. Although the mural was somewhat damaged, it was still apparent that the two figures were not the same. Vittorio cautiously read out the name. The wizards present all furrowed their brows, as this name was completely foreign to them. Lin asked. The arrested high-ranking church official had always been a very important source of intelligence for them. Vittorio nodded. Using the news that the Holy City had fallen and that Alade had been killed, he had effectively stimulated Gustav and extracted some information from his mind again, which included that name. Based on this intelligence, combined with some materials found in the library of the Holy City, he had barely drawn a line of reasoning. Years before the known era, the space-time gate suddenly appeared on this planet. A massive surge of magic power ensued, triggering mutations in creatures and the arrival of the moon goddess Diana. She easily conquered the entire continent with her formidable divine power. Vittorio even suspected that all magical beasts originated from the other side of the space-time gate. But the moon goddess soon died, and the cause was not recorded. It must have happened suddenly, which led to the collapse of her divine art system. Immediately after, the spiritual energy wizards who had gained power directly overthrew her rule, followed by the known struggle of faith. That odd crystal, I saw it in Gustav's memory. It must be a relic of the moon goddess, Vittorio explained. Listening to Vittorio's explanation, the wizards present were abuzz with discussion, their curiosity not only unresolved but now even more heightened. What exactly is beyond the space-time gate? Did intelligent life originate there? According to Vittorio's guess, their planet was originally a desolate land without magic power. So what kind of power could have killed the moon goddess? They had seen Alade's strength with their own eyes, and that crystal could even withstand a nuclear explosion. Was the power that killed Diana inherently present on this continent, or was it also a formidable entity from the other side of the space-time gate? A grand wizard ventured guessingly, imagining the most terrifying natural force he could think of, the sun. Its unimaginably large energy and mass could, with the slightest leak, crush the entire planet. However, this idea evidently did not find much agreement among many, as the power of a star, no matter how mighty, is ultimately inanimate. Unless one foolishly dives into the sun, it wouldn't be lethal. Lin, however, was pondering whether the force that killed Diana originated outside this planet, even deeper in the cosmos. Upon learning that magic power might come from another world, he began to suspect whether he still existed in his former universe of technology, having reached another star system. Because the two most important cosmic constants, the speed of light and the gravitational constant, correspond perfectly, it surely couldn't just be a coincidence. Rafael Pander de Lauth. Even if Diana's empire of divine arts had disappeared, there should still be a great number of ruins left behind. I think it's because Alade, having won the Faith War and ruled the continent, consciously erased evidence of their existence, Hera responded. Thus, they needed to do the same, to eradicate the Church's foundation of belief in the Empire. This could become the key to killing the enemy, or at least weaken their power. As they discussed, Lin came back to his senses. Now was not the time to ponder the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations. Although the cause of the moon goddess's demise remained unknown for the hundreds of years under church rule, the eternal star had faced no threats from the cosmos, making an unexpected attack highly unlikely. The greatest threat now was Alade, who had escaped into the other side of the space-time gate. Thinking of this, Lin took out the project proposal he had prepared long ago, which detailed his plan for mass production of wizards. Chapter 571, 500, Magic Net System, creating a magic civilization with a wizard for everyone. Chapter 571, Chapter 500, Magic Net System, creating a magic civilization with a wizard for everyone. What is a wizard? Up until now, the Council had not been able to provide an accurate definition, but generally speaking, individuals who possess the talent to manipulate magic power and can master and apply its principles through learning are referred to as wizards. Training a formal wizard is not an easy task. Talent alone can eliminate many, with an average training duration of over 10 years. Such significant restrictions, coupled with the lengthy time required, make it difficult to increase the population of wizards. Combined, the entire Council and the Empire have fewer than 20,000 wizards. Lin's mass production wizard program aimed to develop a new system for wizard advancement. breaking the limitation of talent, so that all the impoverished could have the chance to become wizards through the acquisition of knowledge. Allowing impoverished people without magical talent to become wizards? After hearing Lin's mass-production wizard plan, many council members found it somewhat unbelievable. Lin countered, "Without magic power, how could they cast magic? Relying solely on a poor man's weak spiritual power, they probably couldn't even condense the lowest zero-circle spell positions." A tall, thin Grand Wizard spoke up in challenge. Lin responded casually. The tall, thin Grand Wizard was so infuriated he nearly exploded. Give them magic power? How? It's not like they can just eat it like bread and digest it. Not to mention helping someone condense spell positions. Such an outrageous idea. Although the Star of Magic Lin often had some astounding ideas, at least they used to have some logic. It was pure fantasy. By this logic, could not everyone become a wizard? Even Raphael and Alade, Grand Wizards familiar with Lin, furrowed their brows on hearing this. Lin, feeling quite helpless, had already outlined the detailed plan in the proposal, but everyone had rushed to give their feedback without reading through it fully, forcing him to shake his head and say, seeing Lin's firm affirmation and even direct mention of preliminary results, the previously noisy meeting room instantly fell silent, as members looked at the Star of Magic skeptically. Aurora thought for a moment and quickly guessed who Lin was talking about. All members present, of course, knew who Lydia was. She was the only halfling wizard in the entire Magic Kingdom. Furthermore, Lydia was a disciple of the Star of Magic Lin, the creator of new weapon airships and warplanes, well known throughout the whole council. Everyone knew halflings had no magical talent, yet Lydia had passed the school's assessment and could successfully cast magic. Before Raphael and others had thought she was an exception, as it wasn't impossible for a race to produce one or two genius individuals. Only now, listening to Chairperson Aurora, did they all realize that Lydia's becoming a wizard was probably due to the experiments Lin mentioned. Realizing this, more and more wizards began paying attention and reviewing the proposals in their hands, while Lin started to explain. I think among you, many have likely read the analysis and study report on divine energy. The Magic Net system I created is based on that false god's divine art system. Priests from the church differ from wizards. They do not need to study knowledge, and even the divine power within them is bestowed by Era. Their daily task is to engage in specific prayer rituals to train their spirits and deepen their devotion to the Lord. Only the high-ranking personnel, such as cardinals and above, need to possess spiritual energy talents. Ordinary priests and bishops can be anyone with devout faith. Lin's Magic Net system, however, is based not on faith, but on knowledge. In his vision, citizens of the Empire could enter public schools to study basic subjects like mathematics, physics, chemistry, and spell formations. Those who passed the assessments would qualify to be integrated into the Magic Net, using computing power inside and the knowledge acquired in the school to condense spell positions in the sea of consciousness and become a proud wizard apprentice. Subsequently, they would need to continue into advanced wizarding schools to study more complex subjects. Upon graduation, the Magic Net would grant them higher computing power permissions, enabling them to use some of the lower circle spells, just like formal wizards. This was the limit. Like the divine art system, an ordinary person without any talents could only go this far even with a lifetime of effort. It was difficult to reach the levels of a grand wizard or cardinal. Of course, the possibilities in the magic world are endless. If someone could continue to improve and enhance meditation efficiency, there might be potential for further advancement. As for those who could not pass the assessments, they naturally had to give up. If they couldn't even master basic knowledge, it meant they were not suitable to become wizards. They could transition to becoming technical workers or the like since there was a shortage of people everywhere. Lin's explanation was very detailed, and with Era's divine art system as a precedent, it was also easy to understand. If the church was about concentrating everyone's computing power on Era herself, exploiting it heavily, then the Magic Net was a cooperative platform. Everyone contributes a portion of computing power, providing it to the terminal, forming a tower of sand, and then distributing it back out, allowing those who originally could not perform spells to have the ability to do so. Chapter 572, 500, Magic Net System, creating a magic civilization with a wizard for everyone. Underscore 2. Underscore 2 clearly, the key element inside was the magic net, serving as a terminal that pooled computing power. This was the only piece of information Lin kept hidden, and no one raised any objections to this. After all, the newly developed spells were considered the personal wealth of wizards. Unless one was willing to disclose their principles voluntarily, no one had the right to demand their sharing. Hera frowned involuntarily. In the divine arts system of Ira, believers could only serve as providers of computing power, and although priests and bishops could also cast divine arts through their connection with the gods, they were few in number, hence it was a strategy of the few being supported by the many. Lin, however, wanted to make each person connected to the magic net a spellcaster. If everyone were to draw computing power to cast spells, wouldn't that create chaos? The magic net itself possesses immense computing power, a fruit of the consciousness studies by me and my colleagues from the Secret Magic Society. Additionally, we could establish relevant rules, such as limiting the number of spells cast per day. Lin explained calmly, having considered this issue already. Ordinarily, with the assistance of the magic net, these wizards performed their spell casting, and when necessary, he could draw from these people's computing power to augment his own, benefiting both parties. Raphael asked hesitantly. Alade countered before Lin could speak. Lin smiled and did not respond. While indeed there was no trouble with faith, the aggregation of so many people's thoughts and distractions could overwhelm even a legendary wizard, which underscored the significance of an intelligent brain. Tick suddenly thought. The council members present were also looking forward to Lin's response with great anticipation. Constructing a spell slot was no easy task. If feasible, wouldn't it mean they could learn any magic effortlessly? Lin shrugged his shoulders. What he truly wanted to cultivate were magical researchers and advanced workers in cutting-edge fields. Constructing spell slots was an excellent method to train one's spiritual power and a necessary step for verifying the correctness of one's own scholarly theories, which could not be skipped. One after another, the council members raised their questions. Lin's proposed magic net system completely upended everyone's understanding, causing many to feel somewhat unable to accept it. The voices of opposition and support were equally split. Some people thought this was a good method to enhance the overall strength of the council and increase the number of wizards, while others questioned its safety, arguing that aggregating so much computing power from many individuals could lead to some unforeseen risks. Others were completely against it, rejecting the implementation of the magic net, and claiming that those who relied on external forces to cast spells were not truly wizards at all, but were desecrating magic. The voices of opposition were more numerous than Lin had expected, and the reason was clear to him. Such a promotion system infringed upon the interests of existing wizards. In the past, only the favored children of heaven became official wizards. Even the apprentices were superior individuals, as talent determined everything. Now, even ordinary people without magical talent could potentially become wizards after diligent study, creating an inevitable sense of imbalance. Lin naturally had a solution and immediately began to smile. Lin looked at the most vehement of the opposing members and said tauntingly. Upon hearing this, the wizard named Gordon's face darkened instantly. Yet he couldn't refute the statement, as he was very much aware of this fact himself. 3 years ago, he had exhausted his wealth on a ceremony to advance to the realm of a great wizard and failed, barely clinging to his life, resulting in a lasting psychological shadow. Lin's remark was not merely for ridicule. He quickly began to explain another benefit of the magic net. Like Gordon, who had reached the limit of a third-tier wizard, could temporarily break through his current realm and experience a higher level of power with the aid of the magic net, significantly increasing his chances of advancement. The main reason for his rapid advancement was definitely the enhancement by the computing power of the smart brain. Tick excitedly stood up from his seat. Like Tick, many astonished council members were numerous, and even Gordon, who had just been mocked, could no longer care about those minor quarrels. His eyes reddened as he stared intently at Lin, considering how many wizards were trapped in the great wizard realm without advancement. If reaching full wizard status is a hurdle, then becoming a great wizard is another barrier. Now, the number of wizards in the council had surpassed 20,000, but there were not even 100 great wizards. I am very sure, Lin nodded, then threw cold water on everyone's enthusiasm. Tick asserted firmly. The rest of the council members were also extremely excited, firmly believing that they were only a small step away from becoming a great wizard, and that the magic net could bridge that gap for them. Lin just smiled at this notion. It was like winning the lottery. After increasing the odds of winning, everyone thought they would be the lucky one. The redemption of interests evidently worked better than any words. After Lin explained another use of the magic net, the council members who had initially opposed the mass production of Wizard's plan immediately underwent a complete turnaround in attitude. The three speakers had not participated in the earlier discussion, but had watched Lin's strategic plan very seriously. His plan was beneficial for wizards at almost every level. Apprentices could become official wizards directly with the help of the magic net's computing power, and third-tier wizards could increase their chances of advancing to great wizard status. The great wizards, with the help of the magic net's computing power boost, would find it easier to advance to the legendary level of shaping magic bodies and magic energy in the future. Apart from unknown risks, I can see no reason to refuse it. Harov was the first to voice his opinion. Although this method was a replication of the divine art system, it was much gentler in application. I personally agree with the plan. If magic, as well as the moon god, truly originates from the other side of the space-time gate, it will pose a significant threat, Aurora said worriedly. As Lin had stated, they needed the capacity to continuously produce a large number of wizards in order to handle the increasingly complex situations ahead. I think we can start with some preliminary trials and consider widespread implementation if there are no major problems, Vittorio said cautiously, yet he too agreed. With the stance of the three speakers and the strong support of nearly 95% of the council members, the implementation of the Magic Net plan was unsurprisingly approved. A slight smile curled at the corners of Lin's mouth. Considering the Empire had a total population of 20 million, if 1/20th were of eligible age and passed the assessments to join the system, that would be 1 million users of the Magic Net. Such immense computational power might allow his spiritual power to reach a whole new level. Of course, this was a plan for the next 3 to 5 years. The installation of magic power stations and the spread of knowledge all required a lot of time. In the short term, what could be achieved was the integration of the computing power of the 20,000 wizards within the Empire. By then, with Haro possessing divinity and him controlling the smart brain and magic net, a battle was indeed possible. Chapter 573, 501 Light, Wave Theory, and Double-Slit Interference Experiment. Chapter 573. Chapter 501 Light Wave Theory and Double-Slit Interference Experiment next to the Holy City. The temporary conference lasted for several hours before it finally ended. Before the dispersal, Harov once again announced an important piece of news. 3 months later, the council would convene wizards from the entire empire in the capital city to hold the grandest academic symposium. Lin was extremely interested in this. During the more than a year of battling the empire, he had not had much time to pay attention to the developments in magic studies. But the advent of the first-generation camera indicated that the development and innovation of basic magic theories had never ceased and even experienced explosive growth. If nothing unexpected happened, this academic symposium would surely be lively and would also facilitate interaction. The development of magic studies couldn't just rely on closed-door research. Every achievement had to withstand the scrutiny of experiments and public doubt. This continual shocking news, even after the conference ended, did not cease the discussions among the council members, and what was mentioned the most was Lin's plan for the mass production of wizards. It must be said that this star of magic always proposed some astonishing ideas. If successful, this continent would see an increase of hundreds of thousands of wizards in just a few years. Chairman Lin, I'm wondering how much of the Magic Network's construction and research has been completed? Tick asked enthusiastically as he exited the conference room. The temptation to break through the current level and become a great wizard was too great. It wasn't just him who cared deeply about the construction of the Magic Network. Many council members couldn't wait to approach Lin, the star of magic, and engage in almost sycophantic interaction. Although, according to Lin, once the Magic Network was built, every wizard could join and leverage its power to experience higher realms. But anyone with a bit of sense could tell that the computing power of the Magic Network would surely be insufficient. Otherwise, Lin wouldn't have mentioned limiting the number of daily spells new wizards could perform. And within the Empire, at least 5,000 third-tier wizards were waiting to advance. Everyone wanted to draw more computing power and sense the power of a great wizard, which would inevitably create a first-come, first-served problem. Nobody wanted to be the one who had to wait, as it was unclear how many years that could take. Thus, ingratiating oneself with Lin, the creator of the Magic Network, became particularly important, as drawing computing power to help oneself advance was just a matter of his saying the word. In the midst of the enthusiastic crowd and flattery, Lin was also tired of dealing with it. He had never liked such superficial interactions. If it were a magic debate, he could talk with these hundreds of council members for 3 days and 3 nights nonstop. The basic spell model construction is already complete, and recently I am developing a magic that allows every wizard to connect to the Magic Network anytime and anywhere. I should have results within 3 days. Lin responded succinctly to everyone's inquiries. In fact, the Magic Network could be directly accessed through the Ring of Arcane Secrets, but doing so would be too obvious and easily raise suspicions. Thus, he developed a small magic using magic projection in consciousness transmission exclusively for linking to the Magic Network. It's like a magic version of the internet, where magic power acts as the transmitter, except the link wasn't to computers, but to the brains of each wizard. As for the sequence of accessing computing power to sense realms, Lin hesitated a moment. Just as Tick and others imagined, the computing power of the Magic Network indeed could not supply so many people simultaneously. Allowing a third-tier wizard to briefly reach the Great Wizard Realm was not easy. Initially, the smart brain had drained the computing power of 9 third-tier wizards to let Lin briefly experience the Great Wizard level. After the battle, those 9 either died on the spot or ended up in vegetative states. According to Lin's estimation, without affecting daily life, it would take at least the computing power of 30 wizards of the same level. Being able to let 10 third-tier wizards sense the Great Wizard Realm for a minute a day was already not bad, as not all the computing power could be wasted on this. For these allocations, Lin did not intend to show favoritism or engage in corruption. Having just become the chairman, engaging in such activities would inevitably create a bad impression. Lin quickly thought of a relatively fair method that could also stimulate everyone's enthusiasm. How many merit points are needed for one use? A council member asked with a frown. That is for you to consider, Lin shrugged, continuing, the detailed regulations need to be discussed and formulated by the council, of course. His role was only to approve or to send it back for revision. Providing an enhancement of computing power was just one of the many functions of the Magic Network. Others were still under development. Lin hoped that one day, the Magic Network could cover all aspects and be truly worthy of its name. After laying out the requirements for using the Magic Network, Lin adopted Chapter 574, 501 Light Wave Theory and Double-Slit Interference Experiment _2. Chapter 574. Chapter 501 Light Wave Theory and Double-Slit Interference Experiment _2. Has today's meditation been completed? Have you learned all the existing theories of magic? How much grasp do you have over calculus and electromagnetic equations? Under Lin's 3 consecutive questions, the counselors gathered around him had no choice but to disperse dejectedly, realizing it was unlikely to gain any advantage from this star of magic through shortcuts. Lin also took the opportunity to leak some information, saying he was persuading the high-level members of the secret magic society to see if they could connect the magic network with the microcosm to achieve mutual aid, thus giving everyone a heads up. The news of Lin's mass production of Wizard Plan and the academic seminar that would be held in 3 months had spread throughout the entire empire like the wind, thanks to the promotion by the Magic Daily. The wizards, who had become somewhat lax due to the smooth progress of the war, immediately sprang into action, animated as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Especially those third-ring wizards approaching the limits of their lifespan saw a new hope. Once promoted to a great wizard, not only could they extend their lives, but they could also readily join the council and become members who held power and could participate in major decisions. Even great wizards like Alade, who didn't need to comprehend realms, weren't idle. In the future, when they would be promoted to legendary status, they might need to harness the magic network as an aid. The amount of magic power and energy consumed by the legendary promotion ceremony was astronomical, and the council would not provide it for free. It had to be exchanged for solid achievements. Now that the war against the Empire was nearing its end, there were not many opportunities to earn military exploits, so the upcoming academic seminar became particularly important. If one could obtain a few academic honor medals, they would certainly be able to acquire priority access to the magic network. Thanks to recent advances in optics, electromagnetism, mechanics, gravity, and higher mathematics, there were countless fields to conquer. Progress in any one branch was enough to earn a Morning Star medal, and if there were breakthrough developments, the Silver Moon medal would be secured. Some wizards set their hopes on finding the dozens of new elements missing from the periodic table of elements, causing the kingdom's victorious musketeers to be overlooked in recent times. It was nothing more than conquering a few cities today and dealing with rebellions tomorrow. Absolute technological suppression, coupled with the collapse of the Church's system of divine arts, meant that even the rare united front of the Empire's nobility could not stop the successive defeats of the army. Within just 1 month of the Magic Kingdom switching from defense to offense, there had already been 7 cases of soldiers mutinying on the battlefield, facing armored torrents that could not be cut by swords or penetrated by arrows, and the overwhelming fleet of airships. The army of the Empire, devoid of divine arts, could only be described as utterly collapsing upon contact. To change the unfavorable situation, the imperial royalty and nobles came up with quite a few tactics. For example, they planned to send a trusted aide to feign surrender, then blow them up from the inside, causing chaos, engaging in combined attack, and overcoming the stronger with the weaker. As a result, those guards who were sent to fake their surrender ended up genuinely defecting after spending some time in the cities under the kingdom, and sold out their empire completely. Helpless, who could blame them when the kingdom offered such good treatment? Even as captives, they were treated much better than they would be as imperial soldiers. It was said that the captives sent to mine and build roads not only got enough to eat, but also 2 days off each month, if they were willing to be reformed. They even had the chance to be released and start over. Under such circumstances, no soldier would want to fight a war where victory seemed impossible. Meanwhile, by the nearly dry banks of Ears Lake and Fire Oil City, the Thunder Mages, who had exhausted their magic power to extract kilograms of tritium and deuterium, focused the remainder of their energy on academic research. Compared to their colleagues involved in the war against the Empire, although they avoided the risk of falling in battle by staying at the rear, they lacked the channels to acquire military merits. Of course, their hard work existed. The fusion reactor could not run smoothly without their tireless efforts, and the nearly ionized Ears Lake was the best proof of that. But with so many people sharing the credits, the portion that could reach each individual diminished, and standing out to secure a spot for promotion to a great wizard or a legendary wizard was no easy task. Luckily, being in a safe zone wasn't entirely without its benefits. It also meant having ample time and resources for academic pursuits. Those proficient in Thunder Mage spells had a natural advantage in the research of electric and magnetic fields. However, Jeffrey, who was also an expert in thunder magic, did not choose to devote his energy to electromagnetism since there were too many people specializing in it, and he had to find an alternative path. Moreover, he was growing even more interested in optical research. Was light? According to the past understanding of wizards, light might be a kind of extremely tiny element, invisible to the naked eye. It is said that this hypothesis originated from a great wizard who studied optics. One day, while bathing, light shone through the window from outside, penetrated the thick mist, and he saw a particle like light. But Geoffrey did not think so. It was nothing more than a natural phenomenon formed by light shining on scattered dust, which Lynn's cloud chamber could explain very well. Another point solidified his guess even further, that the diffraction phenomenon inherent to light completely contradicted the so-called elemental theory. This had to be wrong. Geoffrey felt he was touching the gateway to the truth, and his ambition swelled rapidly. One must know that optics is a very crucial field, and Lynn, the star of magic, had even promised that whoever understood the nature of light would be nominated for the Corona Medal. With this achievement, he could become the first person to be promoted to legend beneath the several counselors. As Geoffrey was indulging in his fantasies, several wizard apprentices spoke cautiously, having already arranged 7 experimental setups in front of them. Each experimental setup had a laser emitter installed, capable of emitting 7 different colors of light: red, green, blue, orange, purple, and so on. Behind the emitters were several baffles with holes drilled through them of various sizes. Geoffrey walked up to the experimental table and observed very carefully the scattering of light after it passed through these baffle holes. Within a few minutes, his brow furrowed deeply, utterly baffled. When a beam of light passed through a relatively wide diameter hole, the path of the light formed a very standard conical shape, which aligned with the common knowledge that light propagates in parallel paths. However, when passing through a very narrow slit, the situation was different. The scattering range of the light noticeably increased. Not only was there a cone behind the baffle with a diameter larger than the original beam's range, but faint rings of light also appeared around the shadowed areas. Geoffrey pondered for a long time, holding a white paper filled with rules concluded from previous experiments, with 3 being emphatically circled as definite. First, monochromatic light cannot be further divided. Second, the same medium refracts different colors of light to different extents. Third, all colors of light exhibit diffraction, and it does not disappear with the weakening of its intensity. Now is the time to explore the 4th key point, which was the most crucial, a deeper study of the light diffraction phenomenon. Geoffrey's hand was clutching an ink-dipped quill, yet he had not moved for quite some time. A male wizard suggested suddenly. All their previous experiments had been with single-hole baffles. What if they used double holes, or even triple? We could also try different shapes for the holes, like triangles, rectangles, and the like. Maybe we'll find something new, another apprentice suggested. Geoffrey felt a flash of insight. He had not tried these 2 points before. Chapter 575, 502 Photoelectric Effect, and the World is Wavy. Chapter 575, Chapter 502 Photoelectric Effect, and the World is Wavy. After Geoffrey had spoken, the apprentices immediately got busy. With the assistance of magic, modifying the baffle was an easy task, taking only a few minutes to complete. The baffle changed from having 1 hole to 2 holes, and its shape was altered from round to square. When the intense beam of light shot out from the emitter and passed through 2 extremely fine slits, everyone present showed a look of astonishment on their faces. Because on the black wall behind the holes, there appeared 9 fairly clear rectangular spots of light, with the one in the center being the brightest, and those on either side diminishing in brightness in turn. The apprentice who had made the suggestion just now was suddenly stunned in place. If light truly traveled in straight lines, then 1 beam of light passing through 2 holes at the same time should also produce only 2 corresponding light spot stripes on the wall that match the shape of the holes. Even if the light underwent refraction after hitting an object, such a peculiar phenomenon should not occur. let alone the fact that the brightest light spot was actually located in the center between the two holes, which completely defied common sense. This discovery also filled Jeffrey with incredible surprise. He had a vague notion in his mind of what it might mean, but could not quite grasp the crucial point. "It's like water waves," the short-statured wizard next to him muttered to himself. Jeffrey froze for a moment, then turned his head and grabbed the wizard's collar, questioning him excitedly. "Water waves?" The short-statured wizard, startled by Jeffrey's sudden excitement, stammered in response. "The ripples of water, teacher." Jeffrey released the wizard and used Mage's hand to pull over a basin of water onto the table, speaking excitedly. The short-statured wizard didn't dare to delay and took one of the double-holed baffles from the lab, placing it in the basin, leaving it still for a few minutes. Once the water in the basin had completely calmed down, he touched the surface with his finger. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, waves rippled out from the center where the finger touched, spreading in all directions, quickly reaching the slits in the baffle. The vibrating waves, upon passing through the slits, immediately split into two new waves that began to spread in semicircles centered around the slits. As the two slits were very close to each other, the resulting water waves soon collided with each other, beginning to interfere, cancel each other out, or merge. Jeffrey understood the moment he saw the water waves, his face immediately revealing an extremely delighted expression. No wonder he had felt a sense of familiarity earlier on, because it was very similar to the ripples produced when using force field magic to stir space-time. At that moment, he felt as if he could already see a corona medal beckoning to him. The confusion was evident on the faces of the surrounding apprentices. They didn't understand what they had seen, nor why Jeffrey became so excited. Unable to contain the excitement surging in his heart, Jeffrey immediately started explaining to the apprentices. "You can think of the ripples spreading on the surface of the water as light rays. This will make it easier to understand. Water waves can generate ripples on a placid lake surface. Some areas would rise, known as wave crests, while others would dip, known as wave troughs. If two sets of waves with equal strength appeared at the same time, they would interfere with each other upon meeting. When the crests of two waves met, the resulting interference wave would become stronger than before, and when two troughs met, the surface of the water would dip even deeper due to the overlay of both troughs. Besides, there's another scenario where the crest of one wave meets the trough of another, and they would cancel each other out. Light behaves the same way. When a beam of light passes through two slits, it will also interfere with itself, creating the strange sight of alternating bright and dark lines. The bright areas are the wave crests, and the dark areas are the wave troughs." With Jeffrey's explanation, the apprentices quickly turned their attention to the water waves, and they soon noticed that where the two waves collided, the parts that formed wave crests corresponded exactly to the positions where the spots of light had appeared earlier. They were almost identical. With this, the phenomena of light scattering and reflection can be explained too. Look at those water waves. After they collide with an object, their strength will be reduced, and then they bounce back. The more Jeffrey spoke, the more he felt his theory of light wave was flawless and could perfectly explain every natural phenomenon of light. So, light is definitely not composed of tiny particles. Jeffrey concluded emphatically. This was without a doubt a revelation that would shock the entire magical world and unveil the essence of light. The wizards and apprentices gathered around Jeffrey were equally excited. One could imagine the stir they would cause at the academic conference 3 months later, presenting this theory. Their teacher Jeffrey would undoubtedly receive a Corona Medal, and as his assistants, they might even get a Morning Star Medal as a reward. Chapter 576, 502, Photoelectric Effect, and the World is Wave-like. _2. _2, this is indeed a great honor. While a group of wizard scholars were happily flattering, some were anxious and suggested, "Teacher, should we publish some of the results first?" Upon hearing this, Jeffrey immediately became vigilant and quickly responded, "You are right. I will start drafting now. Also, Find me the editor Luoer from the Magic Daily. I remember he is currently stationed in Fire Oil City. Jeffrey instructed rapidly. The experiment was actually not difficult to conduct, and the theory of water waves was not too hard to conceive. Jeffrey was very clear that the reason he was the first to discover it was entirely due to his staying in the rear refining deuterium and tritium, which gave him ample time for scholarly research. Now, as the Imperial Wars were coming to an end and everyone's time was freeing up, if they waited until the academic conference 3 months later, who knows if someone would preempt them. In any case, it was important to publish some of the research results first and secure a spot, and they absolutely could not let others take this honor first. Jeffrey wrote vigorously, and after several hours, he managed to organize the paper successfully before noon. His mood instantly improved tremendously, and he distributed 10 magic gold coins to each of the wizard scholars in the lab as an early reward. As for the few wizards who spoke up and inspired him, Jeffrey even patted his chest and promised that he would ensure they received a Morning Star Medal. Jeffrey thought smugly. There were 3 great wizards on that team, and even now, they had not fully grasped electromagnetism, yet he had taken a step ahead in understanding the essence of light. Jeffrey was incredibly eager to see their expressions after today's edition of the Magic Daily was published. Meanwhile, in Fire Oil City, the great wizard Anthony, whom Jeffrey was thinking of, paced anxiously in the lab, his eyes occasionally fixing on the 4 exquisite formulas in front of him as he frowned in contemplation. These were the Maxwell equations that Lynn had personally written in the small universe. From the beginning, Anthony had felt that these 4 formulas were profoundly insightful, and after in-depth study, he was amazed to find that they were simply the Bible of thunder magic. Decomposing each formula, the calculations could fill several pages, and their research and experimentation on electric fields and magnetic fields also proved the precision of these calculations. As some thunder mages would say, the truth wonderfully leaps off the pages. Now, what they were exploring was the speed of lightning transmission in different media. Like light, the speed of thunder was also extremely fast, capable of traveling tens of thousands of kilometers per second in the air. But this was clearly not the limit. After testing dozens of different materials, Anthony found that thunder traveled extraordinarily quickly on conductors. To conduct an accurate experiment, they produced several 10-kilometer-long conductors made of different materials, ready to test and determine their actual speed. This experiment should yield results today. Just as Anthony's anxiety escalated, the closed doors of the lab were finally opened, and dozens of thunder mages entered one after another. One of them excitedly said. Before Anthony could speak, the surrounding thunder mages eagerly asked. The person replied, 299,000 kilometers per second. Anthony muttered to himself, wondering why this speed sounded so familiar. Are you sure there's no mistake? Which Fula said, her words emerging from a fog of confusion. Wizard Sanchez rolled his eyes. The speed of electrical current was the same in all conductors. It was only because of resistance that the strength of the current varied when it arrived. To ensure its accuracy, Sanchez even took it upon himself, using his brilliant perception and computing power as a grand wizard to determine the exact moment the current arrived. After dozens of attempts, he was almost numbed by the electricity, so he was incredibly certain there was no error in the measurement. The assembled wizards looked at each other puzzledly. Last time, they had determined the speed of light to be 299,520 kilometers per second using gear rotation, and the discrepancy was minuscule, almost non-existent. It was just that the speed was too fast, surpassing their response capabilities, so there was a slight error during the test. Anthony also refused to believe that this was merely a simple coincidence. There must be a deeper relationship between the two. He had already sensed this while studying Maxwell's equations. Sanchez couldn't help frowning. Although the speed of electrical current in conductors was similar to light, was it not too presumptuous to conclude so definitively? One must know that the speed of lightning in the air is far inferior to that of light, and they could barely sense electrical currents but not the essence of light at all. Anthony explained with an unmatched fervor. Anthony banged the table excitedly. Hundreds of Thunder Mages immediately got busy and used an entire night, trying countless types of materials until they successfully created a crude solar device. Just as Anthony had thought, once the beams of light hit the device, they were continuously converted into electricity. Watching the engine successfully activate, the entire laboratory erupted in intense cheers and applause. Fula was also proud. It seemed they were sure to secure the Morning Star Medal for penetrating the essence of light. Anthony said appreciatively, this discovery was sure to ignite the entire magic world, and their names would surely be engraved in the annals of magical history. However, just as everyone was rejoicing, the laboratory's doors were abruptly flung open. Anthony, somewhat displeased, turned around and found another of his disciples, Kajir, pushing the door open. Chapter 577, 503. The Dispute Between Waves and Particles, the Kingdom's Spreading Quarrel. Chapter 577. Chapter 503. The Dispute Between Waves and Particles, the Kingdom's Spreading Quarrel. The sudden news brought by Kajir was undoubtedly shocking. The Thunder Mages, who were still immersed in joy, immediately changed their expressions. How was that possible? Sanchez's face was filled with disbelief. Here, hundreds of Thunder Mages had spent several months deciphering Maxwell's equations and had constructed a 10-kilometer-long conductor, just to accurately measure the propagation speed of electric current in the conductor being equal to the speed of light, and thus deduce the connection between light and electricity. And Jeffrey, with only a dozen magical school's wizards and apprentices, how could he possibly have discovered the photovoltaic effect before them? Anthony quickly snatched the magic news from Kajir's hands to take a look, and upon seeing the headline, he was absolutely stunned. The expository magical scholarly article covered the entire page, and it posited only one argument. Light is not the element they had previously believed, but a wave transmitted through a certain medium. Just like water waves, sound waves even. Anthony could barely get halfway through reading before he burst out cursing in anger. Upon glancing over it, Sanchez was likewise infuriated. The element of light is merely the delusion of the ignorant. Just a minute ago, they were rejoicing over the discovery of the photovoltaic effect, believing photons are smaller electrons, now just one step away from finding the true element of light. Now, Jeffrey suddenly claims that the element of light doesn't even exist, that it's all a fallacy, and instead, light is a continuous wave rather than a particle. How could anyone accept this? It was as if he was slapping them in the face publicly. Another great wizard, equally masterful in the magic of lightning, said disdainfully, how can light possibly be a wave? They could emit light in beams, and previous experiments had already proved that light propagates in straight lines. Its reflection and refraction phenomena are the best evidence for the existence of light particles. What's most important is, according to his theory of light-electric conversion, light is actually just smaller electricity, and positive and negative charges have been discovered and confirmed long ago, which further proves that the theory of light elements is an irrefutable truth. Don't panic, gentlemen. Jeffrey is just trying to grab the spotlight. Anthony quickly regained his composure and spoke. Sanchez nodded as well. Just a clown who was bound to be debunked, indeed not worth their substantial effort. The group of Thunder Mages no longer paid attention to the nonsense in the newspaper and went back to organize their notes, ready to publish part of their research in the next few days to refute Jeffrey completely. Meanwhile, the light wave theory was spreading throughout the Magic Kingdom with the printing of the Magic News. Although the kingdom has seen a dozen new newspapers in recent years, and the Magic News no longer had the monopoly it once did as the mouthpiece of the council and an officially recognized authoritative newspaper, its influence was still not to be underestimated. Almost every wizard who was passionate about magical studies would regularly buy a copy of the Magic News, because it often records some novel and interesting magical scholarly articles, including the cutting-edge achievements of current magical theories. Jeffrey's light wave theory immediately caught the attention of many wizards once published. The theory was quite comprehensive. Jeffrey used the principles of water and sound waves to intricately explain how light propagates as a wave, and with it explain the phenomena of light interference and diffraction. Even more convincing was that the article directly provided a method for detailed experimental proof. All that was needed was a board punctured with 2 holes and a light beam emitter. Extremely simple. Even those wizards who did not know lightning and light magic could make a few convex and concave lenses and use focused sunlight to complete this experiment. 4. Such hands-on experiments. Naturally, there was no shortage of wizards eager to try it for themselves. As per the words of the Star of Magic, practice is also the sole criterion for testing truth. Theories spoken from the mouths of others are never as reliable as those verified by personal experimentation. And it was this simple experiment that made Jeffrey's wave theory sensational, because it was all too similar. After the light passed through the 2 slits, the interference pattern that emerged was indeed in perfect alignment with the crests and troughs produced by water waves. Could light truly be a wave? This question began to surface in more and more wizards' minds. Their previous understanding of light came entirely from speculation, unable to be perceived even by the legendary councilman, until Lin, Star of Magic, carried out a light speed measurement experiment that unveiled just a corner of this mysterious veil. Just as the kingdom's wizards were gradually accepting this idea, on the evening of the 3rd day, the photovoltaic effect and the theory of light particles, jointly published by Anthony and others, took the stage and left people utterly astounded. Chapter 578, 503, The Dispute Between Waves and Particles, the Kingdom's Spreading Quarrel. _2. _2 light is actually electricity, and electricity is actually light. In the exposition of these Thunder Mages, light is a stream of high-speed, extremely minute particles, and electrons are composed of these light particles, which is why the propagation speed of the 2 appears to be highly consistent. The reason electricity emits light is that at the moment when lightning is excited, it begins to dissipate its energy in the form of light, just like a radioactive element does. This undoubtedly completely contradicts the wave theory proposed by Jeffrey, but Anthony and his colleagues also presented compelling evidence. They successfully created a photovoltaic device. The material used is silicon. As long as a silicon board is irradiated with light of sufficient intensity, it can generate a continuous current. This theory perfectly explains the operating principle of laser magic. If light is indeed minute electricity, then when a large amount of light is injected into the outer electrons of a nucleus, its energy will surge, enabling it to jump to higher orbits and then emit the excess energy directly in the form of light. The group of Thunder Mages even gave a new name to the element of light, calling it a photoelectron. They even blatantly stated in the Magic Daily that technologies like the internal combustion engine and power generators are already outdated. Why bother with such trouble when in the future, you could simply place a huge silicon board above every city and generate electricity directly from the nearly infinite sunlight above? Wouldn't that be perfect? After elaborating on the photovoltaic effect, Anthony also personally took considerable space to refute Jeffrey's wave theory. What is a wave? It's the process of propagation of a vibration through some medium, like when a stone is thrown into water, disrupting the surface directly. The water molecules in front push the ones behind them, and thus, the force is transmitted outwards. This means that the propagation of waves requires a medium. This is true for both sound waves and water waves. But light is different. It can propagate through the empty vacuum of space. So the theory of light waves is complete nonsense. His wave theory had just been published 2 days ago, and Anthony and his colleagues had come up with this photoelectron theory to undermine it. In his view, this was purely out of jealousy, a malicious academic suppression. After all, it was normal for him to arouse envy, since he alone had led a dozen apprentices to complete the research on the essence of light. After over an hour of meticulous work, a few apprentices cautiously reported their findings. Jeffrey was taken aback, his brows furrowing tightly. Could it be that light really is electricity? Ever since the stellar orbit model of elements proposed by the Star of Magic, the existence of electrons had already been confirmed, revolving around the atomic nucleus just like planets orbit a star. If light is indeed electricity, then it should be a particle, not a wave. A flicker of doubt appeared in Jeffrey's mind, but he soon reaffirmed his belief. The wave theory is undoubtedly the indisputable truth. After all, the results of experiments are there for all to see. No matter whether one is a wizard or not, regardless of expertise in electrics and optics, anyone can perfectly replicate this experiment with a setup. As for the so-called photovoltaic effect, Jeffrey thought that perhaps it was just a normal phenomenon of the conversion of photonic and electric energy. Rather than saying it's light generating electricity, it's better to say that the silicon board was generating the electricity. Even wood burns and creates fire. Does that mean wood is fire? At this thought, Jeffrey had a school wizard summon several great wizards who were close to him and stationed in Fire Oil City. His wave theory was now facing malicious suppression by envious rivals, and with him alone, it would be difficult to maintain the authority of the wave theory. He needed more people to publicly support it. About 3 days later, Jeffrey, along with several great wizards, published their new research findings on the wave theory, complete with amendments. The vacuum domain they were capable of creating with their current abilities was not completely empty, and it might contain some kind of subtle element they had yet to discover. Or perhaps space itself was the medium for light. For example, the disturbances created by force field magic involve using space as a medium. In response, Jeffrey also wrote an entire page to refute Anthony's particle theory. If light were just tinier electrons, then a large gathering of light must definitely generate a magnetic field. However, this was tested in the vacuum experiment chamber set up with the help of several great wizards, and the gathered beams of light did not produce the anticipated magnetic field phenomenon at all. This statement, once published, dealt a direct blow to the photoelectric effect proposed by Anthony. After all, the fundamental logic known to every Thunder Mage is that electricity generates magnetism, and magnetism generates electricity. The opinion of the kingdom shifted once again, and more people began to believe in Jeffrey's wave theory again, because the results of the experiments were right there and could not be faked. What shall we do now, teacher? Having read the latest issue of Magic Daily, Fula fell into a panic, especially after hurriedly conducting an experiment and confirming that the gathered light could not generate a surrounding magnetic field. Anxiety grew even more. Anthony paced nonstop in the laboratory, pondering in his mind where his photoelectric effect had gone wrong and why the light beams did not generate a surrounding magnetic field. Sanchez mused aloud. Anthony nodded, acknowledging that more experiments were needed to prove this point. Under Jeffrey's criticism, everyone was working with full zeal, searching for any evidence to support the particle theory. After days of diligent research, Anthony didn't uncover any magnetic field effect from the light beams, but he released another bombshell. They developed a particle theory that explained the phenomenon of light diffraction. According to their speculation, electricity is composed of a multitude of photoelectrons. At the instant electricity is excited, it bursts like a bomb, ejecting all internal light particles in every direction. However, the number of these divergent light particles was so immense and densely packed that they produced a wave-like phenomenon. Furthermore, these clusters of energy-rich light particles might even have the potential to explode and scatter again, like when encountering an unpassable gap. Only when they reduce to individual particles does this pseudo-wave property disappear. As for the distance, Thunder Mages speculate that from the start of the divergence to thinning out into individual light particles, it might be 100 million kilometers or even more than 1 billion kilometers. After all, the speed of light is so fast, it would take at least a few minutes for it to settle down, right? Jeffrey nearly died of anger when he saw the newspaper. 100 million kilometers? Wouldn't that require circling the eternal star 2,500 times? Where would he find such an enormous experimental area? Their argument clearly intended to prevent him from refuting the particle theory with experiments. Even if he managed to address the distance issue, Anthony and his colleagues could still claim that their measured data was not precise enough. Jeffrey's anger rose unabated. He didn't sleep or perform any more experiments, but got up from bed, spending the entire night writing over 10,000 words furiously denouncing the theory as a baseless fantasy. The verbal battle between the two parties continued for more than a month, not only without halting, but also escalating. What started as 3 to 7 days per response, rigorously refuting the opponent's theory with experiments, had now degenerated into pure rebuttals and insults. Raluo, the editor of Magic Daily, could hardly contain his glee. It was driving him mad with joy. The tabloids, without any limits, had begun to pick sides and hurl insults, and the sale of newspapers skyrocketed daily. Chapter 579, 504, The First Magic Crisis, The Collapse of the Photoelectric Theory. Chapter 579, Chapter 504, The First Magic Crisis, The Collapse of the Photoelectric Theory. In the optical magic laboratory in Fire Oil City, Glenn slowly put down the newspaper template in his hand and couldn't help but speak out. Of course, it's no problem. Luo replied with a smile, and then continued with a helpless expression on his face. And whether it's Master Anthony or Master Jeffrey, I really can't afford to offend them. Luo stated that he was merely responsible for creating eye-catching headlines and polishing the text a little bit. Glenn was speechless, but had to admit that competition indeed was the greatest motivator for magical research. Over the past few days, wizards who supported the particle and wave theories had undertaken meticulous studies on the various properties of light and had offered numerous conjectures. Some conjectures were completely fantastical with no logic at all, but many theories were supported by experimental evidence, and these arguments, if confirmed, could earn one a Morning Star or even a Silver Moon medal. Seeing that Green fully understood his plight, Luo smiled and took the template from his hand, then handed it over to an assistant beside him to hurry the printing process. Yesterday, they printed a whopping 900,000 newspapers, distributed under the kingdom's rule and to various newly occupied cities, and they were sold out within a few hours, which shows that they still were not printing fast enough. Luo suddenly asked gossipingly, his hand already unconsciously picking up a pen, ready to record at any moment. It was obvious to anyone that Master Sanchez must have been trying to win over Glenn, the renowned developer of focusing magic. If agreed upon, it would definitely be a huge scoop. Although Glenn was only a third-tier wizard, he had caused a sensation at the last academic symposium with a shocking plan to measure the speed of light using mirrors, and had inadvertently developed focusing magic, earning the appreciation of the Star of Magic and the counselors. His potential influence was no less than that of a great wizard. When Luo brought up the matter, Glenn couldn't help but smile bitterly. In fact, it wasn't just Sanchez. Several wizards advocating the wave theory had also approached him and expounded the superiority of the wave theory to him, but he hadn't responded to either side. For one, he didn't want to be caught up in this dispute, and secondly, both theories had optical phenomena they couldn't explain. For example, the wave theory explained the effects of light, such as dispersion, diffraction, interference, and superposition quite well, but was weak in explaining the photoelectric effect and pinhole imaging. As for those wizards who believed in the particle theory, their explosion theory of electric elements to explain diffraction phenomena, Glenn thought it utterly unreliable. It was just a theory concocted to explain phenomena without solid experimental evidence. Before figuring things out, Glenn thought it best not to casually choose sides to avoid a potential flop. Luo, hoping for a big scoop, had to put away his pen and paper with disappointment and instead started to inquire about the progress in photographic technology. This was an optical phenomenon discovered by Glenn a year ago, where placing a board with a small hole between the wall and the object forms an inverted real image of the object on the wall. Glenn was quite sure he wasn't the first to discover this phenomenon, but he definitely was the first wizard to utilize it. Not far from Fire Oil City was an oil field, and while on shift there, he accidentally found a type of asphalt extremely sensitive to light. This asphalt would harden under the exposure to light, and the degree of hardening varied with the intensity of the light. Using this property, combined with the principle of pinhole imaging, he successfully created the first generation of photocameras. The problem was that using this asphalt to make photosensitive plates was too troublesome, and the images produced were hard to reproduce, not conducive to widespread dissemination. Thus, over the past year, Glenn had been trying to create photosensitive devices with different elements to improve the photocamera, and he had already upgraded to the third version where the problem of image reproduction had been initially solved. The first massive use was in the propaganda war to dismantle the imperial subjects' faith. About the improvements to the camera, I already have a plan. We can further increase the clarity of the photos through developing magic, and perhaps the printing magic developed by Counselor Lin might also be used on image reproduction. Glenn talked enthusiastically about the latest achievements in optical photography, and when encouraged, even demonstrated his developing magic to Luo. Luo was also extremely interested. Under Glenn's direction, he soon stood on a photosensitive screen. Glenn extended his right hand, closed his eyes, and began sensing and generating electricity. Chapter 580, 504, The First Magic Crisis, Collapse of the Photoelectric Theory _2. Chapter 580, Chapter 504, The First Magic Crisis, Collapse of the Photoelectric Theory _2. He couldn't directly create light. It could only indirectly manipulate light beams through the phenomenon of electric illumination. Of course, according to the particle school of thought, light and electricity might very well be the same thing, with light being an even more microscopic existence than electricity. Luo, who was very interested, stood still and waited for a while. But what was unexpected to him was that Glenn did not take any action, and his face was filled with a look of panic. Luo immediately sensed that something was not right, vaguely worrying about his own safety. Could it be that there was some error with this magic spell? The charge! Where's the charge? Glenn suddenly opened his eyes wide, exclaiming in shock. Luo was completely stunned, momentarily not understanding what that meant. He certainly knew what charge was, which refers to material with positive or negative electrical charge. Generally speaking, lightning-based magic relies on artificially creating such voltage differences to cast spells. Glenn's eyes were bloodshot, his voice trembling faintly. He now couldn't generate even the simplest of electric currents, rendering all lightning-based magic unusable. Luo frowned, but seeing Glenn run frantically to a nearby electric machine and stretch his hand into it to feel the current with his body, he realized the gravity of the situation. Luo hurriedly ran over, but did not dare interrupt Glenn's actions. He could only watch helplessly as Glenn's body shook uncontrollably under the assault of the electric current, taking several minutes before collapsing weakly. Luo asked with concern, "Electricity exists. Electricity is there." Glenn muttered to himself, his face full of confusion and bewilderment. "Are you too tired?" Luo suggested comfortingly, thinking that Glenn might be mentally exhausted from his nonstop research day and night. Glenn said forcefully, his expression manic as he extended his hand, and a burst of flaming fireball appeared in his palm. This was the second circle spell, the Flame Burst skill. Clearly, his spiritual power had not weakened to the point where he could not cast magic. Without waiting for Luo to respond, Glenn urgently called over his assistant, asking him to cast a lightning spell. Any kind would do. After hearing Glenn's odd request, the assistant was also baffled. However, after trying, the same horrified look appeared on his face, and he shouted in despair, "Where's the charge?" Luo and Glenn exchanged glances, and a chill suddenly surged from their feet to their hearts. They immediately set aside all other matters, hastily wrote an urgent letter, and sent it to the Holy City to report this strange situation to the counselors. In fact, The desks of the Magic Council had already been piled high with similar letters. Wizards like Glenn, who suddenly found themselves unable to control electricity, were not few, and the issue was spreading like a plague. After some investigation, the council quickly concluded that as soon as any wizard began to question the nature of light and electricity, they would immediately lose the ability to sense charge. What puzzled them most was that wizards who simply believed in the particle or wave theories retained their normal ability to cast spells, whereas those who were just following the crowd were almost all wiped out. Those with milder symptoms experienced only intermittent casting barriers, but the most severe cases, like Glenn's, completely lost the ability to sense charge. Panic spread throughout the kingdom. Such a disease, known as a casting barrier, had never been seen before. Most wizards, affected or not, were filled with worry, and this feeling of worry and panic quickly turned into anger towards the wave theory. Initially, everyone was casting spells just fine, but then Jeffrey's wave theory came along, messing everything up. Now, even casting lightning spells had become a problem. Dozens of particle faction wizards jointly published an article the next day, furiously denouncing wave theory in the Magic Daily as a perverse doctrine that fundamentally undermines the magic foundation. Combined with the criticism from the many neutral factions, the wave theory, which was already at a disadvantage, became so controversial that it was under attack from all sides, until a piece of explosive news tore through everyone's perceptions. Without any warning, Anthony suddenly converted to the wave theory and announced that he had found new evidence, even discovering a brand new model that could explain the structure of atoms based on this theory. Sanchez, Alade, and the rest of the particle faction wizards were completely dumbfounded. They were about to strangle the wave theory in its cradle and restore the orthodoxy of magic studies. But Anthony, the leading contributor to the discovery of the photoelectric effect, had defected. Sanchez was hopping mad. The particle faction's achievements over the past few months were ruined just like that, and an enraged Sanchez wished he could just finish off Anthony. Alade was utterly puzzled, unable to think of any other reason for Anthony's sudden shift to the wave faction. Sanchez's face immediately darkened. They had successfully used particle theory to explain every phenomenon of light, and now they were just a few decisive pieces of evidence short. What's more, Anthony had brazenly claimed that he had found a new model that could explain the internal structure of elements. That was simply madness, given that Lin, the chairman's star orbital model of elements, had received unanimous approval from every wizard and was nothing short of perfection. Any wizard who saw the orbital model wouldn't hesitate to affirm that this was the ultimate form of the elements. And as light and electricity are one and the same, could it be that the internal electrons and elements are also wave-like? Sanchez absolutely did not believe in such perverse doctrine, but the impact caused by Anthony's betrayal, the proposer of the photoelectric effect, was nonetheless terrifying. A large number of wizards who followed the particle faction were shaken to their core, suddenly losing their ability to perceive electric charge. This increasingly widespread dispute had long exceeded the limits of debate and had naturally caught the attention of people like Harif. Even Lin, who was deeply immersed in researching quantum theory, received a report. After hearing the description from Philip and others, Lin was quite surprised. He hadn't expected the dispute between particles and waves to lead to such severe consequences. Philip couldn't help asking, as nearly half of the people had lost their ability to sense electric charge. "Of course, I'm fine," Lin raised an eyebrow. Around him was a circle of electric light, the signature of the thunder-based spell, electromagnetic barrier. Seeing that the Star of Magic was unharmed, Philip and the others breathed a sigh of relief, as nearly half of the wizards had lost the ability to cast corresponding spells. Many wizards who supported the photon particle theory even mockingly coined a new term for this casting barrier, calling it the wave plague, implying that the wave theory was the source of this magic crisis and that it would spread like a plague. After some reflection, Lin faintly guessed the cause of this magic crisis. Anthony's electric therapy sensing spell had indeed enabled wizards to perceive and control electric charge, But put simply, it was just a clever trick, and their understanding of electricity was very limited. It was like a child who had barely learned to walk and run by muscle memory, and now suddenly two people emerged, arguing with each other, insisting on telling the child whether it was more scientific to step with the left foot or the right foot first when walking, which leg nerve should be controlled, and the exact degree to step for it to be most appropriate, confusing the child who could run to the point where now they couldn't even walk. Chapter 581, 505 Anthony. No one understands Maxwell better than me. Chapter 581. Chapter 505 Anthony. No one understands Maxwell better than me. Lynn steadied himself, recovering from his speculation on casting barrier, and asked with slight concern, "What is the council's opinion now?" Philip shook his head in helplessness. In fact, the council was now in complete disarray. Such a sudden loss of the ability to perceive a certain element had never occurred in the history of magic. It was said that Chairman Vittorio had summoned many and had conducted checks on their physical and mental health, but so far, nothing new had surfaced. The only certainty was that all these individuals had begun to question the nature of light and electricity, with many directly participating in debates over the wave-particle controversy and having published several papers in newspapers. Philip paused, then continued. Now, many wizards who support the particle theory suggest banning the wave theory to prevent the spread of casting barrier disorder. The council members were also considering the suggestion, as the impact caused by this dispute was simply too vast. This strange casting barrier had indeed made many wizards feel uneasy. Even the chairs expressed their concerns. Although the church's main force had long since collapsed, the exiles in the outer realms, such as Alade, always posed a great threat. And now, the art of thunder magic was a crucial force within the entire magical system, possessing a significant advantage in the transmission of information, and the derived electromagnetic fields were also key in restraining nuclear forces. So, several chair lords also asked me to inquire about your suggestion, Philip said cautiously. No, we must not do that. Lynn immediately vetoed. We are not the church. We cannot stop normal magical research and discussion. After nearly 2 months of dispute, coupled with the tactics of both schools pulling for support and endorsements, nearly 70% of the great wizards and their factions have been drawn in. Furthermore, those who initially spectated for amusement, but ended up tragically afflicted by thunder wizards and the chilling casting barrier, made this dispute widely known. Even if they banned the wave theory publicly, they couldn't stop wizards from researching privately, so it might be better to let them debate openly. The clash of ideas could also help break conventions. However, Lynn instructed Philip to reply to the council to slightly control the intensity of the dispute through public opinion management to avoid causing large-scale, bloody conflicts. This was not an impossible scenario. Conflicts caused by academic disputes in magical history were not uncommon. For instance, over 20 years ago, the debate over the origin of the fire element nearly led to a violent clash between two opposing factions. In the end, it was the great wizard Alade who, having newly developed the sixth-ring magic element storm, defeated his opponent in a duel, forcing them to concede wholeheartedly. Even in his previous life, the dispute over the wave-particle nature of light had seen numerous renowned scholars spraying venom at each other for 300 years. The crux of the problem was that the contradictions between the two theories, if proven by common sense, were almost irreconcilable. What is a wave? It is a physical quantity or disturbance of a physical quantity that propagates through space in a specific form. To put it more simply, in the eyes of the wizards, this thing is continuous and indivisible. And a particle refers to the smallest constituent unit of a matter that can exist freely, one piece at a time. Because of this, since you can't say something is both continuous and dispersed, the brain can't possibly imagine such a concept, just like you can't say a cat is both alive and dead. Yet, the microscopic world is exactly so grinding. One must completely abandon so-called macro-world common sense to glimpse its mysteries. Lynn shook his head, his gaze inadvertently, moving to the manuscripts on his desk. In recent times, he had also conducted preliminary research and experiments in the microdomain and had thought about taking the opportunity to publish some papers. However, the sudden emergence of casting barrier disorder now made him hesitate. If he published these findings on quantum superposition states and entangled states, it could affect far more than just thunder wizards. A large number of elemental wizards might directly lose their ability to cast spells. That would be a true magic crisis. As Lin was thinking, a robust guard falcon suddenly flew in through the wide-open window, perching on the desk with a white letter hanging from its foot. Lin recognized it at once as a communication falcon. Although temporary communication bases formed by patrolling airships had now been established throughout the continent, ensuring national emergency communication within 15 minutes, some secrets weren't suitable for transmission by this means, and many factions still maintain the tradition of keeping communication falcons for exchanges. At that moment, Philip noticed the beautiful feathers on the right side of this guard falcon, marked with a lightning symbol. Philip asked with interest, as the founder of electric therapy sensing and proponent of the photoelectric effect had recently become quite famous. As a major proponent of the particle theory of light, suddenly converting to believe in the wave theory had dumbfounded many spectators. Chapter 582. 505 Anthony. No one understands Maxwell better than I do. _2. _2 Philip's heart inclined even more towards the particle theory of light, unable to comprehend why the other party would suddenly make such a crazy move. Perhaps the truth lay within this letter. Lin subsequently took the tightly sealed letter, unsealed it with a small magic spell on the envelope, and began to read. In this letter, Anthony detailed their recent studies on electric and magnetic fields, stating that he had solved the fourth equation of Maxwell's equations and derived from it an astonishing fact. Light is an electromagnetic wave with a unique frequency, and he had successfully created light using this method. No wonder. Lin smiled, imagining the mixture of collapse and elation Anthony must have felt at that moment. Now that it was clear that light was an electromagnetic wave, the sudden shift to embracing wave theory made sense. Additionally, in a letter, Anthony heavily flattered his own efforts, stating that these research outcomes were based on his Maxwell's equations and calculus formulations, and subtly hinted that he had discovered a new model to explain the internal structure of elements, which might be slightly different from the previously proposed star orbital model. Lin, of course, realized this slight difference might be vast. Anthony's purpose in writing, evidently, was to gauge his reaction. He possibly feared opposition or even using influence to suppress the new theory. Hence, he wanted to ask for Lin's opinion first. Lin chuckled and shook his head. After pondering for a moment, he penned a reply letter, affirming Anthony's research achievements in the electromagnetic domain and expressing support for introducing a more novel atomic model to explain microscopic phenomena. He carefully added at the end, light and electricity indeed possess certain wave-like properties, but their particle characteristics should not be ignored as a hint. Curious, Philip stealthily glanced at the contents of the letter, and as his pupils contracted, he caught sight of Lin's final sentence, causing his mind to tremble. Could it be that the dean also supported wave theory? On the other side, Lin had already placed the letter in the envelope and tied it to the carrier eagle's leg. Seeing this, Philip hurriedly took his leave, but remained perturbed as he left the room and immediately wanted to use electromagnetic communication magic to discuss the issue with some of his friends. However, this time the spell failed. Philip suddenly opened his eyes, his face turning pale as he realized he could no longer sense charges in magnetic fields. "It's all over," Philip muttered to himself, realizing he had also contracted the wave plague. Several hours later, in a luxurious manner in Fire Oil City, at the center of a swirling controversy, the two great wizards, Anthony and Jeffrey, were gathered. Jeffrey asked anxiously. In his view, the greatest obstacle to wave theory undoubtedly lay with this star of magic. Thanks to Anthony proposing the photoelectric effect, tying these two concepts together, and someone's burst of inspiration to remodel the internal structure of elements based on wave theory, This conflicted severely with some of Speaker Lynn's proposed theories in magical studies. Jeffrey felt quite helpless about this, and even doubted whether allowing Anthony to join the Lightwave faction was the right choice. Given that the council was considering awarding Lynn a second Corona Medal to commend his exceptional contributions in elemental and optics fields, at such a critical time, their intervention, declaring some of the Star of Magic's research concepts incorrect, would irk anyone. Jeffrey had no doubts that Chairman Lynn only needed one word to kill the wave theory he had painstakingly developed, as his influence in the field of magic was simply too great. Laws of free fall, universal gravitation, speed of light calculations, Coriolis force. It could be said that the rapid development of magical studies in recent years was wholly reliant on the various magical theories proposed by this Star of Magic, and these theories had almost never been wrong before. It should be, Anthony hesitated as he replied, his theory of light and electricity being derived from Maxwell's equations. Since light is an electromagnetic wave, this Lynn, who had given him the formula, should have thought of it too. While he said this, Anthony's heart was somewhat uncertain. After all, getting an authority in magical studies to admit their research was wrong and to give up easily obtainable glory was not an easy task. Just as he was worried, a sharp cry rang out over the manor, and Anthony looked up to see his messenger had returned. Jeffrey was also very eager, and as soon as the guard hawk had landed, he hurriedly asked Anthony to check the letter. Anthony was quick too. After decrypting the guard magic placed on it, he opened the letter, and after a while, his expression gradually relaxed from solemn. Jeffrey asked. With one sentence, Anthony calmed Jeffrey's restless heart, then carelessly handed the letter over. Jeffrey took it, scanning it carefully, where he saw the final sentence. Light and electricity indeed have wave-like properties. A slight smile appeared on his face. As for the latter part of the sentence, Jeffrey didn't pay much attention to it. One couldn't expect the Star of Magic to admit his elemental model was wrong in the letter. Could they? He must find some way to step down, right? Indeed, for Chairman Lynn to so candidly acknowledge the wave theory was entirely beyond Jeffrey's expectations. I told you before, Chairman Lynn is very open-minded and not one to stubbornly stick to his own views, tripping up those who oppose his theories behind the scenes, Anthony said with a smile. He remembered that this Star of Magic had repeatedly publicly expressed his welcome for anyone to refute his magical theories with rigorous experimental results. Jeffrey grimaced slightly. Pleasantries are easy to say, but his wave theory had run into many obstacles at the council, with most of the counselors being staunch supporters of the particle theory. If it weren't for Anthony suddenly switching sides, his situation would only be more difficult. Anthony raised his eyebrows, but that made sense. With more than half the Thunder Mages losing their charge-sensing ability, the chairman couldn't help but be anxious. Jeffrey nodded slightly. It was time to end this long-standing dispute. What wave plague? He thought it should rightly be called particle imbalance syndrome. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye, and since the shocking news that Anthony, a key figure in particle theory, had suddenly switched to wave theory, the public opinion in the Magic Kingdom had strangely calmed. This was naturally because the council had intensified its scrutiny of newspaper editorial policies, at least the kind of blatant mudslinging that had occurred before could no longer be openly published in major newspapers. To publish points related to optics and electrics, one needed rigorous logical deduction or experimental proof. This led to a drop in newspaper sales, causing editors at major news agencies to sigh in distress. However, this calm was clearly only superficial. The dispute continued in the shadows, with both major theories gathering strength, preparing to completely refute the opponent at this year's academic conference. Amid these undercurrents, September quietly arrived, and tens of thousands of wizards from across the continent flocked to the capital, ready to attend the grandest academic event in history. Chapter 583, 506, The Perpetual Motion Machine of Gravity and Optical Photography. Chapter 583, Chapter 506, The Perpetual Motion Machine of Gravity and Optical Photography. In September, the cool autumn wind gently blew away the summer heat. After several months of fierce battles, the entire eastern, central, and southern regions of the empire had been completely occupied. According to the most optimistic estimates of the council, the war against the empire would be completely over in at most 2 months. At the same time, the railway tracks had been repaired section by section, forming an intricate network that enveloped every major city in the eastern region, with plans for future expansion to cover the whole empire, facilitating the convening of the academic seminar. A magical train, filled with passengers and emitting a loud whistle, departed from a station that was still under construction, speeding toward the capital at a very fast pace. The rolling wheels continuously ground against the rails, producing a thunderous rumble after rumble, and the carriage swayed slightly. However, the novelty of the experience was enough to make one overlook such minor discomforts. Sean, a middle-aged wizard who had just seated himself with his apprentices, beheld the dense thickets outside the window vanishing from view with great speed, and couldn't help but exclaim, "What an incredible alchemical creation!" The train they were on stretched over 70 meters and could carry nearly 1,000 people, traveling at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. It was said that from the heart of the empire to the capital of the Magic Kingdom, it would only take 9 hours. That time included the stops at other cities along the way, which was simply incredible. Sitting next to Sean, an apprentice who looked no older than 11 or 12 years old, couldn't help but ask. Despite always being within the borders of the empire, they had heard a lot about the Magic Kingdom from passing merchant caravans. In the tales of these wandering traders, the capital was akin to paradise on earth, where food was created using magic. Even commoners wore clothes of unmatched elegance. All sorts of newfangled alchemical creations were in abundance, and people didn't travel in carriages but drove a steel behemoth that belched smoke from behind. By comparison, the cities they had known in the empire were practically cesspools, and even the holy city before its collapse was no exception. In everything but its size, it was utterly inferior. "Of course it can," Sean responded with a smile. "I heard that it is the masterpiece of Wizard Lin, the speaker of the magic, who trapped the formidable power of lightning in a light bulb, using electricity to create light." The young apprentice imagined such a scene, and as if lost in thought, darkness suddenly enveloped them. The train had entered a long and dark tunnel. With the speed of the train, it took a good 10 seconds or more before daylight embraced them again. The stark change from light to darkness surprised the wizards inside the carriage. Sean, who was seated next to the window, curiously stuck his head out to see a massive mountain behind them. Sean recognized it quickly, as it was the second tallest mountain in the empire, so named for its steep slopes. The train had actually gone straight through the mountain. No wonder they suddenly found the surroundings dark. Under Sean's gaze, there was a gigantic tunnel that had been bored straight through the mountain, a truly magnificent sight. He remembered the kingdom's musketeers had only reached this point 3 months prior, wondering what kind of power could hollow out an entire mountain in such a short time. The 100 or so wizards in the carriage were all discussing this, with one particularly proud-looking which claiming, "The Sunflame Cannon created this tunnel, one of the greatest alchemical creations of the council to date." Sean and the others were shocked. To blast through the peak of despair with a single shot? What sort of immense power could achieve such an exaggerated feat? There were also a number of wizards who expressed skepticism, suggesting this must be an exaggeration. Perhaps the tunnel was gradually carved out by powerful mages using magic. The witch pursed her lips and didn't continue her story. A mere peak of despair was nothing. The entire holy city had been flattened during the battle between the counselors and that false god. The Sunflame Cannon was originally intended for use against the remnants of the Empire's legions, but those nobles performed so poorly in battle, crumbling upon contact, that there was no need for this superweapon. Instead, they encountered numerous difficulties during road construction, especially since the central region of the Empire was filled with mountains. To build roads around them would be both time-consuming and laborious. So Councilor Vittorio had a stroke of genius, repurposing the unused Sunflame Cannon for road construction. With one shot, The cannon could carve through mountains and destroy forests. Its utility couldn't be overstated. Sean had no doubt about the witch's words, for he had heard that the legendary wizards of the kingdom had created the Land of Death, a desolate area stretching over tens of kilometers with a single powerful spell, which was evidently even more exaggerated. The 9-hour journey wasn't too long. As the initial excitement of the train ride wore off, they had already begun to slowly stop at the platform in the capital. It was evening by then. The witch who had spoken earlier was the first to stand up and leave the train, with the rest following suit. Sean didn't move immediately but took out his finest blue robe from his luggage and put it on. After taking a deep breath, he stepped off the train with his assistant and apprentice. Chapter 584, 506, The Perpetual Motion Machine of Gravity and Optical Photography _2. Chapter 584, Chapter 506, The Perpetual Motion Machine of Gravity and Optical Photography _2. A loud and enthusiastic voice rose to everyone's ears, and the one who spoke was naturally Theodore, who was in charge of welcoming this train. He held a long list in his hands, confirming each person's name before he led them to the boarding site. Sean walked amidst the crowded throng, clutching tightly to his suitcase in one hand, which contained his lifelong research achievements, also the reason he was attending the academic conference. By his side, a young apprentice looked around curiously. Everything in this city was novel to him. He saw the beautifully decorated train platforms, the wide, clean, and somewhat crowded, bustling streets, alchemy vehicles with odd shapes zipping by on the roads, alchemy workshops billowing thick smoke. Even the stones of the train platform underfoot were so smooth they gleamed like mirrors. Stepping on them gave rise to an involuntary sense of guilt for damaging artwork. Before the last of the sunset's afterglow had faded, bright lights flared up from the tops of pillars standing on either side of the streets, dispersing the impending darkness ahead of time. Within those oval-shaped lamps was a filament heated to incandescent whiteness, a vivid demonstration of what it meant to trap lightning in a bulb. Soft singing, its source unknown, began to fill the air. The melodious tune carried a special rhythm that was intoxicating. An alchemist asked curiously, as there was no band in sight playing the tunes. Theodore explained with a smile. Given that the holy city of the church echoed with resounding hymns all day long, the capital city of this kingdom, as the face of the council, naturally couldn't fall short in this regard. When it came down to it, there was nothing strange. Sound is produced by the vibrations of objects, and combined with Dean Lin's resonance principles, by placing a special kind of harp on statues throughout the kingdom and casting a spell to play one, sound would naturally reverberate throughout every corner of the capital. And this magic tune that covered the entire kingdom was naturally the masterpiece of the waveform school. As Theodore explained, he led the group onto a fleet of alchemy vehicles that had been prepared in advance to take them to the Magic Research Institute. By the time they arrived together, it was around 7 o'clock in the evening. Sean, filled with excitement, stepped into the exhibition hall, which was larger than he had expected. Rows of seats arranged in a tiered fashion encircled the area, while hundreds of magic lamps above illuminated the interior, as if it were daylight. They were clearly the last ones to arrive. Tens of thousands of wizards had already gathered in the massive hall, exchanging and discussing insights and research in various magical disciplines. However, not all was harmonious. Disputes and angry chastisements rose and fell, though fortunately, no one dared to make a move inside the hall. The exceedingly reserved Sean had no intention of joining the discussions. He and his apprentice took seats on the outer edge, listening intently to the surrounding wizards' debates. This year's academic conference seemed particularly grand, no longer hosted by the archwizards like in the past. Several legendary councilmen had arrived without exception, showing the level of importance attached to the event. Sean immediately turned his gaze to the councilmen's seats. This was the first time he had seen the true faces of the few legendary councilmen atop the magical academia, especially the figure in the center who was particularly conspicuous. Sean understood that this must be Councilman Lin, the star of magic, whose fame resounded through the empire and sent shivers down the spines of the church. Just as he thought this, the exceptionally young councilman looked over and, clearing his throat, spoke. An incredibly loud voice instantaneously echoed throughout the hall, conveying an unquestionable authority and pressure, silencing the hullabaloo and disputes in an instant. In just a second, the vast exhibition hall was left with nothing but the continuous echo of the voice. Lin, now serving as a judge for the second time, was very familiar with the various procedures. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he welcomed the many wizards who had come from afar and announced the official start of the magic conference. An elderly wizard, under the watchful eyes of the audience, led several apprentices carrying a transparent box onto the exhibition hall stage. Inside the box, there was a very intricate device, the main body being a huge gear about 3 meters in diameter. Each tooth was shaped like a ramp, with 40 movable short rods installed inside. One end of each rod was fitted with a 20-kilogram iron ball, moving outward along the wheel spokes. The male wizard presenting on stage introduced his great invention with considerable pride. Today's magical world already had many power devices, such as steam engines and improved versions of internal combustion engines. But without exception, they all required the consumption of energy. Therefore, he had been pondering whether there was a way to produce a continuous output of power without adding any fuel. Thus, this perpetual motion machine was born. It utilized the gravity of the planet itself, employing an asymmetrical frame structure that created a deviation in the gravity of objects on either side of the frame. The heavier side would pull the lighter side, generating a continuous mechanical motion. To eliminate the influence of external forces as much as possible, he had even beseeched a great wizard to extract the elements inside the device, allowing this apparatus to operate incessantly. Looking at this peculiar perpetual motion machine in front of them, the wizards present were quite interested. Although the device's current output of power was limited, what if it were scaled up 100 or even 1,000 times? The power generated could perhaps supply an entire city. Sitting in the judge's seat, Lin rolled his eyes. Good grief, even perpetual motion machines were making an appearance. Frankly, this thing was along the same lines as the Foucault pendulum he used to prove the rotation of the Earth. But this perpetual motion machine was clearly far from it, and the biggest problem was that it simply could not output much power, its efficiency far inferior to harnessing hydropower, wind power, or solar energy. If this could be considered a perpetual motion machine, then wouldn't water wheels powered by running water also be considered perpetual motion machines? In just a few words, Lin highlighted all the shortcomings of this perpetual device. Sean and others noticed that the perpetual motion machine's speed was gradually slowing down. The great wizards roughly estimated that in no more than 2 days, the device would stop on its own, far from the concept of perpetual motion. Vittorio, however, tried to smooth things over, noting that the idea of using the planet's gravity to provide an uninterrupted source of power was quite innovative, although this perpetual motion machine didn't have much practical value. Under the nitpicking of the crowd, the once confident elderly wizard turned red with embarrassment, insisting that his perpetual motion machine had great potential. It just needed further improvements. When he left the stage, his face was filled with indignation. Clearly, he was quite angry that his great invention did not receive the attention he believed it deserved. Immediately afterward, Glenn stepped forward with his new style camera, demonstrating it to the audience. Accompanied by a burst of flashing light, a very clear black and white photo quickly appeared before everyone under the effects of magic. This alchemical apparatus, capable of imprinting reality onto paintings, instantly piqued the interest of many. They were astonished by the lifelike images published in the newspapers and finally understood the principle behind it, thanks to Glenn's explanation. Pinhole imaging, huh? That's a clever approach, Aurora said, smiling. Many were aware of this natural phenomenon, and wizards advocating the corpuscular theory of light considered it one of the most direct pieces of evidence that light travels in straight lines. However, Glenn was indeed the first to think of utilizing this phenomenon. For this new invention, Lynn and others unanimously gave it high praise and immediately decided to award Glenn the Morningstar Medal to recognize his contribution. Chapter 585, 507, Mimetic Interference Fringes, a Great Victory for Particle Theory. Chapter 585, Chapter 507, Mimetic Interference Fringes, a Great Victory for Particle Theory. The academic symposium continued for several hours, with wizards constantly taking the stage to present their inventions or theories on magic. Not to mention, 3 perpetual motion machines appeared, clearly showing the wizards' keen interest in creating infinite power sources. The most reliable one was the magnetic perpetual motion machine, which used dozens of permanent magnets to provide power and was expected to function for many years. However, Lynn still rejected this device. After all, with those strong magnets, why wouldn't they use them to build a generator? Wouldn't that be more efficient? However, the ideas of the wizards weren't always so problematic. After more than a year, the results of various magic theories had surged, especially in the fields of mathematical wizardry, mechanics, elements, and electromagnetism. In these several hours, Lynn, Harav, and others had already awarded 6 Morningstar medals, and this was just the first day of the symposium. Sean was the 36th person to take the stage, presenting his invention, a mechanical pendulum clock for timekeeping. Nowadays, wizards still use the hourglass method for timekeeping, which involved measuring time based on how long the sand took to flow from one container to another. But what was different was that the hourglass made by wizards contained a special type of sand imbued with magic power called time sand. This thing possessed 2 important characteristics. The first was that in a specific hourglass, it would fall at a rate of 10 grains per second, and the second was that it was particularly noticeable under a wizard's unique spiritual perception. This meant that wizards only needed to touch the hourglass to know, through spiritual power, how much sand remained, and their computing power could determine the current time in a very short period. 1 seconds. Sean's mechanical pendulum clock used the principle of isochronism. The so-called pendulum is a device that can produce reciprocating swinging. A small ball placed at one end of a fine string suspended from the ceiling constitutes a pendulum. Once an initial force is applied, under the influence of gravity, the ball below begins to swing back and forth. Moreover, according to the law he discovered, the time it took for the ball to swing back and forth depended only on the length of the pendulum's arc and was not affected by the magnitude of the swing. This stability became the basis for measuring time. Sean dismantled the entire pendulum clock, pointing to the gears, escapement, mainspring, and balance spring inside, explaining in detail how it worked. In short, the force of the pendulum drove the gears, and 1 full turn represented 1 minute. After listening to Sean's description, Lynn realized this was a rather primitive pendulum clock, likely because it had just been developed and its structure was very rudimentary. After casually pointing out several areas for improvement, Lynn smiled again and spoke, "In my view, why not simply increase the number of gears inside the dial to 3? Each rotation of the small gear drives the middle gear to move a quarter, and 1 full rotation of middle gear drives the large gear to move a quarter." Sean paused, his face showing surprise, quickly understanding the benefits of this. This way, there was no need to specifically calculate how many circles the dial had turned. One could easily see what minute and second it was. "Thank you for your proposal, Chairman Lynn. I didn't expect you to have such a profound mastery in alchemy," Sean said, bowing slightly in thanks. Previously, within the Empire, all he had heard about was how outstanding the Star of Magic was in magical research, and now it seemed he was truly talented in all fields. In fact, Chairman Lynn is the most skilled wizard in alchemy in the entire magic community. "My title as a magic creator has long been undeserved," said Vittorio, who was sitting at the judging panel, quite embarrassingly. Lynn, who had developed airships, war machines, magic trains, and steel battleships within a few short years truly fit the title of magic creator more aptly. Actually, my skills in alchemy are quite ordinary. At most, I have some insights in engineering, Lin said, shaking his head with a smile, well aware that his advantage lay merely in his broad knowledge. Even without his reminders, Sean would have been able to completely perfect it through repeated improvements. Lin quickly moved on from the topic and began discussing with Harav and others whether they should nominate Sean for the Morningstar Medal. They were all quite optimistic about this new method of timekeeping. Its accuracy was certainly not as high as the magic clock, but its greatest value lay in that it did not require magic power, meaning even ordinary civilians could use it, and its structure was not complex, holding great potential for popularization. This was a true exemplar of using gravitational potential energy, much more reliable than those so-called perpetual motion machines. Lin nodded in agreement. This pendulum clock, in his view, had deeper significance than its function, representing an innovation in timekeeping devices. 1 second from a magic hourglass seemed a bit inadequate, necessitating precision down to the thousandth or even 10,000th of a second. The wizard named Sean might just be the right researcher to develop new types of timekeepers. Chapter 586, 507, Mimetic Interference Fringes, a Great Victory for Particle Theory _2. Chapter 586, Chapter 507, Mimetic Interference Fringes, a Great Victory for Particle Theory _2. In view of this, Lin did not skimp on rewards and directly awarded the recipient a Morningstar Medal. Sean stood on the spot, taken aback with honor, as the magic star himself placed a medal on him, his face flushing with excitement. He had never enjoyed such esteemed treatment. After bowing again to express his gratitude, Sean returned to his seat amid the extreme envy of others. Several wizards nearby even took the initiative to engage him in enthusiastic conversation. So, the next item is Master Sanchez's light particle scattering experiment, Harav said, glancing at the list in his hands. At those words, the wizards present perked up, understanding that this was the focal point of the academic conference. The dispute between the theories of light as particles and waves had persisted for several months, and this was not merely a theoretical debate. With the ownership of a Corona medal at stake, no one was willing to give up easily. Under the gaze of all, Sanchez rose and walked to the podium. After bowing to the assembly of chairpersons, he began to present his particle theory. 1 millimeter in diameter, there were billions of these light particles. While speaking, Sanchez raised his right hand and created a slightly reddish, translucent magic sphere in his palm. Inside, a large number of mimic elements swirled vigorously, simulating the existence of light electrons. It was at that moment that a wizard who supported the wave theory suddenly laughed scornfully and interrupted Sanchez. "Wait a moment, Master Sanchez. You just said that light is electricity, and electricity is light, even suggesting that electricity is made of even smaller particles of light. But a burning candle can also continue to emit light." A wave of laughter erupted in the large conference room. Candles, of course, cannot be used for generating electricity. However, some people did not laugh, including Sanchez, who sighed with a touch of frustration. "I hail from Steel City, Seltoad," the male wizard said unwaveringly. Seltoad was a significant fortress in the eastern region of the kingdom and had been recovered late in the history, having been under the control of the Grand Nobles previously. It was ranked in the middle to lower echelons of the implicit division amongst the wizard community. Although they were all wizards, biases still existed among them. For example, wizards born in Wizardland looked down on those born in the kingdom, considering them barbarians without systematic magical education, while wizards from the kingdom held the wizards from the empire in contempt. Even as council consciously tried to eliminate regional differences, these contradictions were inevitable. What is fire? It is the oxidation reaction that occurs during the combustion of material. If the temperature is high enough, it becomes a plasma of high temperature. Moreover, electrons exist within every element. I thought that this basic knowledge was known by everyone here. Sanchez looked disdainfully at the male wizard. It wasn't just candles. Theoretically, with enough temperature, all materials could ionize. Hearing this, the wizards who had just been laughing were now horribly embarrassed, and the male wizard who had spoken earlier was rendered speechless. After shooting down the skeptics, Sanchez paid them no further heed and continued on with his particle theory, using Glenn's earlier demonstration of pinhole imaging as support. With the efforts of the apprentices, a simple experimental stage was quickly constructed. There were only 3 items on it. On the left was a candle, in the center was a partition with a tiny hole, and on the right, a stone wall. Sanchez lit the candle, and immediately, an inverted image of the candlelight appeared on the stone wall across from it, only it was upside down. We can imagine that the light emitted by the candle is composed of countless light spots. Since the diameter of the flame is larger than the hole, the light from the upper part of the flame passes through the hole in a straight line and is projected on the lower part of the wall, while the light from the lower part of the flame is projected on the upper part of the wall. Sanchez exclaimed loudly. The voice of Sanchez echoed continuously in the exhibition hall, and the wizards present discussed fervently as they looked at the noticeable shadow of the candle on the stone wall. Jeffrey, who had been silent all along, finally couldn't restrain himself and asked a question that was a sticking point for the particle camp. A mocking smile appeared on Sanchez's lips. Sanchez had the candle removed and replaced the center partition with one that had double slits. Then he created another group of elements emitting a blue light in his left hand. Sanchez, holding a red and a blue group of elements, shot them towards the slits in the partition under everyone's watchful eyes. Upon striking the holes, which were even smaller in diameter, the protective membrane on the outside of the element shattered, and the mimic magic elements inside started to disperse in all directions. As the source of the explosion was dual and the distance very close, many of the scattered red and blue elements quickly collided and merged with one another, their power becoming even more formidable. The wizards in the front row stood up abruptly from their seats, their gaze fixed on the stone wall. The impact of the red and green mimic elements on the wall left noticeable pits, and after about 3 seconds, the result was clear. The landing points of the scattered elements were concentrated in several areas, forming 9 stripes made up of impact pits. There were indeed fewer pits in the middle of these stripes. Sean exclaimed in shock. More and more people began to realize, if these pits were regarded as scattered light particles, then the areas with a denser concentration of pits would be the brightest parts of the light, while the other areas would be comparatively dimmer. This meant that even if light was a stream of particles, it could still exhibit phenomena like light interference and diffraction. Realizing this, the wizards who supported the particle theory of light were ecstatic, and Sanchez's experiment undoubtedly had cleared a major obstacle for the particle theory. A chorus of cheers and applause resonated nonstop in the exhibition hall. Sanchez, smug with triumph, turned his gaze toward Jeffrey and Anthony. Anthony could not help but express his amazement. He had read about Sanchez's photoelectron explosion theory, but had not expected the other party to actually carry out the experiment, even though it was merely a mimicry of the result. "I regret that you have abandoned the correct path, Anthony," Sanchez said with a light chuckle. Seeing that Anthony remained stubborn, Sanchez frowned with dissatisfaction. But before he could respond, Anthony spoke up once more with finality in his voice. Chapter 587, 508. Chapter 587, 508. Anthony's words brought the particle advocates among the wizards, who had been celebrating their victory, to an abrupt halt. One of the wizards who supported the wave theory stood up excitedly, then hesitated. Clearly, even he was not entirely convinced by this claim. Were electromagnetic waves. They are a type of wave phenomenon produced by the alternating changes of electric and magnetic fields. The entire kingdom's communication system relies on the application of electromagnetic waves, so wizards who specialize in electricity are not unfamiliar with them. Because of this, they found it unbelievable, if According to Anthony, light is an electromagnetic wave. Then when they communicated, there should have been a very obvious light wave present. Anthony raised his tone slightly, silencing the chaotic voices of doubt in the audience, before continuing his explanation. Harov thought for a moment and quickly grasped the underlying meaning in Anthony's words, because there is something quite similar that they are all very familiar with: the sound waves produced by the vibration of objects. Due to the limitations of the human ear, people can only hear sound waves with frequencies between 20 and 20,000 hertz. Once the frequency goes beyond or falls below this range, the sound becomes inaudible. It is said to be named after a scholar who studied sound waves in the secret magic society and has since passed away. Anthony nodded. As Anthony raised his hand, the electric and magnetic fields alternated, and a dazzling beam of light shot out from his fingertips. The wizards of the particle school watched the scene in shock, their faces turning pale, because this meant that Anthony was not lying. Light indeed was an electromagnetic wave. Expressions of disbelief also spread across Sanchez and Alade's faces. Lynn, on the other hand, was very interested in Anthony's technique of rapidly alternating electromagnetic fields to emit light beams. This meant that in the future, using the laser technique could save many steps, thereby greatly increasing the initiation speed of light-based magic. This is also precisely where the need for the development of magical studies lies. As long as he pointed out a direction, there was always someone formidable who could innovate. Otherwise, if it were only up to him to magically transform all the various scientific theories and unearth their potential, he would be utterly exhausted. Jeffrey said with a smile. Anthony's research was undoubtedly the most direct evidence for the wave theory. Even Sanchez could not deny the fact that light is an electromagnetic wave. The only thing that Jeffrey slightly regretted was that there was only one corona medal to be divided between two people, and it might be broken down into several silver moon medals. This way, he might miss out on the highest honor in the magical world. Just as Jeffrey was pondering, Alade suddenly stood up and interjected. Jeffrey replied impatiently, "Those are just minor details. The fact is right in front of us. You can't deny that light is an electromagnetic wave, can you? As for the mysteries of light waves, they can't be fully understood in just a few months." Harov, seated in the judge's position, also nodded in agreement. It was more important first to clear up the fundamental nature of light and resolve the casting barrier for lightning wizards, with further research coming later. However, Alade was relentless. You know that all waves require a medium to propagate, but electromagnetic waves do not. Alade's bold assertion baffled Anthony. Electromagnetic waves as particles? What a joke. That's something that propagates in the form of waves. However, this explanation gave the particle theory wizards a chance to regroup. After all, particle theory can explain the phenomena of light interference and diffraction. But neither Sanchez nor Anthony could explain the principles of pinhole imaging with wave theory. So perhaps electromagnetic waves are particles too. The Grand Hall, which accommodated thousands of people, quickly became a hubbub of arguments and discussions. Harov, Aurora, and Vittorio, seated as judges, were all frowning deeply. They had thought that this dispute would come to an end when Anthony proposed that light was an electromagnetic wave. However, when Alade suddenly spoke up, they were thrown into doubt once again. If there is no other convincing evidence to prove that light is a particle, then I believe that Master Jeffrey and Master Anthony's wave theory are more in line with the true nature of light, Harov said thoughtfully. Being an expert in force field magic, he naturally leaned more towards the wave theory. Chapter 588, 508. Chapter 588. 508, after all, there are quite a few similarities between the two, and perhaps, as with their casting of force field magic, space is the medium for electromagnetic waves. Vittorio nodded, also finding the wave theory more plausible. Clearly, she supported the particle theory of light. After several council members had stated their positions, all eyes in the room turned to Lynn. As the proposer of the laws of free fall, universal gravitation, and the elemental orbit model, this star of magic was undoubtedly authoritative in magical research. With those words, the faces of the wizards who believed in the wave theory of light beamed with pride, as it seemed that Counselor Lin was also in support of their wave theory. Sanchez and Alade, among others, had their expressions turned sour. With Counselors Herav, Vittorio, and Lin endorsing the wave theory, it was feared that after this seminar, the particle theory would be discarded to the trash heap. A slight smile appeared on Anthony's face. Jeffrey was not at all surprised, as he had read the reply letter from Lin to Anthony before and was clear about the stance of this star of magic. However, unexpectedly to both of them, after speaking, Lin suddenly turned to Sanchez and commended him, saying, "Your point is also very good. Indeed, light does have some particle characteristics, and the conjecture that electromagnetic waves are particles is very bold." Sanchez, who had been sighing, suddenly lifted his head, looking incredulously at this star of magic. The smile on Anthony's face froze, somewhat unable to understand why Counselor Lin suddenly voiced agreement with Sanchez's viewpoint. Could it be that the other party thought the wave theory had some loopholes and intended to delay for a period before concluding? "No, I think you've misunderstood me, Counselor Herav." Lin shook his head, looking around at the assembly of wizards in the hall, and proceeded to speak with a smile. Lin's voice was not loud, yet it accurately reached every person present. However, everyone who heard this wondered if they had heard wrong. Light is both a particle and a wave? Jeffrey frowned, speaking with utter confusion. Alade suggested with a burst of imagination. Sanchez nodded. This seemed reasonable and perfectly corresponded to this star of magic's just-mentioned statement, as well as his theory of photoelectronic bursts. Most importantly, this implied that the particle theory was the real core, with waves being formed by a large number of dispersed particles. However, Lin gently negated Alade's imaginative idea, both a particle and a wave. Jeffrey couldn't help but interject. Some wizards from the Empire were greatly disappointed with this highly reputed star of magic. When it was Lin's turn to speak, they had all been expecting him to present some astonishing argument to end this months-long debate between wave and particle. The result now seems to be surprisingly amazing, but its arguments are simply illogical, described best as bizarre. Waves are waves, particles are particles. Their forms of existence are utterly different. For instance, they could release a high-frequency shock wave that could split a wall in half, while a high-speed hitting particle could only create a big hole in the wall. Similarly, a wave can pass through several slits at once, even splitting into more microwaves. But could a particle do that? Of course not. Lin was not angered by the crowd's skepticism, but he slightly raised his volume, damping down the murmurs of the crowd. Common sense is naturally that which conforms to logic and to the knowledge accepted by us all. Jeffrey furrowed his brows. Exactly, it's nothing more than the experience summarized from our past knowledge. Lin nodded, then continued. Jeffrey was suddenly at a loss for words, let alone a few years ago. To this day, many people still do not believe that the land beneath their feet is a globe because it completely exceeds their understanding. Alade retorted from the side. Lin nodded, surprisingly agreeing with Alade's words, yet the next moment he spoke again. Lin stated emphatically, the wizards present, including chancellors like Herav, all wore expressions of disbelief. Anthony asked eagerly, confident that Lin would never talk nonsense, especially not in such an important assembly to ruin his reputation. But this theory was just too incredible. He needed to see more rigorous experimental proof, not just speeches. Lin agreed without hesitation. Then, with a flick of his finger, the neatly stacked pages on the desk flew out one by one, landing in the hands of every wizard in the exhibition hall. Anthony also received a copy, initially thinking it was the research manuscript, but after skimming it, he was surprised to find it was not as he was expecting. "What is this?" Aurora asked with a hint of surprise as she looked at Lin. "I'm somewhat concerned that revealing these microscopic phenomena could lead to consequences more severe than a casting barrier. Hence the disclaimer. You may choose to listen to my quantum theory," Lin said succinctly. Is it really that exaggerated? Harev's face involuntarily twitched. The consequences were more terrible than a casting barrier. The wizards present buzzed with speculation. Some felt this magic star was posturing, performing tricks, while others were uneasy. The previous debates about the essence of light had already caused many to lose their ability to perform light-based magic. Lin shrugged his shoulders, then declared the end of today's academic seminar, and no longer paying attention to the still confused wizards, left the venue. His experimental apparatus was missing one last piece of the puzzle: how to emit a single photon or electron and make it travel in a specific direction, which was the biggest challenge in the experiment, an especially crucial part. Chapter 589, 509, The Terrifying Double-Slit Interference Experiment. Chapter 589, Chapter 509, The Terrifying Double-Slit Interference Experiment. After Lin announced the end of the seminar, the wizards who walked out of the exhibition hall still hadn't recovered from the debate over wave-particle duality. This comes from the mouth of Lin, the chairperson of the Magic Conference. Raphael interrupted the ongoing debate, highly trusting the research of this magic star. Scoffed a grand wizard from the Empire, implying that everyone is bound to overlook something. Photonics has only been established for just over a year, and no one can claim to have completely figured it out. Compared to the general wizards debate, Anthony was looking at the waiver in his hand, silent for a long time. The content on it was very brief, stating that the signee voluntarily assumes all consequences of listening to quantum theory, but the implication behind it was chilling. Fula asked hesitantly, a worried expression emerging on her face. She did not have the solid conviction of Anthony and had already lost the ability to sense electric charge. Her understanding of the casting barrier deepened, and she couldn't help but feel somewhat hesitant. Anthony said without hesitation, he believed his research was absolutely correct, that light is a wave, and moreover, an electromagnetic wave. Anthony's fingertips glowed with magic power, which he used as ink to sign his name on the waiver, then handed it to Fula to give to Lin. Seeing Anthony had made up his mind, Fula didn't say anything more. She signed her name on her own waiver and then took both waivers back to the exhibition hall. After Fula left, Anthony closed his eyes, and, after about 2 or 3 seconds, he suddenly relaxed, his expression much more at ease. He could still use electrical magic, which was very good, extremely good. On the other hand, Fula, who went to see Chairperson Lin, was rebuffed, as there were simply too many people seeking out this magic star. There were friends like Raphael who specifically came to discuss photovoltaics, wizards who brought generous gifts hoping to curry favor with the newly appointed chairperson, and those like them bringing waiver forms. It was utterly chaotic. Being busy figuring out how to launch single particles, Lin naturally wouldn't spend his time and energy here, excusing himself from meeting anyone under the pretext of preparing experimental equipment. Even requests from fellow chairpersons were no exception. Lin simply handed them some research drafts and dismissed them. Macroscopic and microscopic theories are completely different systems. Explaining them one by one is not only time-consuming and labor-intensive, but the other party might not even understand them. It is better to discuss them all at once at tomorrow's academic seminar, to avoid having to explain repeatedly. Johnny and Alok stood at the door, politely informing each person seeking an audience that Chairperson Lin was preparing for tomorrow's seminar, and they accepted their waiver forms. Their efforts allowed Lin in the room to have some peace and start pondering how to launch particles. Initially, his goal was to replicate the Federation's microparticle extraction device using alchemy, but after half a month's effort, he had realized the complexity was too high, and even now, with his ability to manipulate at the atomic level, he couldn't manage it. But that was to be expected, as the device not only employed strong magnetic fields, but also used quantum technology. So Lin could only consider some relatively ancient methods, like the thermionic electron gun. A night passed in a blink, but it was not a peaceful night, as few had a good sleep. Fortunately, being wizards, staying up all night was nothing. Sometimes, in order to delve into a spell, fighting off sleep for days was quite normal. Almost as soon as it was morning, The big hall was already filled with people. Anthony had already arrived, his gaze sweeping across the rows of the hall. Only about 30% of the seats were empty. It seemed the waiver had not scared off many people. But that makes sense, as today the debate over the essence of light would be settled. Any wizard with a thirst for knowledge would not miss this opportunity. Those who retreated, Anthony disdained. Having lost the conviction to pursue truth relentlessly, their path in magic felt like it was coming to an end. At around 8 in the morning, the other chairpersons had also all arrived, and Lynn was no exception, who also had Alok and others carry out his experimental apparatus. Jeffrey exclaimed in surprise. Anthony and others recognized it too, as both setups were strikingly similar. Both had a launcher on the left, a barrier in the middle, and a photodetector on the right. Amidst the discussions, Lynn also nodded. The device on the left, I've named it the thermionic electron gun, consisting of a filament, cathode, grid, anode, and deflection coils. Chapter 590-509. The Terrifying Double-Slit Interference Experiment _2. Chapter 590. Chapter 509. The Terrifying Double-Slit Interference Experiment _2. Lynn waved his hand, precisely splitting open the casing without harming the internal structure, and then began explaining its operating principle to everyone. The so-called filament was not made of a fire lion's hair, but of tungsten wire, which would convert electrical energy into thermal energy when electrified, thereby heating the cathode and emitting a large number of electrons. These electrons were blocked by the grid, and by adjusting its position relative to the cathode, the quantity of electrons passing through could be controlled. Finally, an electric field generated at the anode would accelerate them, the deflection coils would adjust their direction, and then they would be emitted one by one. Lynn's explanation was highly professional, and many terms confused the wizards present. Fortunately, they understood the last part. The Star of Magic had found a way to emit individual electrons and was preparing to use it for an experiment. A young witch murmured softly. The voice was light, yet none of the wizards present lacked sharp hearing. Lynn rolled his eyes, knowing emitting a single photon would be far more troublesome than an electron. Lynn said with a smile, both being microscopic particles exhibiting quantum phenomena. After explaining briefly, Lynn did not elaborate further and looked around before speaking again. My experiment is simple. It involves using an electron gun to fire electrons one by one into the double slits, and a specialized fluorescent screen at the back will then display their distribution pattern, Lynn suddenly asked. The wizards pondered for a moment, and soon came to a conclusion. Lynn neither agreed nor disagreed with Glenn's statement and immediately activated the thermal electron gun. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the tungsten wire heated up and glowed. In the invisible realm of the microscopic, electrons accelerated one after another and rapidly collided with the screening ahead. Since the holes were extremely small, it was not easy for the electrons to pass through, and most hit the partition instead. Alade and others widened their eyes, staring intently at the photosensitive screen behind the partition until they finally noticed a barely discernible little spot suddenly light up. This meant Lynn's thermal electron gun had successfully hit a single electron onto the specialized photosensitive screen behind. As time ticked by, more and more light spots appeared on the photosensitive screen, becoming increasingly dense. However, they were not forming two slit reflections as they had imagined, but were rather dispersed across 9 bar-shaped areas, with very few light spots in the other areas. Anthony looked at the scene before him, his face filled with shock. The other wizards felt equally incredulous, to the extent that several senior wizards in the front row couldn't help but step closer to verify that this wasn't an illusion and there was nothing wrong with their eyes. Vittorio frowned, murmuring to himself. Sanchez exclaimed excitedly, indicating that particles can also produce wave-like behaviors. Anthony interrupted Sanchez brusquely. Sanchez's laughter stopped abruptly, clearly realizing the issue now. His previous particle scattering experiment was successful due to the advantage of numbers, by having particles within 2 exploding element clusters collide to simulate a wave-like path. However, The current situation was different. With electrons passing through the slits one by one, they should not have been affected by any interference. Yet, the fact was that these electrons had deviated from their original direction. It was as though a mysterious force was causing these electrons to follow wave-like paths to these specific points. A chill crept up Sanchez's back, wondering what was influencing these microscopic particles. A senior wizard suddenly thought of this, only to have his voice grow softer under the watchful eyes of the other wizards, eventually stopping altogether. After all, he was questioning the experiment of the star of magic right to his face. However, to many, it seemed like a viable explanation, assuming that many electrons passed through the pinhole and then interfered with each other. Although this speculation was far-fetched and couldn't explain why the photosensitive screen lit up dots one at a time, or why the electrons exactly followed a trajectory comparable to waves, it was nonetheless a tentative explanation. Since everyone is in doubt, why don't you all enter the magic network? I'll personally show you myself, Lin said with a smile, then proceeded to reveal the technique he had recently developed to connect to the magic network. It was a relatively simple spiritual magic technique, not very difficult, accessible to anyone at the official wizard level. In just a few minutes, the wizards in the exhibition hall had mastered this magic. The reminder from the smart brain rang out in his mind, as the number of people connecting to the magic network was increasing. Even though the majority of wizards had just connected to the magic network and had minuscule computing power available, their large numbers still supported Lin. His level of spiritual power also rose from 7 to 8. His soul strength was somewhat unable to keep up with the rapid increase in computing power. Lin took several seconds to adjust, then expanded his domain to encompass the entire exhibition hall. Under the connection of the magic network, all the wizards present temporarily gained the ability to perceive electromagnetic fields. At the same time, within a tenth of a second, the electron gun fired one electron again. Glenn, who had been closely watching the experiment from the front row, instantly sensed the disturbance in the electromagnetic field. This disturbance was minuscule, but under the immense computing power provided by the magic network, it was incredibly clear. This electron was fortunate enough to pass through the right slit and struck the photosensitive screen, where a faint light spot appeared at the corresponding position. Anthony was utterly baffled. Although they hadn't truly seen or sensed the electron itself, they observed its rough trajectory through the disturbance it caused. The particle indeed traveled in a straight line, and the lit point on the photosensitive screen was solid proof. But why did those strange, wave-like interference patterns appear? Like Anthony, the wizards who were puzzled about this focused fully, eager to witness firsthand what was affecting the electron's trajectory. The electron gun continuously fired without pause, and under the close watch of Anthony and others, every fortunate electron reliably passed through one of the slits, its path unchanging. What about the expected deflection? If this continues, how are the interference-like light spots formed? Anthony's expression grew more puzzled, and it was in that moment that a burst of exclamations suddenly filled the exhibition hall. Anthony's pupils constricted, only then noticing that somehow the pattern on the screen had gradually shifted from 9 stripes to 2. Seeing this scene, even Herav, Vittorio, and Aurora grew restless, their 6 eyes glued to the changing photosensitive screen, and then turned to Lin, who still sat calmly at the judge's table. Chapter 591, 510. Your probability theory is a blasphemy to demonology. Chapter 591. Chapter 510. Your probability theory is a blasphemy to demonology. Lin's explanation was very concise, but the wizards present were skeptical, because the experiment before them could only be described as bizarre, and all changes occurred after Lin unfolded his domain. Even Raphael and others who had immense trust in the Star of Magic couldn't help but harbor a doubt. Could it be that the other party had secretly tampered with the experiment to change the results? Although no one voiced this thought, Lin could tell from everyone's expressions and once again spoke generously. As the words fell, Lin withdrew his domain. He understood that unless each of these people tried it themselves, no one would be willing to believe that such a counterintuitive phenomenon truly existed. The moment the domain disappeared, the wizards in the exhibition hall also freed themselves from the intense perception of the electromagnetic field. But no one was in a hurry to unfold their domain. Instead, they unanimously turned their gaze to the experiment stage. The fluorescent screen underwent another change. Two stripes formed by light particles gradually dissipated, and in their place, 9 interference stripes similar to a zebra crossing appeared. Sanchez felt a chill run down his spine, and it threw him off completely. The particles were transmitting in the form of wave paths. This strange and nonsensical sensation was utterly unnerving. "Let me give it a try," said Herav, his face extremely grave, as he was the first to activate his domain. Lin then connected the perception of everyone in the magic net. The trajectory of the electrons once again became orderly. It passed through the slits like a particle that was normally accelerated by force and landed honestly on the photosensitive screen behind. Yet this normality became abnormal in the eyes of the onlookers. Herav's domain discontinued after 1 minute, and he sank deep into thought, followed by Vittorio and Aurora, who also gave it a try. The Grand Wizards of the conference also conducted the experiment themselves after the presiding officers, and the electrons seemed to be playing a bizarre game of hide-and-seek with them, with the photosensitive screen constantly changing. Alade couldn't help but speak out. He suspected that some force in the void could affect the trajectory of particles, which disappeared once they unfolded their domains. "No, it's not the domain." Lin directly refuted Alade's guess. The reason for unfolding the domain was merely to allow the wizards present to see more clearly. Aurora asked. Lin replied seriously. "Observation?" Lin's answer took everyone present by surprise. Raphael nearly yanked off his beard in shock, and took a while before he incredulously confirmed, "No. To be precise, in the absence of observation, it possesses both wave and particle characteristics simultaneously." Lin corrected Raphael's statement. "That's truly ludicrous." A grand wizard interrupted, his voice fraught with frustration. This was a clear insult to his intelligence. The wizards in the auditorium also struggled to comprehend this so-called wave-particle duality. They simply couldn't imagine such an existence with their minds. "This wave is not the kind you understand as a mechanical wave." Lin continued to explain. "The so-called probability wave refers to the likelihood of microscopic elements appearing at a given point in space at a particular moment. For instance, when an electron passes through a slit, it could land anywhere on the photosensitive screen, though the probability is higher for it to fall within the interference stripe area. However, this is in the absence of observation. Once the domain is unfolded and the position of the electron at that moment is confirmed, the electron will then proceed along the determined trajectory, landing precisely at that single point. This is just two." As Lin explained, Sanchez's face twitched continuously, struggling to find the right adjective, and in the end, he could only squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. What Lin proposed with the probability wave was even more bizarre than wave-particle duality. It was like being told that there was an animal that could switch between the forms of fish, horse, donkey, eagle, and many other species, possessing all their characteristics, able to fly when it needed to soar and swim when it needed to dive into the sea. But as soon as you glanced at it, its form was frozen, and it could no longer fly if it were meant to run, or it would drown if it tried to swim after being a flying creature. Chapter 592, 510. Your probability theory is a blasphemy to demonology. _2. _2. This is even more mystical than stories. No, it can only be described as preposterous. Please forgive my bluntness, Chairperson Lin, but I cannot agree with your probability theory. The operating principles of this world must be clear and orderly. We just haven't found them yet. Jeffrey stood up excitedly, his originally somewhat suppressed tone of voice quickly becoming louder and louder until he was almost roaring. From a motion of small objects to the orbiting of celestial bodies, all follow specific laws without exception. This is almost the underlying logic of magic. After all, wizards' power comes from observing, summarizing, and replicating these laws, and then using magic mimicry to recreate them. For example, when they use magic to attack an enemy, as long as they confirm the enemy's distance, direction, and speed, with outstanding computing power, they can calculate the trajectory of the attack and hit with 100% accuracy. Now, according to Lin's statements, the most fundamental microscopic particles that constitute the world are decided by probability. Without observation, whether the enemy exists or where they can be hit is a complete unknown. Jeffrey simply could not accept such an outlandish argument. The wizards present shared similar thoughts. This was no longer simply about undermining the foundation of magic, but outright blasphemy against the study of magic. No, you are wrong. There are things in this world that do depend on probability, and plenty of them. Lin pulled out a gold coin from his pocket and tossed it into the air. Take a gold coin, for example. The thrown gold coin spun incessantly in midair, drawing the gazes of all the wizards. At the moment it fell, Lin abruptly brought his palms together to encapsulate the coin in the center, cutting off everyone's line of sight. Lin asked with a smile. The tens of thousands of official wizards in the exhibition hall began to ponder. Heads or tails? No, it should be said that both are possible, Jeffrey said with absolute certainty, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Although they were hundreds of meters apart just now, thanks to his exceptionally keen eyesight, he could clearly see the last trajectory of the falling coin. Lin asked again. He trusted his eyes. He trusted his judgment even more. However, Lin shook his head disappointingly and moved his hand apart. Wrong. Jeffrey looked over in confusion. The gold coin had landed perfectly in the center of a table, right in the tiny gap formed by two planks of wood. A faint smile appeared on the corners of Lin's mouth. Jeffrey's eyes widened in disbelief. He suspected the Star of Magic might have used a slight sleight of hand at the last moment, but he couldn't voice his suspicions because indeed there exists a possibility that a coin could land on its edge. Lin just smiled without a word and put the coin away, adhering to his promise. He had not interfered at all after tossing the coin. But naturally, this was not due to luck. His luck was not so good as to reach that extent. In fact, from the moment that the gold coin had been tossed, it was destined to fall into the crack. Because he had chosen, out of countless possibilities, a particular force and angle that would result in the coin landing in the crack. So its fate had been determined from the beginning. The one who threw the gold coin was not only an observer, but also a pusher of fate. In that instant, Lin felt as if he had grasped something, as if his understanding of the quantum domain had deepened further. Although Lin had used a gold coin to demonstrate what probability, choice, and possibility meant, it was obviously not enough to dispel the doubts of the other wizards. This is different. This is not the same. If everything in the microscopic world is probabilistic, uncertain, then how do they make up the macroscopic matter? Sanchez said with utter confusion. The rest of the wizards also brought up various examples to contradict him, and the great hall immediately erupted into a noisy debate. Fortunately, they did not understand what is meant by idealism and materialism. Otherwise, they would inevitably have accused Lin of harboring extremely dangerous idealist thoughts, and he would have been subjected to criticism. The question of how microscopic matter constitutes relatively stable macroscopic matter is a problem worth delving into. Lin nodded, not going into a lengthy explanation, because if all the arguments were thrown out in one breath, these wizards would probably find it even harder to accept. Lin simply indicated that these issues would be addressed in his forthcoming new work, The World of Probabilities, Quantum Mechanics. Lin said assertively, the macroscopic world is deterministic and regular, and this certainty makes understanding the laws of the microscopic world particularly difficult. The so-called probability wave and the probability cloud are incredibly counterintuitive, even more against common sense. But it must be said that it is indeed one of the underlying logics of how the world operates. There was once a great scientist, the most outstanding person in the quantum domain, who refused to believe that the world is probabilistic, but without a doubt he was proven wrong, whether by the Federation's centuries of in-depth research and several overhauls of the microscopic world, or by many scientific achievements related to quantum mechanics that demonstrate that the world is indeed as strange as it is. No, in a sense, it is stranger than anyone could have imagined. Harov suddenly spoke out from the judge's bench, interrupting the debate on probability waves. It wasn't that he didn't want to delve deeper. In fact, these legendary wizards were the ones most affected. Aurora's body was trembling like a wave, as if she was about to disintegrate at any moment. Though she ultimately stabilized, her expression turned very pale. She had lost the ability to convert her body into energy. Or rather, Aurora dared not use this ability anymore, or else she wouldn't be able to ensure that her body wouldn't collapse or turn into a probability group, right? Vittorio was not faring any better. The deeper he thought, the more likely he was to question the nature of magic. Compared to the probability waves, I'm more curious about the second problem. Harov began slowly, his voice trembling slightly. As soon as he spoke, the entire hall fell into a silence as still as death. Preoccupied with the debate on probability waves, they had indeed overlooked a very crucial and even more terrifying issue: how electrons detect that they are being observed and thus collapse into a single particle. Alade once thought it was because of the influence of magic power within the domain, but Lin had already refuted this possibility. So, does that mean microscopic particles have self-consciousness and can sense their observation, thus changing their form? Thinking this, a chill crept up Alade's back. Suddenly, an elemental wizard blurted out, as if he had realized something terrifying. Chapter 593, 411, Observer Effect Quantum Phantom. Chapter 593, Chapter 411, Observer Effect Quantum Phantom? Elemental Ghost, a term that strikes fear into the hearts of all those from Wizardland. No one could forget the research accident more than a decade ago, which was almost synonymous with doom for the elemental wizards. It was said that at the time, Altok, the master of elements, and his faction of wizards were delving into even more microscopic realms. Even today, Harov finally realized what his friend had seen before going mad. They must have also touched upon the quantum domain and might even have conducted an experiment similar to the double-slit interference experiment before. Harov couldn't help recalling the manuscript left by Altok, the content of which was chilling. The rest of the wizards in the Great Hall were also plunged into terror and panic. Electrons are omnipresent and are one of the most critical microscopic particles that constitute elements. If this thing has consciousness, that would be a terrifying existence. Seeing everyone discussing quantum ghosts, the situation in the hall risked spiraling out of control, and Lin had to raise his voice a bit to interrupt the crowd's discourse. But the results of the experiment just now were clearer than clear. Our observation caused the electron's trajectory to change, a senior wizard said maniacally. Sanchez added with amazement. The wizards in the exhibit hall were all talking at once, some even suggesting electrons were afraid of them, so they hid their true form. The senior wizard excitedly slapped the table. This is where the difference lies. For microscopic particles, observation can only confirm their current position and trajectory. Once observation stops, the state reverts back to a chaotic probability cloud. Lin shrugged his shoulders, then continued. Harov and others immediately turned their gaze toward him, and the exhibit hall quickly quieted down. Lin cleared his throat and went straight to the point without any intention of keeping them in suspense. I believe observation itself has power. To see an object, we need light. To hear a sound, we have to perceive vibrations. Harov spoke thoughtfully. It's like fish swimming in the water being tightly bound by a solid net, unable to freely stretch out and swim in the lake, only able to struggle powerlessly in the mesh. This explanation was somewhat more acceptable. Vittorio shook his head to one side. What they, the four of them, and the grand wizards in the exhibit hall, had done was not just simple observation, but also some experiments. The unfolding of their domain itself did not affect the outcome of the experiment. The interference pattern of light spots displayed on the electron screen was proof. The real change occurred when they began the observation, and it was not specific to any one individual. Anyone's observation would suffice, and there seemed to be no requirement for strength. Whether they were apprentices, full-fledged wizards, grand wizards, or legendary wizards, all could do it, and Vittorio even suspected that even an ordinary person could cause the electron to transition from a wave-particle superposition to a stable particle state. Aurora's brain was a bit muddled. The strangeness of the quantum domain made it somewhat painful for her to understand, and she could only guess that it might be the power of spiritual energy affecting it all. Lin was also pondering this issue. In his previous life, the Federation had already delved deeply into the research of the quantum domain and had made numerous scientific achievements. But how to interpret the observer effect in a more scientific manner remained an infuriating problem. To crack it, the Federation's researchers racked their brains, attempting to recreate this phenomenon without observation. If it were a magnetic field, they would use a strong magnetic field to interfere. If it were gravity, they would create a gravity field. If other microscopic elements, then they would create a particle stream in an attempt to intercept the electrons. The result was that these things indeed could affect the electron's trajectory, but only when they finally adjusted various parameters could they barely replicate it. Humans, on the other hand, only need to glance at the observation results, and even if not using their eyes, directly inputting the results into their brains could affect the electron's trajectory. Chapter 594. 411 The Observer Effect, Quantum Ghosts, _2. _2 The federal researchers were baffled, and many were unwilling to believe that observation had caused all this. After all, humans are carbon-based life forms, capable of being produced in bulk through cloning technology, and there was nothing particularly special about them. It was hard to imagine that such beings could have a decisive influence on the mysterious microdomain. But now the situation seemed different. Souls truly existed and could materialize with the aid of magic power, and even be used as a form of advanced energy, a point that had been undoubtedly confirmed. Lin quickly freed himself from these complicated thoughts and, looking at the still frowning speaker and the terrified wizards, spoke again. Lin's words slightly eased the wizard's fear of the elemental ghost. Just as he had said, if electrons had intelligence, their spellcasting would not be so smooth. Herav said decisively, whether it was Lin's proposed wave-particle duality or the probability theory, further experiments were needed to prove them. Aurora also proposed some experimental ideas, since the emission and trajectory of electrons were irregular. So previously when they were observing, they couldn't see the electrons in a fixed time and place. Could a method be found to suddenly observe at the moment an electron just pass through a slit, thus observing how electrons are transmitted in the form of probability waves? The number of slits could also be increased to 3 or 4 to see if the results of the experiment would change. Vittorio even brainstormed the idea of creating a device capable of detecting the trajectory of electrons, recording the process of the double-slit experiment without any observation, and then reviewing it afterward. Listening to the discussion of several people, the corners of Lin's mouth couldn't help twitching. Goodness, this is going towards an even more terrifying delayed choice, quantum eraser experiment. Lin opened his mouth, initially intending to ask them to calm down for a while, at least until they understood what probability clouds and wave-particle duality were before considering these more profound questions. But after some thought, he closed his mouth. Because those capable of thinking up these experimental methods weren't just Herav and others. He couldn't stop every wizard from conducting experiments privately. If they were left to their research, they might come up with some sensational theories. It's better to research openly. At least he could help explain some bizarre microphenomena, ensuring that magical studies wouldn't be led astray. After a round of discussion, Herav and the others did not choose to put their ideas into action right now, but decided to go back and study how to conduct the next experiments and then immediately announce the end of today's academic symposium. Upon leaving the exhibition hall, Glenn and others still felt somewhat dizzy as Lin's improved double-slit interference experiment had completely shattered their previous understanding of the world. In fact, Glenn was rather okay compared to many wizards who kept mumbling as they left the venue. Foulis said, full of horror. Anthony was also somewhat shaken. According to Lin's words, all microparticles had similar traits, and light was no exception. Could electromagnetic waves actually be particles? Or do they really possess some particle characteristics? It took a good while before Anthony came to his senses, took a deep breath, and responded. Just as Speaker Lin said, the laws governing the world do not necessarily have to conform to our understanding. Anthony did not deny the results of the experiment in the exhibition hall, but he also did not give up on his wave theory. A single double-slit interference experiment was not enough to overturn the foundation of magic studies. Perhaps with deeper research into the microscopic domain, many more novel discoveries could prove that the world still conformed to cognition, only that some key factors had previously been overlooked. People who thought like Anthony were not in the minority. Supporters of the particle theory, such as Sanchez and Alade, sought evidence to refute the probability wave after leaving the conference venue. They absolutely could not believe that the world depended on probabilities, as everything must have a pattern. On the other side, at the conference venue, Lin was directing Johnny and others to pack up the various equipment on the experiment table. He could already imagine the stir tomorrow's Magic Daily would cause when it published the results of this experiment. The challenge of quantum theory to traditional magic concepts was revolutionary and was bound to have a great impact. That was why he had specifically drafted a disclaimer. No matter what, this hurdle and ideological barrier had to be crossed, otherwise magic studies would likely come to a halt, and they would never be able to surpass the gods above. A calling voice from behind interrupted Lin's thoughts. Lin turned around and asked with a smile. As for questions, naturally I have many, but what I want to ask about concerns the secret magic society, Aurora said straightforwardly. Lin's expression remained unchanged, nor was he surprised that she would ask about this. After all, he and Herav had previously said that the main body of the secret magic society was within the Empire. Now that the Magic Kingdom's army had occupied more than 70% of the Empire's territory, even though he had made some preparations and attracted many talented wizards to join the secret magic society to expand the numbers, there was still one substantial issue unresolved. That was the whereabouts of the leaders of the secret magic society, the legendary wizards. Previously, he could excuse himself by claiming the situation was unclear, but now that they had defeated Ira, it would seem unreasonable for these people not to appear. In fact, Lin had already thought of a solution. It was beyond his expectation that Aurora and others had endured till now to ask. Since it concerns the secret magic society, why not directly convene a legendary meeting and ask in person? Although I'm also a member of the secret magic society, I'm not as familiar with the society as teachers like Albert and Isaac, Lin said with a smile. Aurora paused for a moment. She had just never used it before. All right, let's set the meeting time for tonight at midnight, Aurora said, nodding her head assuredly. Asking in person was indeed more to her liking. Besides the confusion regarding the secret magic society, perhaps they could also discuss the various illogical phenomena in the quantum domain together. After all, Lin had only been a legend for a few months. Even if this star of magic was incredibly talented, it was impossible to understand the microscopic domain so deeply in such a short time. So she suspected that some of Lin's research on microscopic particles had to have come from the secret magic society. Just call up Chairman Herav and Vittorio as well, Lin reminded, having stalled for so long. It was time to resolve it now. Chapter 595, 512, The Origin of the Secret Magic Society and the New Reformation. Chapter 595, Chapter 512, The Origin of the Secret Magic Society and the New Reformation at midnight. Within the capital, the sand of the magic clock flowed backward a full 180 degrees, heralding the new day's arrival. Aurora, who had been prepared for some time, activated the ring of secret arts at the same moment. Accompanied by a mysterious glimmer on the ring's surface, the witch's perspective was immediately split away. Before her, was an endless expanse of darkness, vast, immense, without end, and scattered throughout its depths. Countless points of light flickered into existence. Aurora understood that each point of light represented a star. Although it was not her first time reaching this place, Aurora still marveled at the majesty of this miniature cosmos and how perfectly it replicated the movement of these celestial bodies. Herav and Vittorio's figures soon materialized beside her, and Lynn naturally was among them. Shortly after everyone had gathered, in the dark cosmic void, a point of light closest to them suddenly began to expand rapidly. The next moment, a dazzling light enveloped everyone's vision, signifying a distant star had met its demise, scattering abundant light and heat into the empty reaches of space. Time passed unknowingly, and as the intense radiating light started to fade, Aurora's vision just restored to catch sight of four figures slowly emerging in the void. "Welcome to Beyond Time." The deep voice echoed in everyone's ears, and the one who spoke was the elder with disheveled white hair on the right. Aurora naturally remembered his name was Albert Einstein. "My friends, it truly has been a long time since we last met," Herav said, steadying his spirit and greeting them warmly. Due to the need to face the Empire's war, they had all been busy with preparations for battle and advancing to legendary status. Thus, there had been little leisure time to convene legendary meetings. By their count, it had been over a year since their last gathering. Importantly, having truly completed his legendary promotion, Herav now possessed the confidence to face the custodians of the secret magic society. "Impressive. Ira is not easy to deal with," Boer commented with admiration from the side. "Indeed, the power that false god possessed was beyond our expectations. If she hadn't suddenly encountered some problems, the outcome of that battle would have been hard to predict." Vittorio spoke with a hint of fear lingering. The projection of the divine kingdom that could limit their domains, as well as the ability to control space at the wave of her hand, were both exceedingly terrifying. At best, they had managed to drive her away. "It's just a pity that when we attacked the holy city, there were only the four of us. If there had been a few more legends, we might have been able to settle that false god once and for all," Aurora remarked with some regret as she looked towards the four figures, her words tinged with a subtle undertone of reproach. Clearly, she harbored deep resentments towards Boer, Isaac, and the other legendary members of the secret magic society. Destroying the Empire and killing that false god would have been extremely advantageous for the entire wizard community. It meant that from then on, their casting would no longer be constrained, nor would they need to skulk and hide from the church's pursuit. Therefore, in Aurora's eyes, capable wizards should exert their effort and send Ira to hell together. However, these legends of the secret magic society, who had ascended earlier and were even stronger, did not show any intention of taking action. It should be noted that they had fought desperately against Ira at the front lines, facing such an enemy that even as legends, there was a possibility of falling. "It is indeed regrettable. Although we would have liked to help, we probably wouldn't have been much assistance," Kiri spoke, shaking her head with a sigh. Upon hearing this, Herav, Vittorio, and Aurora all slightly furrowed their brows. "Previously you mentioned that it wasn't convenient for you to intervene in your current state," Vittorio bluntly asked. He had wanted to ask this question before, but Boer had suddenly pointed out their false legendary status, which had shaken him. So he had not delved further into it and received an ambiguous explanation. They were not on this continent. But having become a legend and realizing the strength of this realm, Vittorio found this reason even less acceptable. The circumference of the planet they stood upon had long been calculated to be approximately 40,000 kilometers. To any wizard below the rank of legend, this number was astronomical, far exceeding the furthest reaches of a commoner's imagination. Yet a legendary wizard could fly at the speed of sound, traversing thousands of kilometers in an hour, and from any corner of this planet reach the kingdom in a day at full speed. Even accounting for rest, it would take at most a few days to arrive. Distance was never an issue if they wanted to come. Unless Vittorio suddenly considered a possibility, and then he heard Albert Einstein say, "We have not suffered any injuries, but we simply cannot leave this miniature cosmos." Einstein's words left Harov and the others utterly astonished. Chapter 596, 512, The Origin of the Secret Magic Society and the New Reformation _2. Chapter 596, Chapter 512, The Origin of the Secret Magic Society and the New Reformation _2. That was the only possibility he could think of, as the secret magic society boasted too many legends, precisely for. Such power was already a substantial threat to the church, making conflict between the two inevitable. Moreover, the growth of any legendary figure necessarily required a vast amount of resources, making anonymity highly unlikely. Thus, there was only one possibility. The other party had not risen during the era governed by the church. Combining this with Albert Einstein's words, the answer was quite clear. The chaotic period prior to the establishment of the church was the only time so many legendary wizards could have emerged so densely. Isaac Newton nodded in satisfaction and then continued along the lines of what Harov had said. A wizard of the sixth ring is the limit that humans can reach, but the moon god's power far exceeds this limit. To break through to a higher realm, a group of wizards obtained many secrets from the remnants of the moon god church and developed a method to become divine. Many talented wizards thus went mad and became irrational evil gods, and the only solution was a relic of the moon god, a divine essence. Lynn manipulated Isaac Newton as he eloquently discussed the history of that period, most of which he pieced together from books found in the church, with some parts being conjectural. However, that piece of history had been buried by the years and the church's cleanup, and the only one who knew everything, Ira, clearly would not provide them with answers. Boya respondit. Aurora looked at Boer and his companions before her, who shone like stars in her perception. Succeeded, yet not succeeded. Harov and the others turned their heads towards Lynn, whose energy supply, for ascending to legend, depended on Lynn's nuclear fusion reactor. My nuclear fusion reactor and the method for advancing with the energy and magic body are indeed extensions developed based on your theories. Lynn also offered an explanation, timely. The very reason he created the Secret Magic Society was that he was aware that his magic research progress was incredibly fast, even defying all logical reasoning. While history had seen its share of omnipotent geniuses like Newton, Tesla, Da Vinci, and others who excelled in broad domains and achieved stunning results, even genius has its limits, and a complete overhaul of scientific theory could not be accomplished by one individual alone. Moreover, he had just broken through as a great wizard not long before, and had come up with a method for becoming a legend, solving a problem that Wizardland had been researching for hundreds of years, and he had a profound understanding of the microscopic domain, which was clearly highly unreasonable. Having the Secret Magic Society as a cover made advancing new ideas on an existing foundation much more acceptable. While thinking about this, Lynn, manipulating Boer, continued speaking. In order to find a way to defeat our adversaries and to locate a suitable energy source for ascension, we eventually chose to enter the other side of the space-time gate, Boer succinctly stated. This answer undoubtedly surprised Harov and others, but upon reflection, it seemed quite normal. After all, that place was the origin and end of everything, the birthplace of the moon god. In the absence of a fusion reactor, if there was one place that could provide sufficient energy, it most certainly would be the other side of the space-time gate. Vittorio asked with immense curiosity. Harov and Aurora also grew interested. It was a question that had long puzzled them. Boer shook his head. Regrettably, we did not know before we left. Everything ahead was unknown and came with great risks. We also prepared for the worst possible outcomes, Madame Curie added. Harov was beginning to understand. Exactly, Isaac Newton interjected. Aurora glanced around the vast universe space, imagining how much effort must have been required to create such a magic domain, fundamentally indistinguishable from the basic rules of the real world. As beings of knowledge and consciousness, they couldn't leave this miniature universe. and could only deduce based on the knowledge they had. The iteration of knowledge depended on the members of the secret magic society recruited, and ordinarily, they also needed to use their computing power to maintain the operation of the mimic universe and the stars. They only briefly appeared when the world underwent changes. For example, when a star was nearing its demise, or when they sensed a call from the outside world. The secret magic society has been in hiding previously, unwilling to engage in large-scale conflicts with the church, because it was basically meaningless. Boyer finally explained. It took Herav, Aurora, and Vittorio quite a while to thoroughly process this information, and their slight dissatisfaction and resentment towards Boer and the others instantly dissipated. After all, there really was no way for them to take action. The fact that they could point them toward the path to legend was already the limit of what they could achieve. Aurora remarked thoughtfully. Isaac Newton nodded in agreement. His talent in the field of magic studies is extraordinary. He's the most likely to deduce the legendary ascension method. At this, the expressions on Herav and the others' faces turned somewhat awkward. The wizard land had developed for hundreds of years without interference from the church, yet its theories on magic were still very primitive compared to the secret magic society. Instead, it was Lin's emergence that brought about new changes to Wizardland. Chapter 597, 513. Do you know how many galaxies there are in the universe? Chapter 597, Chapter 513. Do you know how many galaxies there are in the universe? Please forgive our previous offense, and thank you for your help. Herav coughed lightly and spoke, easing the slightly awkward atmosphere at the scene. No harm done. Being able to solve the issues with the Empire and the Church has always been our long-cherished wish, Boer said with a smile. I have another question. What exactly is that divine power? Aurora asked with a serious expression. Albert Einstein answered. Lin had once witnessed the peculiarities of that divine power, and was naturally able to answer this question to a certain extent. Vittorio murmured the term created by Lin, recalling the double-slit experiment they had witnessed that morning, which could only be described as bizarre. He had been considering whether to put off exploring the microscopic realm, but now it seemed not only should they not take it slowly, but they must also strive for a breakthrough as soon as possible, preferably finding a way to destroy the divine power. Herav was even more puzzled by this question. Ira had spent centuries ruling this continent to gather faith, presumably to seize control of the divine power and replace moon goddess Diana. The power of the opponent was evident, definitely much stronger than Ira, whom they had faced before. Yet, such a powerful entity was killed, which caused a hint of fear to arise within Hera's heart. Vittorio asked urgently. We were not yet wizards when moon goddess Diana died, so our understanding is very limited. We only know that her death was very sudden, and the collapse of the church came within a few short years after those followers lost the protection of the divine power, Boer replied, based on the scant information obtained from the books. However, he knew very well that they needed to say something different to distinguish their information from what the council obtained from the Holy City's books, to increase credibility. Therefore, Isaac Newton took over the conversation. If you say that the being who killed her came from the other side of the space-time gate, it may not necessarily be the case. Vittorio looked confusedly at the group, not quite understanding their meaning. Isaac Newton did not immediately intend to explain, but turned to Aurora. I only have some insights. Aurora shook her head. With a vast microcosm like this, it was clear that Isaac and the others' knowledge of the cosmos was far beyond her own. She dared not use the word understand so easily in front of them. Then do you know how many galaxies there are in the universe? Isaac Newton continued to ask. Aurora furrowed her brows. She had not carefully counted them because the myriad stars are simply too numerous, like droplets in a lake, impossible to count. Vittorio quickly grasped the hidden meaning in the other party's words. It could also possibly be non-humans, Isaac Newton stated. Life evolution is actually not that easy. But there are far too many stars. Just among those we can see, there are trillions upon trillions. Hundreds of billions of civilizations. This enormously indescribable number caused a tremor in Vittorio and Aurora's minds. Herav also wore an astonished expression, having never considered that the threat would come from above, from the endless starry sky. But those stars should be very distant from us, Aurora said hesitantly. Even the sun that was closest and visible to the naked, I was billions of kilometers away. In the universe, distance is sometimes not an issue, Isaac Newton said with a smile. Aurora immediately fell silent. The space-time gates erected across this continent, springing to his mind. After successfully diverting everyone's thoughts with probability theory to avoid further questions about the War of Faith, Lynn secretly had the smart brain start to interrupt the magic power supply here. The bright stars in a microcosmos began to dim, and Herav and the others were abruptly roused from their contemplation of cosmic civilizations. Those who had entered here before understood what this meant. It seems today's discussion must end here, Bower said with a sigh. Herav and the others also felt regretful, having many more questions they wanted answers to from Bower and the others. Unfortunately, there was no longer enough time. About a dozen seconds later, the light from an exploding star had completely dissipated and the surrounding darkness once again enveloped them. The 5 individuals felt this repelling force and voluntarily severed their connection with the magic domain. It's finally over. In the capital, within the Yida school's premises, Lin removed the ring of secret magic from his hand and slowly exhaled with relief. Although the Secret Magic Society had resolved many problems since its establishment, it indeed also brought no small amount of trouble, causing a risk of exposure if not handled carefully. Deceiving Herav and the others was not an easy task. Had it not been for him presenting a substantial amount of knowledge far beyond his own abilities in reality, he would likely have been suspected and exposed long ago. Fortunately, after this occasion, most troubles had been resolved, and the whereabouts of the legends within the Secret Magic Society were explained. Lin carefully considered any oversights in his own words, feeling that most of them should be convincingly justified. The most problematic issue might be the cause of the moon goddess Diana's death. Anyway, according to probability, there certainly are extraterrestrials. As for whether they did it, who knows? He had only said it was a possibility. As for whether in the future the Council might penetrate the space-time gate and someone would want to trace the whereabouts of Bower and the others, that was events of several hundred years past. And in such a lengthy time span, anything could happen, and brushing it off should be quite easy. At this thought, Lin relaxed, then picked up the research notes on the table, which bore the drawing of a massive signal tower. This was the prototype of the magic base station. To realize the mass production of wizards, this contraption and quantum computing technology had to be developed. As Lin was pondering how to refine it, the entire kingdom was already in an uproar over the proposed quantum wave-particle duality and probability wave. Chapter 598, 514, Unexpected Incident Outside the Space-Time Gate. Chapter 598, Chapter 514, Unexpected Incident Outside the Space-Time Gate. Truth also throws dice. Under the operation of various magic newspapers, the experimental results of this magic conference were quickly published, causing a huge stir among the entire wizard community. Although there were 10,000 wizards present at the conference, this only accounted for half of the entire wizard community, not to mention that there were nearly 100,000 wizard apprentices. Not everyone had ample time to travel to the capital, nor was everyone keen on conducting magic research. However, as long as one was a wizard, they could not remain indifferent to Lin's probability theory, because the most fundamental logic of magic is order and law. Yet now, this sense of order was being disrupted, and the shock and panic were almost suffocating, soon followed by a torrent of questions. The surge in newspaper sales, though pleasing to lure, also brought its fair share of troubles. Within a single day, the Magic Daily received tens of thousands of letters from all over the kingdom. Even without opening them, Luoer knew what they contained. They were nothing more than rebuttals and curses toward the star of magic's quantum theory, claiming that the duality of wave and particle could not possibly coexist, and that probability waves were nonsense that defied common sense and magical logic. The assistant beside him, looking at the room nearly filled with envelopes, hesitantly said, "Lord Luer, what should we do with these letters?" Based on the messages on the envelopes, only about 1/10 of the replies were for the newspaper, asking to have them published, while the rest were addressed to that personage. "Who's going to deliver them, you?" "We're not in charge of delivering mail." Luer rolled his eyes, then ordered the assistant to dispose of these letters to avoid cluttering the place. "Dispose of them? Is that really okay?" The assistant glanced at Luer, hesitated to speak, knowing if word got out, they would certainly be finished by those angry wizards. But he also didn't have the courage to deliver these to the residents of that star of magic, so he had no choice but to temporarily clear out a warehouse to store them. After dumping this big problem onto his assistant, Luer then turned his attention to an important manuscript that had come in. The person who had sent the letter was naturally the one who had stirred up this magic storm, the renowned star of magic, and the title of the paper was striking: "The World of Probability, Quantum Mechanics." In this paper, Lin detailed what probability is and redefined the internal structure model of elements, rejecting the old star orbital model and instead proposing a probabilistic cloud. It suggested that electrons within an atom are not moving along specific orbits, but are distributed around the nucleus according to certain probabilities. Besides this, it introduced the uncertainty principle, asserting that the position and momentum of a particle cannot be determined simultaneously. The smaller the uncertainty in position, the larger the uncertainty in momentum, and vice versa. Beneath it all, a large number of Olympiad equations were even used to articulate the relationship between position and momentum uncertainty. Luer's Olympiad math level was merely average, and he couldn't make heads or tails of these equations. But one thing he saw clearly: neither the wave-particle duality of microscopic particles nor probability theory were wild ideas from the star of magic meant to explain the double-slit interference phenomenon. On the contrary, they were based on a very rigorous theory. "Let's use this paper for tomorrow's layout," Luer decided after reviewing the manuscript and handed it over to another assistant, instructing them to make copies as soon as possible. Outside the space-time gate, within a desolate and silent deity realm, 10,000 Moke people were kneeling amidst the throng of magical plants called blaze mushrooms, routinely conducting their prayers. However, the deity they were calling out to had changed from the great moon goddess Diana to Ella. Not that no one noticed the discrepancy, but it had become their only hope for survival. Only through heartfelt prayers and offering up their faith were they able to obtain precious food and warmth. About an hour later, the prayer ceremony officially ended, and just as before, countless loaves of bread fell from the sky, landing beside them. The Moke people, devoted in prayer, excitedly grabbed the bread and began to devour it, occasionally offering words of thanks for the great Lord's gift. Those with faltering faith, who had not prayed sincerely, were frozen in place by some powerful force, unable to move, and could only watch helplessly as others enjoyed the divine delicacy. Hidden in the shadows, Ella silently observed all this. Several days had passed since she entered through the space-time gate, and aside from healing and focusing on integrating the divine power, she had incidentally gathered all the surviving intelligent species nearby to this place. There were much fewer than she had expected, and with the scarcity of resources within this broken deity realm, rebuilding the divine arts system was exceedingly difficult. Ella felt a vague sense of regret for having previously ordered the exploration knights, who were under divine punishment, to be called back, only for them to be almost completely wiped out in several battles with the council. Otherwise, she would at least have some helpers at hand. Necromaster Danatez. Ella murmured the name in her heart, daring not to speak the god's name aloud to avoid detection by the other party. This was undoubtedly the biggest problem she was facing now. This master of the dead possessed medium divine power, his deity realm covering several planes, and was much stronger than the moon god, something she was not currently able to contend with. The only consolation was the vast size of this plane. The blaze mushroom throng where they were situated was like an insignificant pebble among the hills, not particularly eye-catching. As long as she did not use her divine power to try to take control of this deity realm, it should not alarm the other party. Of course, this was only temporary. Once the Necromaster succeeded in contaminating the entire plane with divine power, no matter where they hid, they would be instantly exposed. She had very limited time. Ella continuously pondered her strategy, and an idea quickly formed in her mind. Although she did not dare to show herself before the Necromaster due to the moonlight issue and could not go back through the space-time gate, it didn't mean she was without opportunities. Ella, having retained part of Moon Goddess Diana's memories, was acutely aware of the allure a new plane held for a deity, especially one that was vast and teeming with life. It was only by pitting a tiger against a wolf that she might have a chance for survival. P.S. I have received all the blessings from the angels. Many thanks. Chapter 599, 515. Overestimating oneself. Don't try to self-study quantum mechanics. Chapter 599, Chapter 515. Overestimating oneself. Don't try to self-study quantum mechanics. A week later, in the capital at the academic conference venue, over 10,000 wizards gathered to discuss the agenda for the day, which concerned the issue of magic metal distribution. Normally, this was merely a procedural matter, as, except for a few historical exceptions, any wizard nominated could expect to attain the corresponding honor. But this time was somewhat different, due to a very important magical theory still unresolved, which was the quantum theory proposed by the star Magic Lin. If it were correct, it would certainly win a Corona Medal. No, to say that it merely merited a Corona Medal would not do it justice, because it meant that the entire foundation of magic studies had to be rebuilt. It was precisely because the quantum theory completely contradicted their previous logic and magical theories. The majority of wizards were unwilling to believe it was true and try to find evidence through experiments to prove the theory utterly absurd. The principle of the thermal field electron emission gun had been explained in detail by Lin, and there was no shortage of grand wizards who could replicate it. Yet this spontaneously initiated research competition was extremely fierce, and in just 1 week, of the more than 60 grand wizards who delved into the quantum domain, 8 had gone mad. Indeed, 8 people had gone mad in just 7 days. Another grand wizard was so upset that he fainted. His research project was on how to capture an electron. As a staunch supporter of particle theory, Moore believed that if he could capture an electron and place it in a palm-sized characteristic container, he could prove particle theory as the absolute truth. This was not difficult to imagine, because Lin's thermal field electron emission gun had already provided a method to produce individual electrons. All he needed to do was to trap one of them. As for the thing to contain the electron, Moore initially planned to use a gravity field to capture it. But even with the Grand Wizard's level of force field magic, it was impossible to trap such a microscopic entity, leaving him no choice but to use an electromagnetic field instead. However, putting it into practice was not so easy, and after failing hundreds of times, Moore finally devised the trap. And it took several more days and a stroke of luck during continuous observation before he managed to barely confine an electron in it. Immediately after, Moore excitedly invited thousands of wizards to admire his masterpiece. However, once everyone arrived, he suddenly realized that the electron he had so painstakingly captured had disappeared. It had simply vanished into thin air inside this cage that was supposed to imprison it. As for why, no one knew, but undoubtedly this electron display turned into an utter joke. Moore's luck was utterly spent, and his live demonstration of capturing electrons constantly ended in failure, eventually making him suspect that the electron was consciously mocking and deceiving him. In front of an audience, it turned into a farce, humiliating Moore so much that he fainted on the spot and has not yet recovered. His fate was even considered fortunate compared to some wizards who had delved into the wave-particle duality, who lost their ability to cast spells entirely. Given these grisly lessons, the Council had to issue an emergency declaration, halting all current quantum experiments. Lin also suggested through the Magic Daily that all future research on the microscopic domain must be conducted under appropriate guidance to avoid blindly going down a dead end alone, which meant never research quantum mechanics on your own. However, to those wizards adamantly opposed to probability theory, this undoubtedly became a way for the Star of Magic to build a moat around his own theory, thus requiring all research on microscopic theories to be conducted under his instruction and approval. This was essentially a monopoly on the discourse of knowledge. When Lin arrived at the venue with Johnny, Alok, and others, what they saw was a group of eager Grand Wizards ready to debate with him. Grand Wizard Jeffrey was the first to intercept Lin, speaking very respectfully. Lin nodded, responding smoothly. Jeffrey's question was very sharp. In his view, this was the biggest loophole in quantum probability theory. If quantum properties were indeed so chaotic, then wouldn't the things made up of microscopic particles be even more disorderly? However, reality was not so, as actual matter was very stable and did not cease to exist just because no one was observing it. Lin answered decisively. Since they don't, then how can you prove? Jeffrey was about to continue along these lines, but he quickly realized that the wizard had actually said they do, not that they don't. The other wizards who were waiting for Lin to deny it were also taken aback, taking a moment to recover before their faces showed great surprise. A wizard scoffed. Indeed, it's not easy to provide an example, because the waviness of macroscopic material is not distinctly evident given its mass is so negligible. Lin nodded. Then before the excited Jeffrey and others could start arguing again, he continued, smiling. Do you mean because they're interacting and interfering, their form is instead fixed down, exhibiting particle characteristics? Alade asked incredulously. Lin picked at it. The nature of energy interference was essentially the superposition of waves. Chapter 600, 516. Everything has a wavelength. Thanks to Alliance Leader Plow for the reward of 110,000 starting coins after sword travel. Chapter 600, Chapter 516. Everything has a wavelength. Thanks to Alliance Leader Plow for the reward of 110,000 starting coins after sword travel. Calculate a person's wavelength? The wizards present were somewhat incredulous. Could humans actually have wave-like properties? Jeffrey's face was filled with disbelief. Even though he was one of the pioneers of the light wave property, he wouldn't dare to claim such ludicrous remarks that humans possess wave-like properties. Lin proceeded as if he had not seen the astonishment of everyone around him. With his hand as a pen, he casually wrote several symbols in the air, which happened to be the famous de Broglie wavelength formula. The equation was incredibly simple, clear at a glance. It might even be said to be so simple that it was somewhat unbelievable. Lambda 8p. The symbol lambda stands for wavelength. P was very familiar to them. It signifies momentum, the product of an object's mass and velocity. The only unfamiliar thing was the H. Lin explained. Upon hearing the term quantum constant, the wizards in the room who were keen on researching the microdomain immediately showed a look of understanding. This was a concept that Lin had mentioned in his paper published in the Magic Daily, The World of Probability, Quantum Mechanics, during his exposition of the research on radiant light and the particle nature of electromagnetic waves. Electromagnetic waves propagate in the form of electromagnetic fields, but when they interact with charged particles, they show a discontinuity in energy and momentum. Therefore, this magic star hypothesized that its emission and absorption were not continuous but discretized, and thus, there must be a minimum value. This value is the quantum constant, the smallest divisible amount of energy. Translated, the entire wavelength calculation formula meant an object's wavelength is equal to the quantum constant divided by its momentum. With a Grand Wizard's computing power, Anthony only took a second to calculate that an adult walking at a normal speed has a wavelength of about 10 carat, minus 37 meters, a scale that is nearly negligible. Forget about the naked eye. Even the perception of legendary wizards could not possibly reach such scales. Jeffrey was not convinced by the wave formula Lin had put forward. After all, using a hypothetical concept to prove that one's theory was completely accurate was absurd. Before Lin could speak, Alok, who couldn't hold back, explained eagerly. This is not a hypothesis, but the greatest achievement of the Dean's research into electromagnetic waves and thermal radiation. We have already found a way to emit individual quanta of light. As Alok spoke, Lin's lips also curled into a smile. Whenever the quantum domain was involved, the Planck constant became a priority to verify, as too many formulas are related to it. It is the third physical constant that could be referred to as such after the speed of light and the gravitational constant. Unfortunately, due to limited conditions, Lin could only replicate the rotating geometric device used by Joseph von Pfaff to measure the Planck constant, which was not very precise. To increase the precision further, he would probably need to rely on a particle collider. When Anthony and the others heard Alok say that they had already found light quanta, they were utterly astonished. Why were electrons used in the previous double-slit interference experiment? That was, of course, because they had no way to emit photons one at a time. Some steadfast wave faction wizards even believe that photons simply do not exist, as it has been determined to be an electromagnetic wave. It's a wave, not a particle. But if Alok was not lying, then it means that this conclusion must also be overturned, and that waves also possess particle characteristics. The wizards present also quickly caught on, and even the three chairpersons Herav, Aurora, and Vittorio could not remain seated, due to the many strange characteristics in the microdomain. Coupled with the extremely small size of the entities, there is simply no way to measure them to any degree. Even the gravitational deformation amplification method previously used to measure atoms has failed. Therefore, until now, data about the shape, mass, and trajectory of quantum entities is entirely a blank slate. For example, in the double-slit experiment, they do not know where the next electron might appear, or even whether it will hit the fluorescent screen. This is the biggest problem currently faced in researching microparticles, as all of their characteristics seem chaotic with no clue to be found. To predict the exact position of a certain quantum entity at a certain moment with a single prediction is nearly an impossible task, because the Federation has proven through countless experiments that it truly behaves randomly and is not a pseudo-random pattern that cycles according to a certain routine. 9%, just like flipping a coin in your hand. As long as the number of flips is high enough, the times it lands heads or tails will always tend to be close to 50%. Why not the other way around? Maybe energy is consumed only when the probability collapses. Lin shrugged. This strange yet reasonable statement left Jeffrey speechless. Alade and others were contemplating Lin's proposed wavelength formula and probability cloud model. The latter had not yet been experimentally validated to confirm its authenticity, so they could not evaluate it. However, the former indeed perfectly matched what Lin had just described, indicating that the more macroscopic an object, the weaker the wave properties it exhibited. After all, the larger the momentum p as the divisor, the smaller the value of the wavelength obtained, which becomes insignificant compared to its own mass and volume. Only quantum entities that are also in a microscopic state would display wave properties that are particularly pronounced compared to their mass. Or rather, this conclusion itself could have been inferred from the formula. Alade, deep in thought, quickly considered that this wavelength formula and the probability cloud model might be one of the entry points for studying the quantum domain. Wait, weren't they here to oppose the theory of probability? Alade suddenly realized this point. Damn, he was almost swayed by the star of magic. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.